Hey guys, here's part 4 of A Mother's Night. I'm sorry it's taken me this long to post again. I have been very busy with school and other duties. I will be back to posting in full force again soon enough. Anyways, the full fanfic is already out over on Patreon, and as always my videos will also be up on Rumble. Enjoy. Chapter 16. The Sandaime Hokage smiled at Kazekage as the man took his seat beside him. They were the only Kages present for the finals of this Chunin exam. Well, the professor wasn't making much complaints about the absence. This way was just fine. The important people were not the Kages but rather the potential clients and the contestants. It would have been good for both of us if you'd come here earlier, Hiruzen said to the Kazekage. There were certain things that I wanted to discuss with you. Tsunade was allied with Konoha and there were things that needed to be ironed out. He also had the intention of informing the man of Orochimaru's plans, but this wasn't a good place to do so. Still, for someone who went through many ways in order to form a strong relationship between the two villages, he would have thought that the man would be more than happy to discuss business. We will have all the time we need after the finals, the Kazekage said calmly. I must thank you though for taking care of my children. I thought cutting the distance they would have had to cover while traveling to and back from Suna would give them enough time to train. The Sandaime smiled. Although I was not able to see their training, I am sure that they had more than enough time. The Senju compound's training fields are protected by barriers, so they would have had the secrecy they needed. Ah, that would be the Uzumaki's doing, Raza said with a smile. Baki informs me that they were away from the village. They have yet to return. It appears that way, Sarutobi said. I'm not even sure myself where they went. You know Naruto, he doesn't like indulging everything and is quite capable. The Kazekage laughed for a second. Yes, he is indeed quite capable for someone his age. I was honestly surprised when I learned of the things he could do. You have raised quite the shinobi with him. I am just glad that he is engaged to my daughter. We can talk about that later, the Sandaime Hokage said as he stood up from his seat. He raised his right hand to silence the full-packed stadium. Thank you for coming everyone. I welcome you to the finals of the Chunin exam. The proctor stepped up before the Sandaime could say anything further. My name is Goka, and I will be the proctor of the finals. I will state some rules before we begin. There will be a count of 5 and if the contestant isn't in the stadium by the count of 5, he or she will be disqualified. The match will be over when a contestant is unable to continue or when he or she waves the white flag. I reserve the right to call off a match and declare a winner if I believe the contestant can longer continue. I will not repeat the rules as I believe they are simple enough for everyone to understand them. There will be no special treatment for anyone late. First match, Hyuga Hinata vs Hyuga Neji. With Mikito. Miko-chan, Kushina said to the Uchiha as she made herself comfortable beside the woman. Thanks for saving my seat, she said. I figured you'd want to watch with your friend by your side, Mikito said responded with a smile. It didn't feel as if it had been a month since she last saw the Uzumaki. Really time had moved so quickly. With her precious son away, she thought things would have been slow as the desire to see her loved one's return grew by the day, but it had just flown by. Perhaps it because she had been buried deep in her work as clan head and trying to tie some loose ends with other clans. Naturally, Kushina said taking her eyes into the center of the stadium as she saw Neji take his turn. She glanced at her friend for a moment as she asked. Things okay in my absence? Mikito nodded, yes, she said. Just missed you and Naruto. Speaking of which, where is he? The match is about to begin and if he is late, Hinata will be disqualified from her match. I doubt he trained her just so she could be disqualified. Kushina wasn't worried about that. She had just been with Naruto and Hinata just a few minutes ago. They'd only returned to the village. She'd wanted to return earlier but Naruto had said he wanted to get some things done in preparation for his match against Lee. Might be planning for a dramatic entrance, Kushina said with a smile. Mikito smiled at hearing that. She was slightly amused, but not surprised. Naruto wasn't the one for dramatics. He wouldn't put on a show, especially for people such as these. It was not secret to her that Naruto held no love for Konoha's people. Putting on a show for them wasn't something he'd do, unless there was a motive behind. She really liked how the blonde worked his mind. It was admirable. I just want to see his match. He is going to go against a very tough opponent, Mikito said. Honestly, she was a lot eager to see Naruto fight than seeing her own son do battle against a Jinchuriki. Was she bad mother for that? Back at center stage. Neji confidently strolled on the ground, his eyes darting around for a sign of Hinata. He could not see her anywhere, and he had been tempted to use his Byakugan to find her. He wasn't nervous about fighting her, not by any chance. The thought of using the Byakugan was because he thought that she might be hiding from him. She was a spineless and sheltered little girl after all. She was a failure and everyone in the Hyuga clan knew that. It wouldn't surprise him even if she doesn't show up. He would still be disappointed though. He wanted to show everyone that just because he was in the branch family, didn't mean that he was a loser. The proctor looked up for a moment. "We will beg." The man was cut off when a powerful tornado blitzed into the stadium. The tornado crashed at the center in a loud boom that caused debris to pick up, but it did not fold. It continued spinning powerfully for a few moments. It had happened so quickly that the crowd had been put on alert by the arrival. The shinobi who had been ready for war, had nearly jumped out of their hiding place with their weapons raised. But the swirling wind suddenly burst, dispersing, revealing a very Hyuga Hinata with her right knee on her ground, and Naruto standing just beside her with his right hand on her right shoulder. The blonde disappeared a second later. Neji narrowed his eyes at his cousin. He had to quite honestly admit that he was very shocked by her appearance. He hadn't thought that his timid cousin would actually have the spine to actually be okay with an entrance like this. As Hinata stood up, the proctor spoke. "Are both contestants ready?" There were stiff nods from both Hyugas. "Begin." Neji didn't get into a stance, he took the chance to speak. He didn't care that people could hear him. Nothing would really change. He was fated for misery. "I thought you were simply hiding, unable to face me," Neji said a bit arrogantly. Hinata tilted her head to the side. She wasn't smiling, but her expression wasn't completely blank. "Why would I hide, Neji Niazan?" the former Hyuga heiress asked in a quiet tone. Neji couldn't really spot the difference between the Hinata he knew and the Hinata he was seeing in front of him. "Why? You're a failure, and you cannot defeat me, Hinata-sama. You cannot defeat me. A failure like you should have just stayed in bed. You're not even fit to be a shinobi." "A failure, huh?" Hinata put on a really sad smile. "I am a failure. My own father considered me a failure and told me that he expected nothing of me even though I made it to the finals. I am a weak coward who lost the status of clan heiress to my younger sister simply because I could not strike her down. But what of it?" Neji was slightly surprised by Hinata's calm response. "What of it?" He scoffed. "What? Because your father discarded you, you want to prove yourself against me? Don't be a fool, Hinata-sama." He paused. "Oh, wait, you are a fool. You cannot defeat me. That is your fate. You're nothing but a spoiled little princess and I will show you just how much of a failure you are." "I have nothing to prove to my father," Hinata said in a firm tone that surprised many in the stadium. "I am indeed a failure, a coward, yes. But you're mistaken, Neji, I am not a spoiled child. There is no difference between you and me." "There is a difference," Neji shouted, momentarily losing his calm. "You don't have to walk around cursed by Seal. You're born into the main family, you have everything given to you and don't have this fate hanging over your forehead." Hinata's sad smile deepened as she shook her head. "Do you know something, Neji? My own father has threatened to put the caged bird seal on me, regardless of my birth. You're not the only one with burdens, I know someone with a heavy burden, far greater than yours. At least you didn't have to walk around this village with people cursing your very existence because you carry something." Hinata took a stance, but did not activate her Byakugan. A second later, she darted towards Neji. She didn't attack him head-on, instead, she jumped up into the air, flipping and face downwards. Byakugan. The Dujutsu activated as her body began to twist around in mid-air. She charged down towards Neji like a bullet, rushing through in tremendous speed. There was a loud boom when she crashed into the ground. Neji did just enough to jump away from the human bullet. The moment he landed on the ground, Hinata was already on the attack once again. Her right hand was glowing with chakra and she aimed a strike towards his forehead. Neji leaned back slightly to avoid the blow. As he did, Hinata raised her right foot and attempted a high kick aimed towards Neji's left shoulder. The Hyuga blocked her kick with the palm of his right hand, which was glowing with chakra. He then grabbed her leg around the ankle. Hinata sent her free foot towards Neji's head, but the kick was caught once again. Before Hinata could strike Neji with the palm of her right hand, her cousin acted faster and brutally slammed her into the ground. The Hyuga prodigy then jumped slightly before aiming a strike straight towards Hinata's chest. While still lying on the ground, Hinata held out the palm of her right hand, glowing with chakra. Neji's strike was blocked by the palm of her hand, but there was an explosion of chakra when the two hands collided. Hinata was slightly buried into the ground, as Neji flashed away from her. The crowd roared as Hinata stood up and took a stance. Neji merely glared at her heatedly. She was putting on a fight, far better than he had expected her. He could not allow her to perform like this. And so, Neji dashed towards Hinata. Upon reaching her, the Hyuga prodigy aimed a high left-footed kick towards Hinata. His foot was glowing with chakra as he sought to strengthen the kick. Hinata leaned back as he had predicted, and Neji reacted in faster speed as he brought his right foot into the ground, and aimed a powerful strike into Hinata's chest. Hinata managed to put her left hand as a last-ditch cover, but the attack was still able to send her crashing into the walls of the arena. She crashed into the wall with her back, but was quick to peel herself off it as Neji was upon her again. The prodigy reached her quickly, and began his attacks. "You're within my field. 8 trigrams 64 palms." As the Hyuga released his strikes, he was baffled as Hinata blocked each strike. None of his 64 strikes hit her. Neji's shock had been clearly visible, as well as his frustrations at being unable to hit his cousin. He just could not understand how she could have blocked all strikes without allowing one to slip. No one had fought against had actually done that. More to that, Hinata was a complete failure. While Neji was in his shock, Hinata reacted quickly and waved a high kick that slammed into the Hyuga's forehead, sending him flying backwards. Neji flipped several times in midair before landing on both his feet. "Does it surprise you that much?" Hinata asked quietly. "You say that I'm a failure, and I agreed with you. But do you know something? I have a sensei, who has been telling me that I am not a failure and has brought me to this level." "Don't get full of yourself," Neji shouted. "I really do care about you, Neji. This resentment that you carry towards us. It pains me. I have always wanted to be your friend and family, not just Hinata-sama, the spoiled child you see as having everything because of her birth," Hinata said as she took out a scroll and opened it. "I don't want to fight in a way that will hurt you." Naruto would probably not approve, but there was a way in which the blonde had taught her that would guarantee her victory. Above everything else, she just wanted to save her cousin. Besides, it wouldn't be a good surprise if she does manage to keep some cards hidden to herself. Naruto hadn't taught her just one way of fighting. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Kai," Hinata said after throwing the scroll into the air. The scroll releasing a wave of water that sped towards Neji, but they did no harm, but rather just filled the entire ground. Neji narrowed his eyes suspiciously. His Byakugan could see traces of Hinata's chakra within the water. It was strange. Hyugas always fought with their taijutsu style and nothing else. What was Hinata planning? "I didn't lose my status as clan heir because I was really weak. I could fight my sister, but I just could not strike her because she was my younger sister. I wanted to protect her, not hit her. But due to my own weakness, she ended up carrying the weight that I was supposed to carry. Instead of protecting her, I burdened her," Hinata said with a sad smile. "I am gentle. My sensei isn't the gentlest person, actually, he can be cold-hearted at times, but do you know what? He told me that my kindness is what makes me who I am and that I should never lose it." "Kakashi?" Hinata shook her head. "Uzumaki Naruto. He is my sensei. I can fight because of the inspiration he has given me. He gave me courage and the will to stand up. Perhaps if you speak to him one day, you will learn to understand that what you carry on your forehead isn't something you can curse your own existence about, but what he actually carries is something much more." Hinata took a stance and held out both her hands. Neji didn't say anything, but he charged towards Hinata, rushing through the water in the ring. He twisted around along with the water and then sent a strike towards Hinata's left shoulder. Hinata moved a motion with her left hand, a wall of water pulled up, creating a shield. Neji struck the wall, splashing the water, but didn't reach Hinata. The prodigy once again sent another strike towards Hinata, but the girl once again raised a shield of water. Neji attempted more strikes, but she continued to block them with the damn water. The Hyuga jumped away from the girl and glared at her. She was looking winded, but so was he. "It's fitting, isn't it?" Hinata suddenly spoke. "The water is gentle, so is the name of our taijutsu style." The moment those words left Hinata's mouth, Neji was jumping into the air as the water was moving up to grab both his feet. He frowned when he realized that there was no escaping the water. It was all over the arena. The moment he landed down, the water quickly grabbed both his feet like some gentle chains. Hinata moved her hands as the water began to rise up around Neji. The water created a dome around the Hyuga prodigy before Hinata spoke once again. "If I close this up, you will be trapped in a water bubble, and won't be able to breathe. Do you wish to give up?" Neji's face looked as if he had just been insulted massively. He glared hatefully at his cousin for a full minute before scoffing. "I will never surrender to you. Don't think that you have one." Hinata allowed the water to move towards Neji. "Kaiten!" Neji suddenly shouted. The Hyuga created a large dome of chakra. The rotating chakra hit the water, sending it splashing towards the walls of the arena. When Neji stopped spinning, he was breathing a bit heavily. This has been achieved through hard work, the ultimate defense. You cannot defeat me, Hinata-sama. Hinata smiled. You're a genius all right, the Hyuga said smiling. That is something that only main family members ought to know, and yet you have mastered it on your own. If I was the clan head, I would not keep you from learning such things. Hinata looked into the sky for a moment before looking back at Neji. She raised her right hand. I wasn't expecting that and I have run out of chakra. Pro. Neji seemed to have sensed that she was going to give up and sped towards her, but Hinata didn't do anything, she merely stared at her cousin. Upon reaching her, Neji released his kaiden, once again, but here he used it for offense. The rotation slammed into Hinata, and sent her brutally crashing into the wall. Still, Hinata got into her feet, her sad smile painted with blood. Proctor, I am unable to continue. Neji cursed his cousin. She could still fight. She still had chakra to continue. The fact that she was still able to get up after receiving that blow was lost to his mind. He was raging over the fact that she was faking being worn out. Is that it? You coward, you're just going to run away? My intention was not to win, but to put up a good fight. I pushed you to your limits. You can't use kaiden anymore, you have just enough chakra for one last move. I prefer to take things step by step. I put up a good fight, perhaps next time, I will fight to win. Hinata turned away from her cousin. Neji gritted his teeth in anger. She was showing him her back even though the proctor had yet to announce a winner. Neji lunged towards Hinata, but he didn't reach her because he was stopped by the proctor, who sent him a warning look. Winner, Hyuga Neji. There was a round of applause. With Naruto. Naruto had been watching the match from above where he was with other genins and their sensais. What were you feeding her? Was the question Ino demanded after the proctor announced the winner. Nothing, Naruto said. She was just taking things seriously, as a kunoichi should. I am honestly disappointed that she did not break him. Ino narrowed her eyes dangerously. Are you suggesting that I don't? Naruto turned to face the Yamanaka girl to see if she really wanted him to respond to her question. After watching her put on a pathetic show during the prelims, Naruto hadn't been more disappointed. Why couldn't she take things seriously? She was a kunoichi and perhaps if she had been willing, she could have turned out to be of use. Ino stared back, daring the blonde to respond. That is what I am suggesting, Ino, Naruto said. He sighed. Perhaps that was my fault. I always fought your battles when you got into trouble. I should have taught you to defend yourself instead of just defending you. Protecting me was your job, Ino said with her hands folded across her chest. One that you forced me to do, Naruto grunted. Shikamaru cut in. Hinata said she didn't want to fight in a way that would hurt Neji, and you suggesting that she could have broken him means that there is more to her than she showed. Well, I think anyone would be able to tell. The kind of blow she received from taking on Neji's kaiden isn't something one would just shrug off. Aside from that, she was able to match Neji in speed and blocked all his attacks that could have proved fatal. The Nara said. Are you suggesting that she allowed Neji to hit her? Kurenai asked skeptically. There was great improvement, she saw it, but Shikamaru was suggesting that made things hard to believe. Shikamaru stared at Naruto for a few moments before shrugging. Maybe she couldn't. But what is certain is that, she did not struggle to block Neji's technique. I'm sure the experienced eyes can say she did it almost effortlessly. The Nara paused for a moment. Your turn is next. Naruto nodded. Naruto, Ino said in a quiet tone. Will you also be able to teach me? Naruto stared at the girl for a long minute. Once could explain that as his surprise even though it was not visible on his face. He wasn't only expecting Ino to actually say those words. It was something that almost made him smile. Almost. I will, he said before disappearing. He appeared in front of Lee, who looked more than ready to jump on him before the proctor could even officially start the match. This was going to be one hell of a battle. It was simply because the situation that surrounded him and the fact that this was a friendly wouldn't allow him to fight as he should. Lee was a fine genin with great speed and incredible physical prowess. This was surely going to put him to the test. It was fine though. A part of him relished to be put to the test. He was never usually restrained and pushed against the wall. Both contestants ready? The proctor asked, earning a nod from Naruto and a hi from Lee. Begin. Let us have a good match, Naruto-kun, Lee said firmly. His sensei had informed him that Naruto was better than Sasuke and he had to be careful. Of course he had been surprised when Guy informed him that Naruto was better, but when he remembered that the blonde had caught his kick when he was attempting to fight Sasuke, he didn't find it hard to believe. With the sensais. Yo, Kakashi, Guy said happily at his rival. Come in time to watch me my student beat yours? The man asked with a toothy grin. Kakashi shrugged as he walked towards the man and other senseis with Sasuke strolling just behind him. The first match is already over then. The Jonin said, apparently having ignored Guy. Yes, Asuma said. Neji won. Hinata could have still continued fighting though, Kurenai pointed out. She seemed evenly matched with Neji on taijutsu and she had just pointed out that Neji didn't have much chakra left. She might have won if she didn't forfeit. I foresaw something like that happening, Kakashi said with a shake of his head. Well, it hardly matters anyway. I imagine the point wasn't for Hinata to win but to prove that she isn't as weak as people make her out to be. She must have showed guts, skill and decisiveness. If she pushed Neji to his limits, it is worth celebrating. I imagine not a single person in this arena was expecting her to win, let alone put up a good fight. If she did that, without even defeating Neji, then she won. Kakashi paused and turned to face Guy. You were saying something? Guy faltered for a moment before regaining his composure. Let us make a bet, I say Lee will win this match. Kakashi had to think for a moment. He might actually do it, the Jonin said, much to the surprise of Sasuke. Are you serious? Sasuke asked, surprised. Naruto lose to a Jonin? I never thought I'd see something like that happening. No, I don't think it is possible. The Uchiha corrected himself with a shake of his head. Kurenai was curious. Why? Because he is strong, the Uchiha said firmly. Naruto would beat Neji to a pulp. I haven't even come close to beating him. He was the person to train Hinata. That says much about him. He paused, turning to Kakashi. What do you really mean? Look at Naruto, Kakashi said. He isn't carrying his sword. When Naruto fights seriously, he always uses his sword. It doesn't mean he doesn't have the tools to stop Lee, he has them, and if Lee is like Guy, then Naruto knows he won't be someone to just stop by saying give up. Both Sasuke and Kakashi knew that Naruto used his sword to kill people. The blade wasn't used to get people to give up, it was used to cut things up. Both had seen how the blonde used his sword. If he used it in this battle, he would be cutting up Lee. And that would be like chopping of his hands or legs. I don't understand, Guy said, blinking in confusion. It's best you don't, Kakashi said, managing to sound nonchalant about it. Back at the fight. Lee blurred of existence. Konoha Senpu. Lee was upon Naruto a matter of seconds, his right foot cleaving through the air in tremendous speed as it charged towards Naruto's forehead. The blonde raised both his hands, crossing them to form a defense. When Lee's foot crashed into his hands, Naruto was forced to slide backwards through the ground because of the strength behind Lee's kick. The taijutsu user didn't stop there, he moved closer to Naruto once again and let out another high kick, but this time with his left foot. Naruto blocked the kick by strengthening his crossed hands once again, and the kick crashed into them, but didn't break through. In a show of flexibility, Lee dropped to the ground after having his kick blocked. His right foot caught some wind as it traveled through the ground, rushing towards Naruto's feet in an attempt to sweep him off the ground. The blonde quickly jumped up, avoiding the attack. Naruto stretched out his right foot and then attempted to slam his heel on Lee's head, but the taijutsu user held out both his hands just above his head to block the attempt. He held on for the seconds it took for Naruto's left foot to touch down the ground. Before the blonde could make any move, Lee raised his right foot and attempted to slam it on his knee. Naruto quickly moved away to avoid being hit. He landed a few feet away as Lee straightened up. Naruto didn't linger around for too long, he disappeared in a small burst of speed that caused dust to pick up as he lifted off like a bullet. He flashed just above Lee, right foot swinging towards the taijutsu user's temple. The speed in which Naruto moved may have caught him by surprise, but Lee was still able to react quickly enough to put up both his hands in defense. Naruto's flying kick slammed into his hands, and to his surprise, there was a lot more power than he had anticipated. Lee was sent crashing into the wall in blinding speed. There was a loud boom when the Jonin crashed into the wall with his back. Naruto landed on the ground and a second later, he took off like a bullet once again. Rasengan, he charged up the jutsu as he neared Lee, who was plastered across the cracked wall he'd crashed into. Naruto attempted to slam the jutsu straight into the taijutsu user's gut, Lee blurred out of sight. The jutsu slammed into the wall. Boom! The jutsu exploded after hitting the wall. This created a hole in the wall, but there was enough dust to cover the two. Lee suddenly flashed behind Naruto and slammed a right kick into the blonde's back. There was another boom as Naruto crashed into the wall with his front. Because the wall was already having a hole on it, he was only able to create a bigger hole after crashing. When the dust died, the crowd saw Lee standing a couple of feet away from the large hole in the wall, spotting a few bruised and Naruto stepping out of the darkness within the hole. The crowd burst into a thunderous roar of appreciation. Bets were being made on who was going to come out on top in the match. "I figured fighting against someone like you would be very challenging," Naruto stated as he walked out of the wall. He stood before Lee, head tilted to the side. "I have never had fun fighting someone. Perhaps because it was always an enemy that I had to dispel or someone I was training." "I am glad that you're enjoying this," Lee said with a toothy grin. His expression turned slightly serious. "We must continue with this. There are still other matches that must still be fought." Naruto didn't offer a response, he merely rushed towards the taijutsu user. Lee rushed on towards him as well. When the two got closer, Lee fell backwards, allowing his boy to fall down as he slid down the ground. Naruto jumped into the air to avoid the feet that would have peeled him off the ground. As he landed a feet away from, Lee got up and twisted around as he lunged towards Naruto in tremendous speed. The green-clad Jinan sent a flying kick towards the back of Naruto's head. The blonde ducked under the kick before he spun around to face the taijutsu user. Lee reacted quicker and threw a punch towards Naruto's face. The blonde tilted his head to the side, avoiding the punch. Lee didn't stop there. His left punch drove towards Naruto in blinding speeds. Naruto blocked the punch by raising his right hand around the side of his head. He picked up his right foot from the ground and sent a midsection kick towards Lee's waist level. The Jinan responded by doing the same while jumping back slightly to make some room. The two kicks clashed in mid-air, creating a small shockwave. The two leaned forward slightly, both driving their right punches towards each other's face. The two fists clashed between, coming to a standstill. Lee quickly spun around. He returned to face Naruto with a high kick, aimed at the blonde's temple. Naruto reacted by ducking under the kick. Lee seemed to have anticipated because he twisted his body remarkably as he leaned forward, both his hands held out. He grabbed Naruto by his shoulders with his right foot still in the air. He used the blonde as balance to propel himself into the air while Naruto was forced downwards with his face. The blonde twisted around and hit the ground with his back as Lee flew above him. The taijutsu user dragged himself downwards, aiming a brutal punch towards Naruto's chest. The blonde inhaled some air with his mouth before releasing it in the form of 4 wind bullets. The invisible projectiles hit the taijutsu user straight on the chest, sending him back above the ground. Naruto held a single hand seal, wind style, great wind breakthrough. The blonde released powerful gusts of wind from his position, sending them straight at Lee. The taijutsu was still recovering the earlier jutsu that had hit him. The gusts of wind slammed into the Jinan, sending him further into the air. Naruto stayed on the ground as 2 clones appeared beside him. The clones suddenly blurred out of sight. They appeared above Lee and both slammed chakra-enhanced punches to the back of the green-clad Jinan. Lee was forced into the ground in brutal fashion. Boom! Was the sound that rocked through the stadium as Lee crashed into the ground with his face. Naruto got up from the ground and stood up. He was starting to feel the effects of this physical battle. He was learning that a physical took more out of him. He could not worry about chakra because he had yet to do anything to even leave a dent on his reserves. Naruto dispersed his clones and watched as Lee got up from the ground. Lee winced as he got up from the ground. He was slightly bleeding from his mouth. He had been hurt too badly by that last round of attacks. This was proving to be a more difficult than he had first thought. He could not win this as things were going. He looked at his sensei, who nodded. Lee took off the weights. The ground shook as they dropped the weights down. The entire stadium silenced when they realized that Lee had been carrying the damn things around him as he moved around. Naruto frowned slightly. That was a lot more weight than he had anticipated. Lee suddenly disappeared in a blur, far faster than Naruto could follow, and appeared right in front of Naruto. He drove a right punch straight into Naruto's chest before twisting around, and kicking Naruto on the face with a high kick. The blonde was sent crashing into the arena's wall. Naruto grit his teeth as he felt the pain around his body. He could not allow this to go any further than this. He peeled himself off the wall and landed down the ground. Lee flashed before him once again. Naruto burst into crows. The taijutsu user twisted around, looking around as if he could not see the blonde, but in reality Naruto was standing right in front of the Jinan. He summoned 2 swords and pumped chakra into his feet. He rushed towards Lee and pushed him towards the wall. The Jinan slammed into the wall. Naruto didn't wait any before stabbing both swords, sharp with wind, straight into Lee's shoulders. The swords pierced through the shoulders, pinning the Jinan into wall. Lee snapped out of the genjutsu as pain shot through his body. His eyes widened slightly when Naruto's sword touched his throat, cutting slightly enough to draw out blood. "Give up," Naruto said calmly. "I don't want to see any more of your hidden cards." Lee swallowed slightly. Even though he was in pain and the swords were pinning him on the wall, he could not give up just like that. While he was deliberating on what to do, Naruto slammed his left palm on his chest, and muttered a few words. Several marks began to spread around the Jinan. Naruto stabbed the sword on his right hand on the ground and turned away from Lee. The proctor stepped up, "Winner, Uzumaki," and he never got to finish as explosions rocked through from outside the stadium. Naruto froze as he heard the explosions. Just by that, he could tell that the hidden leaf was under attack. There was danger around here, and his beloved mother was present as well. The blonde spun around with his eyes darting around. He saw several shinobis appearing from the shadows and Anbu securing the stadiums, the people around falling into a silent sleep. Naruto disappeared in a flash. He appeared just before his mother and Mikito. He didn't say anything to them, but just grabbed them and flashed away. The destination was the safest place he could imagine, his house. When they appeared in the house, Naruto's attention wasn't at his mother but at what to do next. Was he to just hide in here and wait for the storm to disperse? That would represent the best of options, but it would have some major consequences for him. This village would not be happy to learn that its Jinchuriki had abandoned it in the time of need. But he could not leave his mother alone here. The fact that she was with Mikito didn't seem to register inside his head. "Itachi?" It was Kushina's voice that snapped Naruto out of his thoughts. He looked at his mother for a moment and walked towards her. She was standing near the entrance to the kitchen. The S-rank criminal was sitting beside the table, drinking tea as if he was in peace and the village was not under attack. What was Itachi doing here in her house? Kushina wondered, with a narrowed glance. Why did Naruto and Mikito not seem surprised to see him? It wasn't that they weren't expecting him, but he was a wanted man in the Hidden Leaf. Knowing Naruto, he should not be allowing the man to be near her, fearing the backlash that would come after. "What are you doing here, Itachi?" Naruto questioned, walking over to the Uchiha. Both Mikito and Kushina slowly followed from behind. Itachi placed his cup on the table and responded. "The village is under attack from Orochimaru. The Sandaime was certain that you'd come here and so he called me here. Given my status, I can't be seen walking around the village. To answer your question, I am here to protect our parents while you fight for Konoha. That is at least what the Sandaime wants." "That sly old man," Naruto said bitterly. "I am beginning to dislike his scheming," the blonde said with a frown. "Naruto," Mikito said calmly. "You have to return out there." Naruto turned to face the woman and then he looked at his mother. He didn't want to. Screw what the Sandaime had in mind. Itachi couldn't force him to do anything, and if he chose not to fight, he would not. He could just go out there and secure a few things before coming back here. But that look from Mikito. It was almost pleading and it twisted a few things inside of him. Naruto had always thought that he could be free from such influence, but he was not. "Mother?" "Go," Kushina said. "Sasuke is still out there. You have to look out for him." She smiled sadly. "A selfish part of me would rather you not risk yourself, but go, I will be waiting for you here. It will make our lives easier if you do." Naruto stared at her for a moment before nodding. "I will first secure those close enough," he said before disappearing from the sight. "The water is still boiling," Itachi said to Kushina. "I'm sure you're looking for explanations," the Uchiha said. He was quite surprised at how calm she had been. Perhaps it was simply because she had been in the presence of Naruto. "I'd always figured that Naruto was still on contact with you," Kushina said with a sigh. "It was unlikely for Naruto to resent you for what happened. He doesn't care about the village and its villagers. Opinions differ and he sees things differently." With the Sand siblings, Kankuro had orders, and the orders were to inject his brother with something that would make him lose it so that the Baijuu inside of him could come out, but he didn't wish to follow those orders. He wanted to protect his siblings, not see them take part in this betrayal. Perhaps they would be betraying Suna as well, but it was still much better than fighting a losing battle. "We have to get out of this village," Kankuro said to his siblings in a hurried tone. The battles had already started and it was only going to take a few seconds for Baki to come to them and issue the orders that had been assigned by the Kazekage. Sunagakure was part of the invasion that was attacking Konoha right now, and Kankuro didn't want to be part of the battle. "It is about time you explain things, Kankuro," Gaara said firmly, his gaze firmly on his brother, who seemed to shrink slightly under the stare. He had always known that Kankuro was hiding something, but he never thought that it would be something this big. This was just ridiculous, but of course he had to know everything to understand the situation. As it stood, he didn't know anything. "We don't have much time," Kankuro said quickly. We have to leave this village, I will explain on the way. Before either of his siblings could say anything, Baki appeared before them. Leave this village. We have been made fools of. Orochimaru was masquerading as your father and provided the recent changes I saw in him. It is safe to say he has been for a while. You have to leave the village now. Konoha will not be merciful even though we have been betrayed ourselves. He understood that at least with the Kazekage's children they could still look to rebuild Tsuna. He didn't have much hope for Raza being alive at this moment. This was why he needed to save this three. He would also have other shinobi surrender or flee from the village. That would lessen the casualties, and after which, he would be able to negotiate on Tsuna's behalf. Temari looked horrified. So let me get this straight, Tsunade has betrayed Konohagakure even though the villages have been working together for the past years. What was the meaning of my proposed marriage to Naruto? We don't have time for this, but for what is worth, that is the path your father wanted. He was going to follow along with that agreement as an ally of Konoha, Baki said. Leave now. I will secure your path out from the village. You don't understand, Temari said, still horrified. Naruto will kill us for this. He told me that he would never forgive betrayal, and when it comes to his mother, reasoning seems to be thrown out of the window. We can worry about that later, Kankuro said, grabbing both his sister and brother. For now, we leave. Temari nodded hesitantly. At least make sure nothing happens to him or his mother, she said to Baki before they disappeared. Earlier with Sasuke. The young Uchiha looked around the stadium, seeing that most people had been put to sleep. Even some genins were sleeping, but the experienced shinobi were still standing. A massive genjutsu had been placed around the stadium. What was even happening around the village? He was a lot more concerned about his stopped fight. He had wanted to fight Gaara. He had been training hard for a month, it couldn't have been all just for nothing. The fact that Konoha was under attack wasn't all that of a problem for him. He was a lot more disappointed by the thought of having his fight held back because of this mess he was seeing. He knew his mother had been in the stadium, but he was not the least worried about her. The moment Naruto vanished from the stadium, he had known for sure that Naruto had taken her away from here along with his mother. The blonde held a level of affection towards his mother, and Sasuke couldn't see him leaving out his mother in the face of danger. What is going on here, Kakashi-sensei? For the first time in his life, Sasuke felt content with calling the man his sensei. He had been calling the man sensei simply out of formality, but now he meant it because the man had really been a sensei in the past month. That just made his mood turn a little sour once more. All the training for nothing. It was a damn infuriating reality that he was facing. Invasion by sound and Tsunade, Kakashi said firmly. It was supposed to be just the sound. I don't think even the Sandaime saw this one coming. I mean, with all the agreements Tsuna has with us, didn't think that they would betray us. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at that information. He could not picture Naruto being happy about that. Kushina had been treating the Sand siblings as her own children, and even though Naruto didn't like it, he tolerated his mother behaving all motherly towards them. If someone he had allowed to get that close to his mother had betrayed him like this, it would surely cause the blonde to go into a rampage. Betrayal was simply blasphemy before Naruto, and he didn't forgive it. Sasuke was certain it would be punished by death, a brutal death for that matter. Then? Before Sasuke could respond, Naruto appeared before them, looking all serious. The Jonin smiled seeing the blonde. The Sandaime had insisted that Naruto would join in the fighting. I have a mission for you, Naruto. No doubt from the sly tongue of the third, Naruto said in a dangerous tone that sent chills both Kakashi and Sasuke. Why does it seem like Tsuna is attacking this village? Where is the old man? Kakashi had never really seen Naruto angry. The blonde was really controlled, he handled his emotions like a trained NIE agent. But he was seeing a dangerous person before him. His expression wasn't indifferent, but actually looking serious. Yes, it is from him, Kakashi said in a nervous tone. Tsuna has betrayed us. I don't know many details, but they seem to be working with Orochimaru. You are to send hundreds of clones to help evacuate the villagers to safety. Sasuke, other Chunins and Genins are fighting around the academy and the hospital. Pick one and go. Naruto turned away from the Jonin and flashed away. He could understand the reasons for having his clones to the dirty work, but Naruto hated the idea that the Sandaime was controlling his movements. For the first time in his life, the blonde just wished for the old man to just die. It would be a lot easier for him to work without him. He had been preparing for the day the old man disappears, so if he disappears with this invasion, it would not be loss. He would not smile, it would sadden him, but it would be for the best. If things continued like this, he would end up seeing the Sandaime as an enemy. Naruto flashed towards the streets of the village, He could see massive snakes around the walls of the village battling with monstrous toads he assumed to be Jiraiya's summons. If Konoha had reacted this quickly, it meant Itachi had been right, they had known about this. But it had been kept from him. Still, for Tsunade to work with Orochimaru, that detestable piece of trash. Did they know? Naruto halted as small gusts of wind started to pick around him, his eyes flashing red. Naruto calmed himself before creating 100 clones and led them to their duties. Where is Shukaku's Jinchuriki, Kyubi? With the Sandaime Hokage. The Sandaime looked around the village from inside the barrier he was trapped within. With the measurements he took to prepare for this, he was certain that this little invasion would be squashed over soon enough. He wasn't worried about everything. Nothing had yet to go out of his plans. The old man turned to his wayward student and shook his head. I have to say, my foolish student, you have rather disappointed me. To think that you'd raise your hand against this village even after all it did for you. I think I raised you better than this. Orochimaru smiled. You did raise me better, he admitted. Well, there was nothing much left of me anyway, but I'm sorry for disappointing you, Sarutobi-sensei, the Sannin added with a smile. Ah, the old man sighed. Your arrogance will be your downfall. I assure you, my dear student, you will not leave this village in one piece. I will make sure of it, the Sandaime stated in a firm tone as he slipped out of his robes, revealing his armor. I'm guessing you tried to get Raza to work with you, but he refused and in the end you killed him. Orochimaru nodded. That is about right, the snake stated with a grin. I needed Tsunade's forces, and the look on your face when you realized that Tsunade had betrayed had been something worth seeing. It is still a foolish move, Orochimaru. Do you really think that you're enough to destroy the hidden leaf? The Sandaime shouted in question. In any case, this has given me the opportunity to correct a few wrongs. Kuku, Orochimaru laughed. I don't think that will be happening, sensei, the snake with a grin. Kushios no jutsu, Edo tensei. The Sandaime Hokage widened his eyes in realization of the cursed jutsu the Nidaime had created, but it had been sealed away for safekeeping. To think that Orochimaru had even learned on how to use the jutsu. The old man's look twisted with anger as he stared heatedly at his former student. How low have you fallen, Orochimaru? Orochimaru shrugged. You haven't seen enough, sensei. For now, let me introduce you to the Shodai and the Nidaime Hokage. I think it is most fitting if I have them restrain you before I kill you myself and then have them destroy the hidden leaf. Meanwhile, Shikaku couldn't believe that Danzo would move so quickly after everything. There was an invasion occurring within the village and the man had dragged them into the council chambers. He would have uncharacteristically demanded what was happening if the daimyo had not been present. Still, Danzo had a load of balls in order to pull this off. It was basically a coup. They had been dragged away when the invasion started and it was as if the man had planned it all along. No, this had been premeditated. The War Hawk could not have thought things like that just after the invasion started. He had planned this. Shikaku had an idea on how things were going to play out during this meeting and it would not be good. He had a feeling that the Sandaime hadn't foreseen this one coming. Even so, things were moving too quickly. What is the meaning of this, Danzo? Tsume demanded, not being mindful on the daimyo's presence. She hated being dragged out of her comfort zone and from watching her clan in this kind of time. She would be out there making sure that her children were okay rather than being cooped inside here. In case there is an emergency or when the Hokage is unable to take control of the village, Koharu, Homura, Anbu commander, the Jonin commander, Shikaku, and I, take control of the village. This is an emergency and the Hokage is otherwise occupied right now. Danzo was happy that he had managed to execute his plan flawlessly. Of course he didn't care if the Sandaime lived or not, but he would be happy if he ended up dying. One thing that worked on his favor was that these people do not exactly know what is happening outside these walls. They would rely on him to feed them information. If they were certain of the situation outside this building, they would have made things much more difficult, but the important thing was that they were clueless. They didn't know that Tsunade had been tricked by the Orochimaru, who killed the Kazekage and impersonated him. They didn't know anything and he held all the cards. It wouldn't matter if they realized it later after the meeting. He would have gotten his hands in the village strings, Konoha would be his and they would be powerless to do anything. Not even that sly Sarutobi would be able to act, well, if he does survive Orochimaru. Danzo thought it was unlikely. It was a joy when he had this feeling that he was in control of the situation. There is really nothing to talk about, Hiashi said. Plans were made to counter the problem. So I don't see the point of having us to temporarily take control of the village. It isn't like the Sandaime is dead anyway. We don't even know anything happening outside. What is happening outside is that Suna has betrayed us and is fighting along with Orochimaru. Sarutobi was foolish to trust the Kazekage. I am more troubled by the fact that he knew this invasion was going to happen and yet did nothing to stop it. As we speak, he is currently locked in a battle with his former student Orochimaru, who he let go years ago, Danzo said in a firm tone. It is about time we let his reign to come to an end. This is like a coup, Shikaku muttered under his breath. Say what you will, Koharu stated. But we must do what is best for Konoha, and the daimyo agrees with us. Hiruzen can no longer continue as Hokage, and we know that he plans to die along with Orochimaru. We want to come out of this with a Kage who will lead us. It would be disastrous if the other Kages think we have become weak. What do you propose then? Hyashi asked with narrowed eyes. The Hyuga clan head wasn't against the idea of getting a new Kage. In recent years they have been at odds with the Sandaime Hokage, and everyone knew the old man was way past his prime. If he was fighting a powerful shinobi like Orochimaru, he would not come out of it in one piece, if he survives, and that meant he won't be able to lead the village. The village could not afford to appear weak. What was most unfortunate was that Tsunade had betrayed them, even after all the Sandaime did to strengthen the bond between the two villages. He had even been willing to marry off Minato's son to Tsunade just to strengthen that relationship, but because of this, that agreement would have to be torn apart. We select a new Kage, the daimyo stated. I have liked Hiruzen, but if he allowed this to happen, and I cannot simply let it slide. Konoha heavily reflects on the Fire Nation's power. I need someone strong and capable who can lead this village and continue to protect the country. It was coming to this. Shikaku was outnumbered here. They would put on names and there would be a vote. Of course the Fire Lord's vote meant the most. Shikaku really hated this position he was in. I nominate Jiraiya of the Sannin and Hatake Kakashi. You can only nominate one person, Koharu stated. We have asked Jiraiya to fill in the position, but he said no. You know that well that it wouldn't be for the first time that he has refused to become Hokage. Even his sensei could not convince him. Kakashi is still too young and still represents the same naivety that has led for this mistake to occur. Who should we place as the God-I'm Hokage then? The daimyo asked. The answer is obvious, Danzo stated firmly. I should become the next Hokage. I am capable of making the hard decisions that Hiruzen was unable to do. Perhaps we should first wait for invasion to end. Shikaku proposed. No. Danzo slammed his fist into the table. We can put it into a vote and the daimyo can make it official. He paused, smiling ghostly. If it eases your worry, we can make the decision just in case, but if Sarutobi is still alive, he can be given the chance to name his successor. That is his right as the Hokage after all. Chapter 17. Naruto had been rushing through the forest for a few minutes, with his body covered with the Kyuubi's chakra and a single tail visible behind him. He was using the power of the Baijuu to sense Shukaku's location. The Baijuu within him had said that he could just do it himself by using the chakra. Of course Naruto hadn't questioned the Baijuu on the idea, he had simply been too focused on getting those traitors. When he finally caught up to the Sand siblings, the blonde crash-landed into the ground and the chakra that had been around him dispersed. He looked at the three with a dangerous look as he took out his sword, and immediately sharpened it with wind chakra. Kurama was truly impressed with Naruto, not that he was infuriated at Tsunade's betrayal and or that he was ready to take on three genins on his own, who were surely powerful. But it was the fact that despite his anger, he hadn't allowed his chakra to influence him. Kurama had suggested he use his chakra because he was sure the hatred coupled with the blonde's anger would force the blonde to draw out more chakra and possibly give him some freedom, but there had been nothing. The blonde remained pure in his anger. I'm truly impressed that you can control yourself in this state. Even the kindest person would have been influenced by my chakra, but you have held firm, Kurama said to his host. How you control your anger is remarkable for a human. Do not compare me to the humans you have dealt with, Kyuubi, Naruto responded in a calm tone. My anger is too much for this world. If I do not contain it, this land around me would change its form and it would not stop destroying until there is nothing left in me. The blonde was speaking through his mouth that the Sand siblings heard him. Naruto, Temari was the first to speak. She looked a bit fearful, but she braced herself to speak once more. Please let us explain what happened. She begged. There is nothing to explain, Naruto responded in a dangerous tone. We will not fight you, Naruto. That is fine by me, Naruto said, taking a few steps towards the Sand siblings. He suddenly disappeared from his position and flashed in front of Temari. As he raised his right foot, the blonde didn't attempt to dodge, she merely stood still. Kankuro didn't have time to defend his sister with his puppet, and instead, jumped in front of her, and took the kick that slammed into his left shoulder. Maybe you guys don't want to fight, but I can't just watch you being attacked for no reason at all, Kankuro said through gritted teeth. He tried to unwrap his puppet, but Gaara grabbed his right hand. Stop it, Gaara stated in a firm tone. It was one of those no-nonsense tone. Naruto, at least give us a chance to explain. You can do whatever you want thereafter, but no matter what, we wish you no harm and we will not fight back. He understood that the blonde was angry, but they didn't know anything. Perhaps Sunagakure is at fault for allowing itself to being deceived by Orochimaru, but they could not be blamed for something they didn't know about. They had not betrayed Naruto, and he wanted to get that message through. Naruto had seemed like someone who could be reasoned with before. Naruto tilted his head to the side. He was still for a second with Gaara still holding Kankuro's hand. In a split second, Naruto stabbed his sword through Kankuro's right shoulder. The sword pierced through, causing the Genin to yelp in pain while cursing Naruto. Why do you not wish to fight? Why is there that look on your eyes that doesn't spell regret? When people do things like this, they either show remorse or are just cold about it, but I have known you too, you're not cold-hearted. Why? That is because they didn't know anything, Kankuro shouted, holding his bleeding shoulder. I knew, but they didn't know anything. They were not told because they knew that they would tell you about it. We were also betrayed. I think at this point, it is safe to say that Orochimaru has been impersonating as our father, and was the one to make this decision. He probably had to do that because our father refused to offer him help. Naruto stood still for a moment before sheathing his blade. It would explain why Temari had been saying that her father hadn't been himself lately. It was something reasonable. I should kill you because you knew about it, Naruto stated calmly. But at this moment, I want to shred Orochimaru into little pieces of snakes with my own hands and feed the snakes to my. The blonde trailed off as he sensed 4 chakra signatures surrounding them. Knowing that they were noticed, the 4 Ni agents flashed into the clearing. You are all to come with us under the order of the God I'm Hokage, Shimura Danzo. The 3 of you are wanted for Tsunade's betrayal and you are needed as Konoha's Jinchuriki. Conniving pieces of shit, it was definitely the first time that the 3 Sand siblings had heard Naruto curse, perhaps that was really a first. He wasn't in a good mood now. The saying that Danzo was Hokage was just dangerous. This wasn't something that Naruto wanted and not something that would make his life easy. A dangerous animal as Danzo would only seek to destroy him and his mother. The cripple would only wish to control him and the power of the Kyuubi. Naruto could not allow for that to happen. He would not stand for it. For now, there was a question, what to do? Should he just disappear from this place and rush off to his mother? If she wasn't in a safe place there wouldn't have been a question about it, she was safe, so he could afford these other thoughts. If he just left, the snakes breathing his air would go after the Sand siblings. At this stage, Naruto couldn't say he cared. He wouldn't be troubled if they died, they no longer served a purpose, especially now that Danzo had become Hokage and Tsunade had betrayed Konoha. Anything that had been worked on with the Sandaime would be torn apart. Well, he was feeling a little high, he could release some stress by tearing through those root shinobi before rushing back to Konoha. His mother would be safe and he could work out on what had to be done. Naruto turned to the Sand siblings with the expression on his face looking indifferent. He spoke in a slightly cold tone. If it is true that Danzo has managed a coup, you will be in trouble. My mother would be saddened if anything happens to you. Escape now, I will smite the vermin, the blonde said as he turned to face the vermin. Gaara nodded. He was sure that these people would not simply allow them to escape from this place without putting up a fight. They were the children of the Kazekage and were valuable political tools. These masked men wanted to get them to Konoha so that they could be used to make Tsunade bow to the demands of Konoha. He would have to creative if he was going to escape from this place. Still, even if they escape today, what would happen if Konoha decides to march towards their home village in order to make them surrender or even take over their village? Gaara would have to fight. He could not abandon Tsunade to say that he wanted to become stronger, and he could not allow his sister or brother to become slaves of Konoha. His beloved sister would be hit the most. He was a wind user, and a female. Konoha didn't have that many great wind users, they would use her to breed wind users. The thought sickened Gaara, but at this stage, he could not do anything. He would have to negotiate with Naruto. From how things appear, the blonde was also facing a wall. If he was going to fight Konoha shinobi even though he was a Konoha shinobi himself, it meant that there was trouble. Those people wanted to use force and Naruto wasn't going with it. It was possible that the blonde had the thought of killing them all. You have my thanks, Naruto, Gaara said humbly. I hope we will talk soon. Tsunade will be forced to surrender as it cannot match Konoha in might, but that isn't a path that will dwell well with me. If this is the kind of people we will be surrendering to, the future looks bleak. I would rather surrender to you. Having said that, Gaara grabbed his siblings and then exploded into a tornado of sand before drilling into the ground. A second later, there was no trace of his presence or for his siblings. Should we go after them? One of the Ni agents asked. One shook his head. No, we know they are heading for Sandaime. We can get them at any time. For now, let us focus on this one. Gaara would be more than willing to surrender Sandaime to him? Naruto liked that idea. It worked as some sort of a reprieve if he could get hold of the sand. His mother has said she liked the village and it could become a home if all else failed. How did Danzo even become Hokage? A few minutes ago, the Sandaime was still in charge, Naruto said in question, looking at no one in particular. Does this mean that the invasion is over? But if it is indeed true that Danzo has become Hokage, then he had planned for this to happen at this time. How did it manage to skip through the Sandaime? Was the old man still alive or dead? At this stage, Naruto didn't know how he would feel about it if the old man was indeed dead. But if he was dead, it meant that Orochimaru was alive. He needed to get rid of that snake in the near future. It still didn't please him that the invasion had been kept a secret from him. These people had withheld the information from because they thought he would run away from the village at the thought of Konoha invasion. They really did consider him a flight risk. Well, that was actually the truth. There is no reason we have to tell you this, one of the agents said tonelessly. Now are we going to do it the easy way or the hard way? Killing you will complicate things, Naruto said calmly. But I want to and I will. There are no witnesses and if questioned, I can simply that you were killed by the Sand siblings. You'll be dead to refute those claims. The blonde dropped in his front, hitting the ground with both his hands and stood like a four-legged animal. The malicious chakra began to pour out, covering his body in crimson glory. As the malice spread through the trees, the root shinobi held firm, not allowing themselves to be intimidated by the powerful chakra. They had gone through simulations on how to handle a Jinchuriki and they were confident, there was no reason to panic. Two chakra tails formed behind Naruto and begun to swing in a dangerous way before the blonde disappeared in a blur. Konoha. Jiraiya frowned as he looked at the unfolding situation around the village. He could understand what was going on. Danzo was making his move. About 100 of nameless masked men belonging to Root had suddenly appeared out of nowhere the moment the Sandaime was confirmed to have been killed. They went on about killing everyone considered an enemy of Konoha, even some of the Suna shinobi who had surrendered. It left a bitter taste in Jiraiya's mouth to see something like that happening. There was no need to kill shinobi who had surrendered, but Danzo had supposedly ordered his men to kill everyone who was an enemy. It was being probably done to weaken the enemies in case the man has something planned up. But why would Danzo be making a move now? Were the Root Onbu all this time they were fighting? If they had been involved from the get-go, things would have ended in a quickie and there would have been fewer casualties. The Sannin really didn't know what to do about now. While the Sannin was standing atop of the academy just beside the Sandaime's corpse, an Onbu dropped beside him. Danzo has mustered a coup and has taken the Hokage's office with the daimyo's approval. Hiashi and Shikaku were present but neither were able to stop it. It occurred while the invasion was in motion. Jiraiya frowned deeply at hearing that. Who do you work for? Sandaime Hokage, the Onbu reported. He knew that Danzo had been planning to turn the village against Naruto by saying that he was working with Tsunade as to try to get revenge over how he was treated. The Sandaime had Naruto help the villagers evacuate to help counter this. If Danzo was able to get the villagers to hate Naruto, he would have had the opportunity to get Naruto into the dark side. He would surely try to brainwash the blonde into working in the shadows to protect Konoha as its weapon. That was the dream after all. Jiraiya would never allow something like that to happen. He doubted he would even get the chance to say no to it though. Naruto would say it for himself. The Onbu continued speaking, in case Danzo becomes Hokage, I was told to inform you that you should try by all means to bring Tsunade back to the village. Naruto may escape Konoha, you're to assist him that way you will keep contact with him if he does escape. If Naruto leaves Konoha, he won't come back, Jiraiya said firmly. It was going to happen and Naruto would be hunted down by Konoha and all of Danzo's allies. There was really nothing keeping the blonde in this village and if his mother was willing to leave with him, it would be all over. Naruto will return to Konoha, for Mikito. He will leave the village with Uchiha Sasuke. Unfortunately, the Sandaime doesn't know what will happen thereafter. The Onbu said. Jiraiya was certain that if he doesn't offer Naruto help on a safe place, he would not be able to know what the blonde would be thinking and doing. Naruto would surely just disappear from the face of this world and pop up in the future years. Perhaps by then it would be too late to change things. He needed to get in the blonde's head now before anything happens. Sasuke would have to return to this village because his clan was still here and he could not abandon his mother just as his mother could not abandon her clan. She would be forced to stay behind. Once Sasuke has become strong enough, he will return for his clan and for Konoha. That was easy to make out, but Naruto's route was a little tricky. Jiraiya looked down at his sensei. With everything happening around and within his head, he really could not grieve. Well, time would come, but really he was sad. His sensei had planned on dying here. But by dying here, he had left quite the mess behind and things could go either way since he didn't have a handle on things. He should have done something about the daimyo when he learned that the Fire Lord was in the village. He had probably come here on Danzo's request. Jiraiya didn't put it past the War Hawk to have manipulated him to get what he wanted. The fact that the cripple had feudal lord's approval meant that he couldn't do much about Danzo's grab at the Hokage mantle. Things have really just become complicated. A lot more troublesome. Danzo has already become Hokage, bringing Tsunade here won't change anything, Jiraiya said with a bitter frown. He didn't even know if the woman would be willing to return to Konoha. He had tried that before, and nothing had worked. What would be the difference now? Danzo's occupation is only temporary, the Anbu stated in a firm tone. The Sandaime knew he was going to die, you should know that as well. Since he didn't know how Danzo would react, he drafted his will and named his successor. If you manage to bring Tsunade back into the village, she will be the rightful Kage. I have his will in my possession and until your former teammate returns, I will keep it that way. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. For someone who had spent the last days scheming and plotting things, it would have been a surprise if the old man hadn't planned for Konoha even after his death. Still, there was a problem. Danzo had already taken the seat, he would not relinquish it that easily. The Anbu disappeared before Jiraiya could say anything. The Sannin knelt down and stared at the content look his sensei had on his face. He must have died having done something to Orochimaru that made him a happy person. He could not figure what, he had been focused on Orochimaru's summons and handling other nuisances. Is it true? Kakashi asked appearing before the Toad Sage. He didn't say anything for a moment as he stared at the Sandaime with a sad look on his face. This was going to be a sad day for Konoha and it was going to be compounded by what he had just heard from some Anbu. Jiraiya didn't respond to the question. He took out a sealing scroll and sealed the Sandaime's body. Preparations for the memorial would have to be started today so that by tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, they hold the funeral. Konoha would surely be sad. The village held some love for the old man and it had really become difficult to speak of the Hokage without speaking about the Sandaime. He had held the position for quite a number of years and despite his old age, he had commanded respect. Konoha had truly lost something. Honestly, Jiraiya was sad. He may have had some troubles with his sensei, but through and through, they had stuck with each other and the old man had always been there. He wasn't perfect, but he did try to be a good person. It was going to be surely sad from now on. No Minato, no Hiruzen. Who did he have left? Naruto didn't really care about him and he couldn't say they really close. He did care for the blonde, that should at least count as something. He would have to reform those bonds with Tsunade or else he would go insane. Yes, Jiraiya finally said in a quiet and slow tone. It is indeed true Kakashi. The man straightened himself and put on a serious look on his face. We have to take more serious measures now or else this village will be turned into something neither of us likes by that man. Kakashi didn't look happy at all. He knew what Danzo was all about. To many he was just an old man who loved Konoha and has been involved in the village's leadership for quite some time, but the Jonin knew the man was a freak in the dark. He could play the part of a good person, many believed it, but he was the devil walking by a cane. Isn't there something we can do? Kakashi was really not willing to serve under the War Hawk. He had known for a long time that the man had wished to be Hokage. He had at one time been given the job to kill the Sandaime by the cripple after all. That really complicated things as he didn't know where he now stood with the current Hokage. He went through proper channels with those important clan heads and the daimyo. It was more like a coup really, Jiraiya said through gritted teeth. No doubt he has his support and if we try that, it will lead to a civil war. The village is still burning with the invasion, taking it through a civil war will only destroy it and it will open a window of opportunity for other villages to attack. Kakashi frowned. So he made this move knowing that rebelling would be unlikely, the Jonin said. What then? Are we going to allow him? For now, Jiraiya said with a nod. Sensei made a plan. I just have to make sure that it works, no matter what. I have to get Tsunade because if I don't get her, Danzo will be permanent. Have you seen Naruto? Jiraiya shook his head. If you want to look for him now, you have to go to his house. Not even Danzo can get through the security there. Before Kakashi could respond, a white masked Anbu flashed before the two. Jiraiya-sama, Hatake Kakashi, you both summoned to the Hokage's office, now, the Anbu said before disappearing. Hokage office. Good, I don't have to use force to get things done, Danzo said as both Kakashi and Jiraiya appeared in the office he now occupied. I understand you two must be going through some things, but Konoha must come first. Don't make yourself too comfortable, Jiraiya said flatly to the cripple. He wasn't going to reveal anything. It would set the man to work out a way to counter the third's plan. What do you want from us? There are things that have to be dealt with. Really, the villagers had yet to be taken out of the evacuation chambers. The invasion might be over, and battles may have already stopped, but there were things that needed to be handled. Calm had to be restored, and no doubt the news about the Sandaime's death was surely making rounds around the village, and soon enough, the mood around would be a bit gloomy. The Sannin wasn't really going to be taking orders from Danzo. He would do as he pleases, and Danzo could not force him to do anything. He was still a Sannin and would not bow simply because of threats from the man. Besides, this was only for a short while. He would get Tsunade back, even if he had to use force. There was no other way to handle things at the moment. Don't concern yourself about things outside, Danzo stated calmly. My men are already ushering the villagers towards this tower. They will be gathered here along with everyone so that I can make an announcement and tell them of Hiruzen's death. Hyashi, Shikaku and Koharu will offer words of comfort, and I will strengthen the villagers' will. Jiraiya, you are to leave this village now and fetch Tsunade. She has enjoyed her time enough. She is needed back in the village, and Kakashi, you will no longer lead Team 7 but will be drafted back to Anbu. Your duties will begin in an hour. You're to take up a squad and head out to the outskirts of the village and be on the lookout for 3 nights. You will return thereafter. The man seemed to have things planned out. You wouldn't say he had taken the office not more than an hour ago, but yet he had all the plans. Well, he had been planning on becoming Hokage for about a lifetime now. One couldn't fault him for being a little excited. I will leave after the Sandaime's funeral, Jiraiya said calmly. He wasn't going to leave Konoha just like that. He was sure Danzo just wanted him out so that he could wave his hand without him interrupting his plans. He wasn't about to allow the man to do whatever he pleases. He wanted him and Kakashi out because they held some influence within the shinobi population, and without them, the man could have a smooth sailing. On the bright side of things, Danzo didn't know that bringing back Tsunade would be his downfall. He could smile knowing that, but that would have to wait for now. He needed to make sure that Danzo does not make himself comfortable in Tsunade's seat. Are you refusing an order from your Hokage, Jiraiya? Danzo questioned with narrowed eyes. He hadn't expected it to be so easy. Controlling Jiraiya was out of the question even. The man wasn't a child, and the only reason he was still standing here was because of his loyalty to Konoha. Yes, I am, Jiraiya responded calmly. I figured you'd say something like that, the Warhawk said. It's fine, but as you wait to get things done with Hiruzen's funeral, my men will be searching for Tsunade. I know where she is and know that they will be using any means necessary to get her back to the village. I don't need her legs, but her hands and mind. Jiraiya snorted at the thinly veiled threat. Try that and it is your men who will be returning without their legs, well, that is if they do manage to escape with their lives intact. Despite everything, Tsunade is still a Sannin, the Toad Sage said, not worried the least for his former teammate. She could handle herself. Really, there was no need to worry about her. I have not forgotten, Danzo said emotionlessly. Kakashi, get ready to leave in an hour. If you choose not to follow my instructions, you will be charged with insubordination. He didn't need pieces that wouldn't work for him. He would rather the Jonin die than be working against him. Kakashi swallowed slightly and nodded like an obedient soldier. He didn't have any doubt that the man just wanted him out of the village, but there was really nothing he could do about it. Hi, the Jonin said before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Danzo looked at Jiraiya, who was staring at him calculatedly. Is there anything you want, Jiraiya? The Warhawk asked quietly. There is a lot that I must fix. Sarutobi left quite the mess and I must deal with it all. If you don't mind, get to your point so that I can do my work. It hadn't been even hours and the Warhawk was already planning on replacing everything that his sensei had done over the years. Danzo was going to undo all the work the third had done. It sickened Jiraiya at how things were moving. This was still a sensitive time. When were they going to grieve with this man looking over their shoulders and starting to screw up everything? He needed to get Tsunade quickly or things Danzo would ruin everything. What do you plan on doing with Naruto? The Toad Sage questioned in a serious tone. Danzo didn't bother responding to the question, It was a stupid question and Jiraiya should have the answer. It wasn't even hard to guess how the Sannin would react to it, but he was the Hokage of Konoha and he would do what he wanted. If Jiraiya was going to try to stand in the way, he would have to be removed. The War Hawk had plans to make sure that happened if things got difficult. He could tolerate Jiraiya because he didn't underestimate the man's power and he knew how useful he was and would be for Konoha, if things go in the right way anyway. If not, the sage would be a problem that would need to be solved. Do you even need to ask that question, Jiraiya? The War Hawk questioned, staring straight at the Sannin. He wasn't going to hide his motives now, not when he had become Hokage. There was nothing that Jiraiya could do. He had Konoha's might in his hands. It was only a few who shared the same opinion about him as Jiraiya and Kakashi, and that worked well for him as he wouldn't face much opposition from the shinobi forces. Naruto is a shinobi of this village and will be utilized for this village's safety and prosperity in mind, Danzo added in a flat tone. It doesn't matter what anyone thinks. I will admit things have to be handled with care as Naruto is a flight risk. Not even you can deny that. The cripple paused for a moment. I am giving you this task of bringing Naruto to me so that I can talk to him, with you present of course. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. He could not understand what Danzo was trying to play at, but it was obvious that Naruto would not agree to anything the man would suggest. Even he could not sway the blonde on thinking otherwise. Danzo would try to use force to get Naruto to do his will, but that would not succeed. Would Danzo try to take Naruto by force in his presence? If that happened, he would be forced to intervene, but Danzo could point that as a betrayal and would try to get him in the bad side of the hidden leaf. Jiraiya didn't want to be a menace to Konoha, but he would not pick Danzo's Konoha over Naruto. If he did that, he would no longer be Jiraiya the Toad Sage. When do you want him? In an hour, Danzo said. I have a few things to do before that. There is quite a mess in this village and calm needs to be restored. I must also deal with Sunagakure for its betrayal. Isn't that something that the council should decide? It wasn't visible, but Jiraiya was sure Danzo had shrugged carelessly. There is no council. I am the Hokage and I will decide the best way forward for this village as its leader. The council will be called when needed, but it will not help me to run this village. I have my vision and they do not share it, neither do you. Jiraiya did not say a word, he merely vanished from the office. Once Jiraiya was out of the office, Danzo snapped his fingers and two white masked nins appeared out of nowhere. Go fetch Baki, he ordered one of them before turning his attention to the other one. Have you found any success in trying to bridge the barrier around Minato's house? The root shinobi shook his head slowly. No, Danzo-sama, he said. But Naruto isn't anywhere in the village, so it is safe to say that he is inside that house. Trying to use force to destroy the barrier would likely cause panic around the village, so at this point, we have no way forward. Danzo nodded, not the least surprised, but feeling some resentment towards Minato for being able to get one over him even when dead. That is fine. Perhaps we should have destroyed it while the invasion was still occurring. In any case, I have assigned Jiraiya to bring him here. With Jiraiya, he won't refuse to come. A couple of minutes later, Shikaku let loose of a long breath as he weighed things calmly. It was a different turn that was troubling, but there had to be a way around things. Danzo could not be allowed to take that position permanently. This village would become hell if things were allowed to continue as they were. He desired for a peaceful tomorrow, and what Danzo would bring would be nothing but chaos and pain. Jiraiya-sama, Shikaku said as the man appeared before him. He hadn't even looked back to see the man but had sensed him. Perhaps this was one of those moments when a shinobi's senses awoke fully in order to deal with the mess around. I figured you'd make an appearance before me. Not unexpected. This was the Nara head after all. Sensei made a plan. But it might take some time to materialize. You're in a strong position as a Jonin commander and know Danzo well enough. Can you make sure that Danzo doesn't do anything drastic while I go out to try to enact the third's plan? The Nara head appeared to think deep for a few moments before responding. Tsunade, he said quietly. Did the third name her as his successor? If so, things will work out perfectly then. Danzo's allowance to become Hokage was to stand if the Sandaime didn't name a successor. That was agreed by the others. It is going to be troublesome, but I will do my best. I know that we cannot have a safe future with our lives in Danzo's hands. The man paused for a moment. I suggest you leave soon. We can mourn the Sandaime later. This isn't a time we can let our guard down or Danzo will strike us down. Jiraiya frowned. He hadn't planned on doing something like that, but this was the best option for Konoha, not for him. Naruto's house. Itachi had never seen Naruto look slightly pissed off and panicked before. He wasn't mad at the moment, but he sure as hell wasn't happy and he really did look worried. Perhaps what was happening around the village worried him. Even he was worried. I thought I would be a little sad knowing that the Sandaime is dead, but at the moment I don't feel anything. It is strange. Perhaps it is the range of emotions flowing inside of my head, Naruto said to Itachi. Sasuke looked surprised that Naruto could say that he was feeling some mixed emotions. Perhaps his mother was right, Naruto was a person, he does have emotions. Still, given the look on his face and body language, you'd never guess he was going through some troubling thoughts. The blonde rarely looked troubled by anything. The younger Uchiha decided against commenting. He was sure if he said something stupid, Naruto would kick him out of the room and Itachi would not object. To stay in the conversation and know what is being planned and said, he would need to keep his mouth shut and just listen. What did you hear outside? It had to be something big that was making the blonde worried. Itachi could tell that Naruto was worried about something even though his expression didn't show much of it. Danzo has become Hokage, Naruto said, suddenly sounding calm. The first thought was dragging my mother and leave this village. But that man will chase after us. I cannot afford to have my mother living on the run with me. Besides, it would be a little sad if I were to leave your mother in this village ruled by that thing. Mikito smiled as she walked into the small room. I feel so happy that you care that much about me, the Uchiha said. I know you want to talk a few things out, but Jiraiya is in the kitchen with your mother and he says Danzo wants to see you. Naruto looked massively displeased. Itachi, we will most likely do a massacre later on. The blonde said as he walked away from the room. Mikito frowned hearing those words from Naruto. She knew what he meant by that. She understood that Danzo was going to try to force Naruto to become a weapon and Kushina would not want that. Naruto wouldn't even want to stay in this village ruled by Danzo. For Naruto to stay, Danzo had to disappear and the only that was going to happen was through killing him. Mikito stared at her son for a long minute after Naruto had disappeared. He was going to see Danzo and from what he had just said and knowing the War Hawk, the blonde would not be in a happy mood when he does return. He was going to possibly look for Danzo's head and he would do it even if Itachi doesn't help it. If his power alone was not enough, the Kyuubi would breathe again. The Uchiha knew Naruto well enough to know that he did not joke when it came to his mother. He was also certainly in a good mood following Tsunade's betrayal. Perhaps what made things a little better was that even he was being rational enough to understand the situation. Raza had not betrayed his or his mother's trust. The fact that Orochimaru killed him was proof enough. If he had indeed betrayed them, he would have lived to fight during the invasion. Danzo being Hokage isn't the most desirable thing, Mikito said with a slight frown. His presence changes everything. We cannot live as we want with him in that office and really, despite everything, I fear for Konoha's future with him leading it. Not in the sense that he will actually allow the village to be toppled, Itachi said in response to his mother's worries. Mikito nodded in agreement. Danzo will always have a dark streak about him. I am sure that he will not waste the time to attack any village he deems to be a threat to his Konoha. If it means fighting the entire elemental nations, he will bring Konoha to war to achieve his goals. Mikito didn't want that. It would just bring the village to fight endless battles. There would be a lot of blood being shed and she did not want to see that. The Uchiha wanted to enjoy her life. If things came to blow, no life was guaranteed. She could not say she would live to see Naruto become a man. It would be a massive disappointment if that does happen. She was riding all her hopes in that happening. Naruto had to develop, for her and not for anyone. She would claim him as hers and nothing would stop it. Well, as long as she was alive to make that happen. Focusing on Itachi once more, Mikito nodded. It isn't something that I saw happening. I don't think you did too, she said, taking her eyes towards little Sasuke. The young black-haired was staring between the two adults, listening attentively. She smiled. Naruto was training him well. A little while ago, he would have been asking too many questions and exploding over things he didn't even understand. His tomorrow will not be a happy one with Danzo in charge. More than anything, Itachi, I want to protect him. I want him to enjoy a good life he never got to enjoy. Konoha will be divided and it will be forced to experience dark memories that may never be erased in our history, Mikito added in a quiet tone. Nothing was going to be safe. It was just wrong to allow a person like Danzo to rule Konoha. He was going to openly do his dark activities now as there would be no one to stop him and he will no doubt plan to control other nations. He could not allow that to happen. Such an action would not lead to peace, but to just more resentment towards Konoha. What do you suggest, mother? Itachi asked. Leaving Konoha was out of their question. The clan was here. This village was their clan's home. When Naruto returns from the meeting with Danzo, he will be talking about killing the man, Mikito said. For him, Living in this village will be impossible with Danzo at the helm. It is either he leaves or he gets rid of the thing that makes things difficult for him. Sasuke found the appropriate moment to respond since coming into the small room. The best option will be to get rid of the Hokage. I have seen how he behaves. Naruto doesn't keep anything around him that is a nuisance or doesn't help him in anything. If something is useless, he discards it without a second thought. He was willing to discard Ino because she had become useless. She was his childhood friend. From what I hear, the Hokage is a massive threat, and the only way Naruto deal with that is through taking his sword out. Itachi looked at his younger brother for a moment before responding. You have gotten a good grasp of how Naruto behaves. Sasuke shrugged. He isn't that hard to figure out. He is somewhat simple, but that doesn't mean he is easy to deal with, the younger Uchiha said a bit carelessly. As simple as he can be, understanding him is a different matter altogether. Not everyone can understand him, and only those who can understand him will be able to live in the same wavelength as him, the eldest of Mikito's children said in a calm tone. Nevertheless, I am happy that you're able to understand bits about his character. You have a long journey with him, and if possible, I don't want anything separating you from him. Sasuke stared at his brother for a long minute. In just a couple of conversations with the man, Sasuke had come to realize that Itachi was never going to speak ill about Naruto. If anything, the Uchiha seems to have nothing but praises for the blonde. It made him curious. Why was it like that? Naruto did not win any personality awards. He wasn't that much of a great person in Sasuke's eyes. What do you rate him so highly? Perhaps it is because that I have known him for a long time, Itachi said. Despite everything, Naruto is a good person, and he knows more than anyone what a good person should do. I believe that if it wasn't because of his unfortunate situation, he would have turned into a great person who would be loved all over as his father was loved. He hates evil, and yet he himself has no problem in committing evil, and he won't even stop evil even though he dislikes it, as long as it doesn't influence his life. Contradictions, yes, but no one is perfect in this world. Naruto may have many flaws as a person, but if he was to rule this world, he would make this world the ideal world for peace lovers. Sasuke tilted his head to the side. He did not fully understand what his brother was really trying to say, but he got the wind of it. Hokage office. It was almost amusing to see looking so contemplative as he stared at Naruto. The blonde before him was just a brat, but it was apparent that the war hawk was thinking hard to get things done. Perhaps he knew that Naruto could just disappear from this place within a second, and given what he carried, any village would be open to welcoming him. Kumo would even give him the VIP treatment. The blonde had the QB in him and could also use the Thunder God technique. If that didn't make him a valuable asset, then Jiraiya didn't know what would. For Naruto it wasn't just the power but the mind as well. The blonde was sharp. The Sandaime worked overtime just to make sure that he stayed on top. His sensei had admitted that if Naruto had been a little older and much more experienced, their games would have played out differently. Still, how was Naruto going to play this? The blonde was very careful, and he made calculated moves rather than reckless movements. There was always a plan, just like with his sensei. Well, the old man had been called the professor. It wasn't for nothing. You failed in your pursuit of the Sand siblings, Danzo said, his first words since Naruto appeared in the office with Jiraiya. Given your personality, I'd banked on that you'd kill all three of them for the betrayal. Naruto stared for a few moments. He really didn't want to be here. There were so many things that he needed to do. His tomorrow was in a sinking boat at the moment, or at least that is how it looked with Danzo sitting behind that desk. It would not be for long, but the present spelled that outcome, and it left a sour taste in his mouth. The fact that Danzo was wearing the mask of the Hokage didn't mean that he was going to change his approach towards Warhawk. Nothing had changed. He still didn't like him and would not be bowing now, and not ever. That is your interpretation on the matter, Naruto responded indifferently. I did not fail. To say I have failed would be making the assumption that I was given a mission to kill them. If that's so, then you can say so. Nevertheless, what of it, what if I have? Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly. There was nothing in the child's tone or expression that he could read. The blonde's emotions were locked away. How should he handle things then? Naruto had one weakness, and that was his mother. If he needed to get the blonde under control, he needed to get him through his mother. It didn't require any complex schemes that would require extensive work and maintenance. There is nothing of it, Danzo said with a slight shrug. But it is good that they are still alive. This way, I can use them to get hold of Suna. I do not wish to completely destroy it. Speaking of which, your planned marriage will still go ahead. I have spoken to Baki, and Tamari will soon be living with you as your wife. It didn't matter if he was talking to just a kid. He had what he had in mind and would go through it. Of course Suna didn't have to agree to it. They would be forced. It was either they agreed to it, or he would just do it by force as well as punish them for it. Talking was much simpler for both sides and he was going to run away with it. Jiraiya thought of furiously interjecting but he held himself well. Danzo wasn't going to be Hokage forever. Once he got Tsunade, he would remove the man from his seat. And besides, this was Naruto the man was talking to. The blonde would have a measured response, not a childish outburst. Nothing new, Naruto said with a shrug. Of course with Suna's betrayal, things could never be the same. He might not have killed them, but things would never return to the way they were. Perhaps over time he would get around the idea, but Kankuro had known and he would never be forgiven. Never. The Sandaime had also known about the invasion but kept it away from him on purpose. Naruto didn't want to think much about that because it would make him think some nasty things about the old man. For now, it was best to just leave the dead. Yes, Danzo said with a nod. You will not run from Konoha. If you do, I will hunt you down until I find you. And you must remember that you can't always be everywhere at any time. You're just human, you're not omnipresent. There are things that will happen and you'll never be able to stop them. To avoid that, you will do as you're told. Danzo had just threatened his mother without uttering the specific words. A stupid person would not notice the threat, but Naruto had played the game for far too long along with the Sandaime Hokage to miss a glaring threat like that, and one that was directed towards his mother. Naruto did not forgive anyone who threatened his beloved mother. You could curse him and spit on him, but no one threatened his mother. It was unforgivable, blasphemy. A little while ago, Naruto would have exploded, but he held himself well, although his jaws clenched. His eyes also sharpened a bit. He was a different person altogether when he responded. I see, Naruto said as if he was thinking hard. What else? I will take over your training from tomorrow. You don't use the Kyuubi's power in the way that I wish. We have to change that. You will become Konoha's weapon. After I am done with you, you will be able to protect everything that you value and hold dear, Danzo said firmly. Naruto did something he rarely does, he snorted disdainfully. Go home and work on your playbook, Danzo. Do you think I'm stupid? You just said that I could not protect everything because I was human, and now you say that once you are done with me I will be able to protect everything. The Sandaime never made such contradictions that made him look foolish. If that wasn't enough, Naruto shook his head in disappointment. Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh at this. It was damn amusing. No one really spoke like Danzo like this. Even he had never been in a position to give a response like that. Naruto was something else. Perhaps he was used to just playing the game with the third. The old man could have been called weak, and lacking in terms of courage, but when it came to using his mind to get things done, he had a way. Jiraiya could say that his sensei had been much shrewder than Danzo. It was almost like the brat was exposing the man for being a fraud. I will let that slide today, Danzo said after a few moments of silence and reflection. But I will not allow you to talk to me like that again. I am the Hokage, and you will speak to me as such. You will not disrespect me. Or what? I'm at a position where I understand that I am very much valuable. I have no qualms in doing your kind of missions, and I have the Hiraishin as well as the Kyuubi in my disposal. Lose me, you lose both. Maybe you can say that you will get the Kyuubi, but I'd find that amusing. If I die, the Bijou goes on a rampage. Who will stop it? Do you know a seal strong enough to hold a Bijou as powerful as the Kyuubi? Something happens to my mother in this village will become hell to everyone who lives within it. I am not saying I hold all the cards, but I am not expandable. Correct me if I am wrong. Danzo narrowed his eyes dangerously. The blonde was close and not completely wrong, and that bothered him. He wasn't happy about how things were going in the moment. The blonde was disregarding the fact that he was the Hokage and could make his life a living hell if he wanted to. He didn't expect the blonde to be this uncontrollable. How was Sarutobi able to keep him on a tight leash? At this moment, he had no hold and the blonde could disappear at any moment. It was seriously a problem that he could not let slip through. He had to solve this or he would never get what he wants with the blonde. This meant that he would have to discover the former Kage's secrets quickly. Danzo refrained from making any more threats. It was best that he did not. He could allow the blonde to go home and gloat about this one. He needed to retreat and think things over in order to get the winning formula. Threats were not working. He needed something that would get him to work with the blonde, and he would find it. Nothing is ever so sure in this world. I would rather get rid of a powerful tool than keep it close to me when I cannot control it, Danzo said. That just meant that the man was a control freak. He liked being in charge of everything. This was a clear difference between him and the Sandaime Hokage. The old man had known that he could not control every situation. Still, he always worked around the situation to make sure he got there. The third was the type who saw that a mountain was too steep for him to climb and got out to search for the muscles to carry him up all the way to the top. The third could dine with his enemies and still flash an honest smile. Danzo could not. He only had one mask, and that was an emotionless look. Hiruzen had been a master of all masks. He could play the gentle old man who had lived for far too long and seen too much, and sometimes a cruel, cunning ingenious. That wasn't to say that he was perfect. He wasn't. In any case, you're dismissed. Report to me tomorrow afternoon so that I can brief you on what we will be going through. I need you to grow up into the perfect weapon for my Konoha to reign supreme, Danzo stated without any fear. Finally, Jiraiya had something to say about that. What is that supposed to mean? The Sannin demanded. Danzo was already planning something sinister. Maybe even invasions on other villages so that Konoha can control them, and the removal of everything that he sees as a threat. Don't concern yourself with it. Hiruzen's memorial will be made tomorrow. It is best we do this quickly and move over his era to begin mine, Danzo said with a slight wave of his right hand. He didn't say anything but looked down at the paperwork already filling up his desk. There was a lot of work to be done. He would have to pull a late one. Not here obviously, but inside safe house. Jiraiya did not say anything in response. He knew the man wasn't going to tell him anything. The Toad Sage walked up to Naruto and placed his right hand on the blonde's shoulder before they disappeared from the office. The two appeared in atop of the Hokage monument. While that was amusing to watch, are you sure it was a wise decision to antagonize Danzo? Jiraiya asked in a serious tone. One must never underestimate Danzo, and even if Naruto did appear to be all over the war hawk, the man could not be taken any less serious. The man was still shrewd. The fact that he was sitting in that office as the Hokage was proof enough. In response to Jiraiya's question, Naruto shrugged off nonchalantly. I could not see myself speaking to that fake cripple as if he was a respectable man. Besides, he will not last in that position. Curious, Jiraiya took the bait. What do you mean by that? The Sandaime must have known that he was going to die. Orochimaru was the one student he loved the most and was his greatest regret. No matter what he did, the snake was always something that turned his head upside down. He has always known that Danzo wanted his seat, and should have known that the man would attempt to take the office in the wake of his death. Well, he didn't attempt it, he did it. Naruto did know the old man well enough. Well, it was to be expected. The Sandaime Hokage had known Naruto more than anyone. It was the old man knew the blonde more than his mother did. He left a will, naming his successor. During the meeting with clan heads, Danzo said that he would occupy the position of Hokage until Sensei names his successor, as it was his right to do so. I'm guessing he said that because he knew that Sensei would not live through the invasion. But did not see this one coming. I will leave the village tonight. I am going to try to find Tsunade. I won't take long. I will make sure that I return within a week. If I wait any longer, Danzo will just make it much more difficult for Tsunade to take over, and the more the days go by, the more settled he becomes. Naruto looked down at the village he didn't care about. That was a long route and he did not have the patience for it. It would take time and there were no certainties on it. The Sandaime's memorial is tomorrow. I would advise that you attend. Danzo has already made himself comfortable. If there is damage, he has already done it. But you can do as you like. Are you worried about me? Don't fool yourself, Naruto said indifferently. Ouch, Jiraiya said, holding his chest in a comical show of pain. Naruto's house. When Naruto stepped in front of Itachi, he already had his mind made up about what he was going to do about Danzo. The man could not be allowed to live longer than he was living. Naruto would not even give the man the time to spend more a night as a Hokage. It was enough that he had achieved his dream, he could not be allowed to enjoy it. If he allowed for another day for the man to be acting as Hokage, he would only be creating a prison for himself. Danzo would surely come up with a way to get his hooks all over his life. Before something like that happens, it was best to just get rid of the man. Itachi, Danzo will not see tomorrow. I cannot allow it. He has made threats that have displeased me. Your ideal Konoha cannot come to pass with that man acting as Hokage. The blonde stated in a firm tone. Midnight, I will be sharpening my blades, and after which, I will go out prepared to let four tails out to cause a massacre. Itachi wasn't surprised. He had expected it to happen, and his mother had said Naruto would return ready to kill Danzo. Why now? It hasn't been a day since he became Hokage. Exactly that, Itachi. At this point, Danzo will not allow Anbu to get close to him. His knee will remain close and he will always use his hidden facilities to conduct private business. If he dies tonight, no one will complain. This is the best possible chance to get rid of him. Itachi stared at Naruto for a long minute for responding. It's ironic that Danzo ordered me to massacre my clan for the sake of Konoha and now I have to do it to him and the rest of his troops. This will be last mission. I'm afraid that I cannot even go back to the Akatsuki if I do this, the Uchiha said stoically. Midnight. Naruto looked at Sasuke with a blank expression on his face. The young Uchiha was standing in front of him and Itachi, staring at both of them with an equally blank look. How he was able to hold his look with both of them staring at him was something that was noteworthy but not praiseworthy. What are you doing, Sasuke? I didn't think you were the kind of question the obvious, Sasuke responded in a flat tone. Naruto blinked. He wasn't amused, but not angry either. This was Sasuke and what he had said made sense. He did not question the obvious. The right question to ask Sasuke should have been if the black-haired thought he was going to be allowed to go with them to fight Danzo. The thought hadn't even come to his mind, but now that he was facing it, it was something that he had to consider. You're not coming along with us, Sasuke. It is going to be dangerous, Itachi said to his younger brother in a firm tone. He could not allow his younger brother to experience something like this, and there were going to be dangers that would threaten his life. Sasuke glared at his older brother fiercely. You and Naruto are always leaving me behind when you do important things. I am tired of being treated like a child. I want to be involved. The young Uchiha complained as loudly and firmly as he could. But you have yet to grow. It is this kind of attitude that makes you childish, Naruto pressed. If you want to be treated better, start behaving. You're making fuss right now. Your voice is too loud, people will hear us and silence will be eliminated. Sasuke merely glared back at Naruto but the blonde shrugged it off. In any case, I think it will be good for you if you tag along. It will be dangerous and you will come close to death. Perhaps even suffer some life-threatening wounds, or even lose a hand, but it can be attached and you will back to fight as good as new, right? Naruto just painted a rather grim picture that Sasuke was willing to consider. Hate us if you like, but the truth is that you're not ready for this. You don't know what we are dealing with. Going with you will mean that you will become a burden, and I'm sure you know what happens when you become a burden to your teammates, Itachi said calmly. I'm sorry Sasuke, but I cannot risk it. I understand what you're saying, but I still cannot allow you to come with. Your mother would not forgive me. Chapter 18 Root Bases. The place was brought to a standstill when a murder of cawing crows appeared in the dark corridors out of nowhere. The crows were suddenly surrounded by root onbu. It had occurred within seconds of appearing. Talk about effectiveness. It was silence until Danzo's footsteps echoed around, with his cane tapping the floor as he walked. He stopped a good distance away when he looked at both Naruto and Itachi. I wasn't really expecting this, the Warhawk stated. But it hardly matters. I can tie a loose end and then make you my soldier. It is foolish of you to come here thinking you can get away alive. Itachi, I did not think that you were this naive. There was a hint of disgust in Danzo's tone. Naruto looked around, watching the root onbu. He ignored Danzo as he spoke to the Uchiha beside him. They are effective all right. Nice little dogs. I want to keep some of them. Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly. That wasn't part of the plan. Why? With Danzo dead, they will be lost. It will be easy to make them work. Besides, I need some weapons of my own to look around this world. It may be fine here in Konoha, but as the invasion has shown, some people are busy plotting outside. I must know before it is too late. And this people? Well, some of them will help me with that. Getting rid of them would be a waste, Itachi said. Is everything set? Naruto nodded. The barrier has been erected. I don't have to worry about anyone noticing anything. We can freely go wild. The moment the words left Naruto's mouth, the blonde dropped down the ground on both his hands. The malicious chakra that resided inside of him started to pour out. It quickly surrounded his body, forming two tails behind him. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan came to life. We cannot afford to spend too much time here, and we need to know what Danzo has been planning. The Uchiha stated calmly. You can start with them, I will take care of Danzo. It should take a couple of seconds to deal with him. I need to be delicate to take Shisui's eye. He looked to the man who dared stare at his Mangekyo. Tsukiyomi. The following morning. It was early morning and yet the hidden leaf was woken up by a heavy storm that shook the entire village. It was more of a shock that had the villagers muttering in quietness as they recollected the memories they had of the day they heard of the Uchiha incident. Another massacre had occurred and this one was bloody. An entire root organization had been slaughtered as well its leader. It was a mystery. At least with the Uchiha incident, they knew who had caused it, but this one was a mystery and it brought about fear within the streets of the Hidden Leaf. Who was it that had done it? Was it someone in their midst? Was it Itachi again? If it wasn't the Uchiha, who could done it? It was better to believe what was tangible than the unknown. For that thought, some villagers believed that perhaps it had been Orochimaru or Itachi. Who knew? It could be between those two. The former had recently invaded their village and killed their Sandaime Hokage. It wouldn't have been above him to do something like this. Everyone had their thoughts, but what was certain was that the village was in fear. It had happened overnight and no one saw or heard anything. Someone or some people had just walked in and killed more than 100 of trained killers without anyone noticing, not even the Anbu who were supposed to know. It was a terrifying thought that made things troublesome. As Shikaku would say. Jiraiya looked at the village from the Hokage monument. Yes, it was still early morning, but the village streets were already filled with people. What was worrying was that the village was silent, not completely, but there was a sense of dread within the atmosphere. The Sannin acknowledged that something had to be done in order to restore calm in the village. If things stayed like this, the other villages would surely attempt to try to take advantage of the confusion. It was a mess that he didn't think he would wake up to see. If he hadn't taken Naruto's advice, he wouldn't have been seeing this now. Then again, it was best that he was here. It was in a moment like this when his presence was needed. Still, it was just a day ago that Danzo had been hovering over the village like a black cloud. He had thought the village's future was at risk with the man acting as Hokage, but it had come to a bitter end. It was somewhat of a bitter pill. The man had coveted the position of Hokage all his life, and when he had it, his life was taken away. He had not enjoyed it. It was taken away from him in brutal fashion. Despite the situation, Jiraiya thought the man deserved it. Nevertheless, it did not change the situation that was facing this village. More than ever, this village needed someone strong to stand in its leadership shoes. It needed someone with a reputation. Tsunade was what the village needed, and he would get her back. No matter what. Her village needed her now, and she could not run away from it. She could hate him, but this was not a matter he could allow to go on unattended lest the leaf falls. Jiraiya narrowed his slightly after the Anbu who had come to him yesterday appeared on his right-hand side. Did Sensei predict this one as well? It was one of the possibilities, but less likely, so he didn't consider it would happen, hence I said Naruto would leave the village yesterday. With Danzo still here, there is no reason for Naruto leave, the Anbu said calmly. I don't think anybody expected him to be dead just hours after taking the seat. But it has happened and it must be dealt with. With him gone, I have no reason to keep what the Sandaime gave me. I trust that you will carry out his wishes. You sound as if you are leaving this village, Jiraiya said curiously. I am, the Anbu said with a small nod. I will claim the actions done to Danzo and his route. If the village stays like this, people will panic. It is best they believe that someone actually did it than to let them continue making guesses, the man said. You must know who did it then, Jiraiya said in firm tone. Why though? It is a sacrifice I am willing to make for the sake of the Hidden Leaf. Every now and then, someone has to make a sacrifice, the Anbu responded. I know Naruto was there in the root bases. I sense the residual chakra of the Kyuubi, but he could not have done it alone. Naruto is strong, but not that powerful. Just because you sense the Kyuubi's chakra doesn't mean that it was actually Naruto who was there. What you don't know is that there is another person who contains the Bijuu's chakra, the Anbu said, drawing many questions from the Sannin. By the end of the day, this village will know my mask and that I exist. The Anbu vanished without another word after speaking. In the end, the man didn't say anything and Jiraiya still had questions. He would have to dig deep to find them. Aside from the Kyuubi's chakra, there was no trace of Naruto's presence. It was disturbing that there was another person with the Bijuu's chakra. The Sannin could believe that. That man had no reason to lie, and it wasn't like he was going to do anything to Naruto if indeed he was involved. Someone had actually done the leaf a favor. If he could get Tsunade to return quickly, then there won't be any troubles when she does return. If she had returned when Danzo was still kicking, there was a possibility that the man would have refused and a civil war might have taken place. It was within the scope of possibilities and Jiraiya had considered it. With things like this, there would be no one to oppose Tsunade and the clan heads would give her the support. If she was able to apply her mind, there was no doubt that the Slug Princess could pull it off. She had been taught by the professor after all. How was he going to get her to return though? Jiraiya shook his head. He would think of that after the Sandaime's memorial. What even made the day a bit better was that Danzo hadn't announced his position as Hokage. Very few would be disappointed. Senju compound. You must have had a rather rough night out, Mikito said, bandaging Naruto's upper body. The blonde was in discomfort. He didn't have any wound on him to say he had been injured. The woman assumed the Kyuubi had closed those flesh wounds, but the pain was still there. By now, Itachi was long gone, not even a trace of his presence left behind. It was better that way because once it became known of what had happened, it would be really difficult for him to leave the village. The whole thing was still dancing within her head. She could not decide if the thought had been morally right, but in the present situation, it had been the right thing to do. To save Konoha and themselves, they had to shed blood. That was the world that they were living in. It was sad that to avoid evil, they had to become the lesser evil. There was no doubt that Danzo would have driven this village to war within months and many people would have been killed. To avoid that, they removed him from this world. But what if another person rises to cause another war? Mikito shook her head. She didn't need to have those kind of thoughts. When had she become that kind of a person anyway? She wasn't Itachi. The thoughts had been just her family, her clan and her village. World peace was the thought of idealists. Those robots were trained killers. I have to admit, they had been trained well. It was a lot difficult than what I had in mind. They made a real fight out of it, Naruto said with a wince. He had received his fair share of hits and cuts. It hadn't been a clean sweep, but they got through. Once the master was dead, it became a lot easier to handle. You faced Orochimaru, a Sannin and left the battle with no wounds, but when you fight Rudanbu you have troubles, Mikito said calmly. I had the element of surprise with Orochimaru and with the Rudanbu, I did not have. Well, the job is done anyway, the blonde said. Mikito nodded, and you're still alive. I am very happy that you are alive, Naruto. Of course I hadn't doubted your strength, but I am happy that you are okay. The Uchiha placed a delightful smile on her lips as she spoke. Naruto stared at the smile for a few seconds. It wasn't the first time he was seeing the smile. The thing that made him curious was that the woman seemed to have a different kind of smile when she looked at a few selected people. This was one that seemed to be reserved just for him. The blonde shook his head. Maybe he was having one of those days. I had no other choice but to return. If I had died in that battlefield, my mother would have had trouble of having to live as being known as the mother of the shinobi who did this to the Hokage of the Leaf, the blonde said in a firm tone. At least now, things look good again. Mikito nodded. Yes, she said. You can start hoping again. We can hope for better things. I don't think they will allow just anyone to take the position after the Danzo case. Laws have to be changed about how a cage is selected as well. The Uchiha paused for a moment before changing the subject. What are you going to do now? I'm going home to my mother and smile while I make her breakfast. I feel as if I am free. I have never felt so weightless in my entire life. There is no Sandaime, no Danzo, no one to make me worry. The village now has a better outlook of me since the invasion, all thanks to the third scheming, Naruto said with a very tiny smile. You can almost say that I'm quite happy. Mikito laughed. His tone and his words just did not rhyme. Although there was a tiny smile on his face, his tone wasn't smiling, it was actually blank. I'm glad that you have found happiness. I wish you'd express it more. Do you want me to show you how to express happiness, dear? I'm in the room with you, Sasuke said with a nasty look on his face. Why are you acting like that with him? Because he is a delight to your mother, Sasu-chan, Mikito said with a smile. She had really forgotten that Sasuke was in the room with them. She blamed Naruto for making her forget that her precious son was in the room. She was certain that the blonde hadn't forgotten but was actually just ignoring him. Sasuke scoffed in response. Mikito merely shook her head before turning her attention towards Naruto once again. I meant, what are the plans from now on? Itachi says he won't be returning to the Akatsuki. I am sure there is something planned. Naruto shook his body for a moment just to feel the pain once more. There was a lot that he could do now. He could just relax and enjoy his delightful life with his mother now that things were calm within this rotten village. But that would be naive of him. He could not stand and think that things were going to be all right from now on. This was the shinobi world, anything could happen without any notice. An invasion had occurred in this village and he had not thought it would happen. Even though Tsunade had been tricked by Orochimaru after he killed its cage, the relationship between the village and Konoha was at odds, and how it went from now depended on how the coming Hokage would treat the matter. He could not relax. Not in this world. He needed to plan ahead. First he would see who would be becoming Hokage. Until he knows who and confirms their motives, he would move to do what needs to be done. But of course, he would still make plans of his own. He could not live without a plan. Wrestling with the Sandaime Hokage had taught him that much. The fight with Danzo's rats taught me that I still have a lot to learn. I want to grow and become stronger. Watching Itachi fight showed me what real power is. I want to reach that level where I will be certain that I can protect my mother regardless of what comes to my way, Naruto said firmly. With that in mind, I will leave Konoha for a while in order to get the training I need. Itachi will be training Sasuke. That was something that made Sasuke turn on a smile. He was still angry over the fact that Naruto and his brother had left him behind. He understood it was dangerous given Naruto's pain, but he was still bitter about it. This news was going to make him happy and he would be strong in the end. When do we leave? Not even considering your mother when those words leave your mouth, Naruto said in a flat tone. Sometimes your lust for power disappoints me. No matter what, Sasuke, you must never forget what is beside you. Your mother carried you for 9 months and she is the only parent you have left, treat her with care. The blonde paused. I am going to mine. Are you going to tell her? Naruto closed his eyes as he thought of many scenarios. Yes, he said. Maybe not today, but I will. Mother will worry about it as she will no doubt suspect me and Itachi. If it is so obvious, it is best to clear the air so that we can both share our thoughts and be open with each other. The last thing I wish to do is to worry my mother about me keeping things from her. But you honestly do keep things from her, Sasuke pressed firmly. I have never lied to my mother and never will, Naruto said. That was his only response before he left. Sasuke watched the blonde disappear with a stare. He should also be heading home with his mother. He could not remain sitting here forever. They were things that had to be done and he had to think about how he was going to do things after leaving this village to train with his brother. The raven head looked back at his mother and frowned. She was staring at the door Naruto used to leave the room. His mother had become really close to the blonde. She was way too close to him for his liking and the blonde made things worse by telling him how he should act around his mother. His own mother? Who did the blonde think he was? You and Itachi are really close to Naruto, Sasuke said to his mother. Mikito smiled at the accusation in Sasuke's tone. Don't be a jealous child, Sasuke, it doesn't work on you and for an Uchiha, that kind of an emotion is never good at all. You will do stupid things because of it, she said calmly. What you need to remember is that I am your mother and Itachi is your brother. No matter, Itachi will always love you and he certainly does love you more than he loves Naruto. Don't ever doubt that, because Naruto can never take your position in our hearts. Naruto's house. Kushina rubbed her eyes in a sleepy mode and just to confirm if her eyes were not playing tricks on her. She was seeing something very rare. She had always been the one to cook the meals that were eaten in this house, but now, Naruto was cooking for her, and his body language spoke volumes about a happy person. What could have happened to make him so happy? Last night wasn't a pleasant night at all. She hadn't slept peacefully as she normally does because of the news of Danzo's rise to the Hokage seat. It had been a worrisome discovery that made her fear for her son's future. She knew the man would plot to have her dear Naruto become a weapon for Konoha. It was something that she could not stand to watch happen. She did not want her son to live that kind of a life. She wanted him to live as normally as he could. She could not think of escaping this village, but if it meant saving his son's life from the danger, she would think of it. She was willing to do anything for her son. Naruto turned around to face his mother with a small happy smile. Good morning, mother, he greeted the redhead calmly. Kushina was starting to wonder if perhaps her son had been possessed or whether someone was playing a cruel joke on her. She had dreamt of something like this happening. She wanted a happy child who could surprise her like this. The Naruto she knew could never do something like this no matter how much he loved her. Her Naruto shouldn't be happy, unless he had snapped and was actually crazy. She couldn't fault him for losing it. Things had been hard on him since birth. There was no reason for him to be happy on this day either. Today was the Sandaime's memorial. The old man had meant something to him. He could not simply be this happy when the man who had cared for him was to be buried and above all, when Danzo was Hokage. Perhaps she was in a dream world. You're not dreaming, mother, Naruto said in his normal tone. The tone of his voice just snapped Kushina out of her thoughts and she walked over to the kitchen and settled down. It was really her son that was making her breakfast. Are you okay, Naruto? Kushina asked carefully and delicately, as if she didn't want to break anything. Naruto nodded. Perhaps the right emotion to show at this moment would have been amusement over his mother's question and the worry in her tone. He had just nodded before talking in a more familiar tone. I am fine, mother. I have never actually felt so alive in my life. Kushina did not offer a response immediately. She dived into her thoughts as she tried to figure out how she was going to deal with this situation. She was failing to handle it normally. Should she be happy that her son was showing signs of happiness? She shook her head. She just needed to confirm something before doing anything. Naruto, you do know that the Sandaime is dead and that Danzo is going to make our lives difficult because he has become Hokage, right? She just needed to confirm that he was aware of the situation that surrounded them and that it was nothing to be happy about. Naruto did not offer a response to his mother. He acted as if he hadn't heard her and continued preparing his breakfast. Once done, he brought a bowl of water for his mother and then dished out the food on the table before settling down. He said no prayers before taking a bite and then he responded. The old man's death is sad, but honestly, I have not really given myself the time to think about it. Perhaps it has yet to fully register in my head, Naruto said in a calm tone, very little emotion in his voice. Danzo is another matter. Maybe he wasn't thinking that much of the old man's death because a part of him was happy the man was dead. Of course, he would never tell his mother that. If the Sandaime hadn't annoyed him with his schemes, maybe he would even shed a couple of tears during the funeral. But now, there was nothing in him. A troublesome matter that could ruin us, Kushina stressed the word slowly. Seriously, the man was without doubt the biggest problem they faced. He was going to turn her Naruto into a weapon they has been dreaming of if he wasn't stopped. There would be little resistance from the clan heads, and she would have to fight on her own. And she would put up a fight. She wasn't going to allow anyone to ruin their lives just to gain something. She was happy with how things were progressing in their lives, especially. If he was smiling like this, then she could hope for a better future. Happiness for Naruto was a possible thing, but if Danzo wasn't stopped, that smile could vanish. Naruto looked at his mother for a moment before looking back at his food. I met the Sand siblings, he said. Yesterday. I'm sure by now they have crossed the desert and are home. He had said this just to see how his mother would react. He was going to be careful with how he handled issues with those other siblings, but his hostility towards Kankuro would not be masked. Kushina smiled happily. I'm happy to hear that, she said. I was worried that something might have happened to them. It would have been sad though. I'd really grown attached to them. She paused, thinking about their situation. Tamari-chan will surely have a lot to deal with now. They no longer have a mother and now their father is gone. I've become like a parent to them, maybe I should keep watching them. Naruto managed to keep his mask, but he had mixed feelings about the whole thing. His mother was seemingly forgetting that their village had attacked Konoha. Yes, they were fooled by Orochimaru, but history will record that Tsunade attacked Konoha along with the Sound Village. When you put reason into the situation, it did make sense, how his mother was acting, but Naruto still felt somehow about the whole thing. Perhaps, that was the only thing Naruto was willing to say. He would not make decisions for his mother. At least on our side, things are better. We don't have to worry about the villagers and can actually look forward to some peace. That was something that Naruto thought he would never say while in this villages, not when those monkeys were still dancing in the streets. This change didn't change much in his opinion of them. What they had done, he would not forget. We would, but you're forgetting something, Kushina said. But really, was her son the one to forget about something like that? He was acting as if Danzo didn't exist. The woman frowned. What are you not telling me, Naruto? Naruto didn't waste time to respond, not because he was pressured but because he hadn't been planning on keeping it from his mother if she asked. There hadn't been a right moment to say it than this. Danzo is dead, the blonde said indifferently. Kushina stared at her son. Her skin crawled as she thought of the possibilities. He had risked his life to get rid of Danzo. She did not doubt that the blonde was involved if he was saying it. She should have thought that he would do something like this. Perhaps this was all that scheming with Itachi was all about. Life is a precious thing, Naruto, Kushina said calmly. You're precious to me. If something happens to you, I don't know what I'd do. So, I beg of you, please don't ever do something so reckless again. What if Danzo had caught you instead? Wouldn't have happened, Naruto said in a firm tone. There had been plans to avoid such a thing happening and Itachi was there as well. Itachi would have given his life to save mine. Naruto, you have been in Anbu before, you should know that not everything goes according to plan. You might think that you have everything thought out, but the unlikely will occur and throw away your plan E and F, Kushina said in a sad tone, thinking about the night she gave birth to Naruto. I should be angry that you'd do something like that, but seeing how free it has made you, I can't complain. Perhaps it would make her a bad mother, but this was the shinobi world and Naruto was a shinobi. He had lost his innocence long ago. The ship had already sailed, she could not keep wishing for an innocent child. The Naruto before her was a fighter who would fight anyone who threatened their happiness and lives. He did not shy away from taking decisions to secure their futures. When had he crossed the borders and trying to do so? Her son was calculative just like his father. He did things for a reason, and didn't just jump into a pool because the water looked clean. Naruto smiled warmly. "It is a good day," he said. "The feeling is strange, but I can't say I hate it. It is somewhat refreshing." "As long as you are happy," she said. It became silent as the two ate their breakfast in comfortable silence. About an hour later, when Jiraiya came to face Naruto, he didn't know what to expect from the blonde. There was no proof, but he was still certain that Naruto had been involved with Danzo's murder. He wasn't going to complain. Konoha had been done a huge favor and no one would cry foul over it, as the man hadn't announced his position as acting Hokage as of yet. Still, the Sannin was certain that Naruto didn't do it for Konoha, and it made him worry a little. Would the blonde kill anyone who he thought was going to make his life miserable? The blonde had told him before that Danzo would not be alive to be Hokage today, and when Konoha woke up, the War Hawk was declared dead. Killed along with his rude Anbu. There had been blood everywhere, and it seemed that whoever was in that place hadn't been all gentle at all. It wasn't like the assassin style that Naruto was known to use. Jiraiya just could not stomach seeing the blonde surrounded by piles of bloody corpses. "What can I do for you, Jiraiya?" The blonde asked the question while standing atop of the Hokage monument. The toad sage beside him was wearing black. The time for the Sandaime's memorial was upon them, but Naruto was still in his normal clothing. "Aren't you going? Considering how close you two were, it would be somehow if you don't go," the Sannin stated. Naruto looked up into the heavens with a blank look on his face. When was it going to rain? He wished for nothing more than raindrops to pour into his face. It wasn't that he needed them to hide the emotions in his face, he just felt the rain would go well with the cloud that was hanging over his head. "I'm not going," Naruto ended up saying, surprising Jiraiya. Why did he have to go? What would it achieve if he went to that place? People would be crying and it wouldn't be pleasant for him, especially if it were these people of this village who would be wearing those sad looks, weeping for the death of the old man. He still had to think about the situation that had arisen between him and the Sandaime. Before the man died, he had been growing to dislike him for his plots and twist. He was never free because the old man seemed to have a hand in everything that he did, and he was always watching his every move. It had felt as if he was trapped, unable to do anything to escape. Honestly, he had tried and failed to get the best of the old man, but he had failed. It had been frustrating that with each move, the old had already known. If anything, he was nothing more than the Sandaime's puppet. If the old man had lived through to this day, they would have ended up resenting each other. Naruto was certain of this. "Why?" Jiraiya asked, all in curiosity. Somehow, the blonde seemed a bit down, but yet his tone had felt emotionless. Perhaps he was just hiding his emotions. Then again, Naruto wasn't the one who walked with his emotions masked in his face for all to see. Still, Jiraiya wanted to know why the blonde was choosing not to go. This was goodbye, and if you miss your chance, you might never get the chance to do it. If it wasn't because of what Naruto had said the day before, he wouldn't be in the village by now. He would have left Konoha in search for Tsunade. "I have a lot to think about," Naruto said as he sat down, legs crossed, eyes downcast. His vision the stone he was sitting on, not the gloomy streets of the Hidden Leaf. "There is a lot to think about," Naruto repeated. Naruto was saying the same thing twice? What was happening in this world? Was he perhaps dreaming, or was it starting to dawn on the blonde that the Sandaime Hokage was now gone and would no longer be in this world anymore? He would no longer burst into the office and say "Sensei." The old man had ceased to exist in this world, and all that remained was his legacy as well as the bitter and sweet memories they shared together. Before Jiraiya could say anything, Yugao flashed into existence, wearing black. She smiled thinly at the Sannin before speaking politely. "You should go, they are already looking for you. I will stay with Naruto." Jiraiya nodded before sending a glance at Naruto once more. He disappeared without saying another word. "It is really a sad day for Konoha," the woman started in a calm tone. "I'm sure when our allies hear about this they will also mourn with us." The death of the Sandaime wasn't the death of a normal shinobi. The old man had lived through 3 shinobi world wars. It said much about his age, but also a lot more about his power. He was truly a humble soul that was respected for being peace-loving. He preferred negotiations over the needless bloodshed. Like the Yondaime Hokage, he had died in the service of his village and as a proud Kage. Possibly, Naruto nodded in agreement. But his reasons were much more different from what Yugao had in mind. In his mind, Naruto thought that the Sandaime had a way with people. The old man could sell the image of an old man who had seen too much in his life and all that he wanted was just peace. The old man was like that. He played with people's perceptions to suit his own agenda. It had worked well for him as nobody ever discovered that he was a fox in a sheep's garment. Well, if you never got found out, who would complain? For him it was a problem because he knew the Sandaime's nature and his tendency to plot twisting schemes that would work for the tomorrow he hoped for. That was the thing with this world, everyone was always thinking about their ideals and the kind of world they wished. Everyone thought that they were right, but who was wrong? Who was even allowed to say that someone was wrong and that this was right? People had their own justice and moral compass, but the problem arose when they tried to force those ideals into other people, even resorting to manipulation. Naruto had no problem with those games though, but he would never allow anyone to manipulate his life ever again. It was enough that the Sandaime had manipulated his life so that he could have the ideal puppet. Yugao glanced at Naruto for a moment and looked back at the silent streets of the Hidden Leaf. It was a sad day for the Leaf. Konoha had lost a great pillar, a legend in the Hokage's office, and now it didn't have a cage. The one who had grabbed the seat yesterday was dead. If other villages had known that Danzo was the acting Hokage, they would have smelled blood and made attempts to attack the village. Why are you not attending the proceedings, Naruto? Is there any reason I should? You were close to the Sandaime Hokage and this is the time you get to say goodbye to him. This is the time we get to grieve for the loss we have incurred. I should know. I was struggling to deal with my own pain at the loss of someone I loved. The pain of losing someone you loved was something that was breaking to the heart. Yugao had felt it, and even though she was trained to control her emotions as an Anbu, when he loved one died, she had been unable to control any of her emotions. Nevertheless, it was life, and with the help of Kushina, she was able to cope. The woman had after all lost her husband, the great Yondaime Hokage, and had to contend with her son being a Jinchuriki, and worse of all, the villagers hated him for it. Kushina's pain had been greater than hers, but she hadn't fell apart. She was a strong woman and Yugao admired her for her strength. You're mistaking something, Yugao, Naruto started in a firm tone. Perhaps in the early days, I had grown to like the old man, but as the days grew, perhaps to be more specific, in the past months, I hadn't been smiling with him. Any more months to have come with him still alive, I would have grown to resent him. It is good that he died now before I could learn to dislike him. Yugao was shocked at hearing that. For a moment she thought of slapping the blonde, but when she looked into his eyes, she saw nothing that reflected his emotions. Perhaps he wasn't focusing on the old man's death, perhaps he just didn't care. Either way, it was wrong. Yugao could not tolerate something like that, and she was sure that Naruto would not speak like that in front of his mother. Kushina had sent her here because she had known that Naruto would not show himself in black. He needed someone. What could she do to help him? Someone so young shouldn't be like this, he had to have emotions. The Sandaime had at first fought to keep you away from Danzo because he didn't want you to become an emotionless robot, but it seems that he didn't have to worry about that. Yugao sat absent-mindedly. Emotions? I have them, they are just not wasted on pointless things. The third is dead, we must move on. The dead must not hold us from looking forward. Admittedly, the Sandaime was doing all he could to secure my future, but with him gone now, I will have to get my hands dirty. Well, not literally. He did have his toys now. Yugao narrowed her eyes. There was a dangerous feeling in his tone and she didn't like it. It made her feel slightly nervous. What are you planning? Nothing major, Naruto said with a slight shrug. I have to go away for some time to train and become stronger as I grow. A time away from this god-forsaken village will do good to refresh my mind, the blonde added. Yugao shook her head. Even though the villagers were now whispering his name with small hidden smiles for his actions during the invasion, Naruto could still not like them. She was sure that a couple would be worried about him when they do realize that he wasn't present at the funeral, even though he had been close to the Sandaime Hokage. She had become used to the fact that Naruto held no love for Konoha though. He never did show it to other people because he knew he would be treated as a flight risk, but the Sandaime had at times treated him as a flight risk and Naruto had known about it. A new Hokage would have to agree to it, but I don't think the council would agree to it, Yugao said calmly. Well, if they knew what the Sandaime thought about Naruto, they would keep him locked up in chains and keep him from leaving the village. I don't really care about the council, they will not dictate my actions, but if they are being stubborn, I will get Jiraiya to play his part, Naruto said before slowly standing up. Come on, you must cover for our disappearance to Suna. We are going to Suna? Naruto shook his head. I am going to Suna, you will stay behind to watch my mother. It will only be for about an hour though, the blonde said firmly. There are some things that I need to handle. Yugao stared curiously. Suna wasn't just outside of the Leaf, it was far away into another country. It didn't take an hour to get to the village, it took much more than that. There are people who have gone ahead of me, They should be ready to call him at any time soon. I want to be ready when they do call me, Naruto said. Tsunade. Baki found himself sighing once more again. He was in the presence of the village's council, the current ruling body within the village. Without a cage, the council was now in charge of all decision-making. They had been fools to think that they would win a war with Konoha. They had supported the invasion and were not against it, all of them. Baki was a shinobi and he did not question orders, he merely did as instructed. Perhaps the fools had become slightly greedy after Orochimaru had made the proposal. He had known that the snake Sannin had approached the council when Raza had first refused to listen to the man's proposal. They had a good thing going after all, and they had secured Suna's future, so Raza had no reason to betray that plan. Yet, the council didn't have the same thought. He should have noticed the differences though. Raza had spoken proudly about the plan had he worked up with the Uzumaki and the Sandaime Hokage. Everything had been well and going smoothly. He had been a good father to his children and then all of them sudden, he flipped. Baki had not questioned anything. He had his thoughts, but he didn't voice them. He had been foolish. But never again would he make that same mistake. He would look after the Hokage and Kazekage and would question where he felt the decisions being made if they were questionable and if he felt they were wrong. His thoughts were not the source of his sighs, nevertheless. He was dealing with the damn fools of the council. He had returned from Konoha to inform them about the decision that they had to make about what Danzo had informed him. The man had ordered them to surrender or risk being forced into submission. We simply cannot allow that man to rule over this village like that. Suna is ours and we will not sell it to that man. But we can hand them to Mari. That traitorous snake did inform us of Raza's deal with the Sandaime. Perhaps we should send a message to either Iwa or Kumo. I'm sure both villages would be willing to help, for a price I know, but we can use the Kazekage's children as bargaining chips. There was a pause for a few moments. Yes, that would work. Neither village would want Konoha to get any stronger than it already is. They will think that if Konoha is coming after Tsunade, what will stop it from coming after them after it has recovered from the invasion? This was the madness that was making Baki sigh. This was perhaps the longest he has attended. They could not come into a consensus. Baki. Whatever was going to be said was stopped when a murder of crows burst through the entrance of the chambers and the lights went dead. The reactions had been instantaneous as the people within the chambers quickly got up into their feet in fear and started shouting for Anbu and for Baki to do something. They had the idea that they were under attack. No one was supposed to disturb them, and if there was something that needed their attention, an Anbu would have reported it to Baki and the man would have told them about it, but this was an obvious attack on the council. Perhaps what brought the fear were the crimson eyes that were glaring dimly within the murder of crows. It was undoubtedly the Sharingan, but who? Itachi? Before Baki could move, two white masked men flashed both in front and behind him, their blades pressed against his body. He was caught in a web and was certain, one wrong move, the blades would be piercing his body. For now, he would stay still. Baki glared at the murder of crows, certain there was someone. Who are you? He demanded. The crows cawed as they started flying all over the chambers, revealing a very still Uzumaki Naruto holding a blade on his right hand. His eyes were just cold. Uzumaki, what is the meaning of this? When it was apparent to the council members that it was just a brat, they shouted for the Anbu to come forth and dispose of the fool who dared try to threaten them, but no help came. No one came. They just shouted and called helplessly. Once tired, they glared at Naruto. What is the meaning of this? It has come to my attention that this council conspired with Orochimaru to invade Konoha even after your Kazekage had refused. If you had been fooled like everyone else, I would have let it slide, but you supported the invasion. He paused before asking. Why? That is a foolish question to ask. Do you think you can get out of here, Gaki? This is our village and no sooner than later, this place will be crawling with Anbu. Be clever and we will not dispose of you, but we will use as a bargaining chip to make Konoha forget everything. Naruto didn't look impressed at all. You're not worth talking to anymore, the blonde stated before blurring out of view. He appeared in front of an old council member with his blade held high. The others watched curiously, as the blade dripped with blood. A second later, a head dropped to the floor. Chaos reigned and Naruto snapped his fingers. Two more masked men appeared into the chambers and disposed of the remaining council members. Baki watched with an expressionless look on his face. He didn't care about the old farts. If anything, he would have ended up killing them himself. They had become too power-hungry and would drive this village toward the edge of a cliff. Naruto settled down on one of the chairs and motioned for Baki to be freed. The man sat down across the blonde. He really needed a seat. This was a coup. One that would not be bad if he was able to negotiate. The village did need new faces to lead it out of this troubling situation. These are Danzo's men, Baki stated, looking straight at Naruto. Naruto didn't respond to that. The man was merely making a statement, he didn't have to respond to it. Danzo is dead, you no longer need to worry about surrendering to Konoha. A new Hokage will probably beat Tsunade, and if she has kept the Sandaime's teachings, she won't make the same demands as Danzo made. Did you have a hand in his death? Again, Naruto didn't respond to the question. For the next 2.5 years, you will train Gaara in leadership. You will select a new smart council and then after you think he is ready, install Gaara as the Hokage Kazekage. Do you wish to make Gaara your puppet leader? Gaara is a smart person, I'm sure he will be a good leader who will be grateful and will not make stupid decisions as the former council made. Naruto paused. Do you have a problem with this arrangement? What do you plan on doing after? Raza held a very high opinion of you and you don't look as if you're interested in controlling Suna, not that I would allow it. I have no interest in leading this village. I merely took an action that interests me and works well for me. If things go south in Konoha, I can come here with no problems and no one will object to it. This village can become a fortress with Gaara's power and any village would think twice about attacking it, so it makes it a safe place. Nevertheless, if you do have problems, you can die in the next minute and I can look for someone else to do the job. The Anbu around here are dreaming in the world of Genjutsu. As far as they are concerned, everything is going smoothly and the council members are still debating. The blonde stood up. I hope I do not have to come again and slaughter everyone in this room, with you included. If Baki had been told that such a situation would appear before him in his life and caused by someone so young, he would have laughed until he rolled over the ground, it would have been ridiculous. But it was happening. He gave himself the credit for being calm about it. His next question surprised him though, he could not quite believe he was the one asking it. You seem to have things in script, what do you think will happen now? Even if the next Hokage doesn't make demands to Tsunade, our relationship has reached a point where anything can happen. What do you think would be the best way to deal with the situation? Naruto looked at the man with a blank expression on his face as if to ask if the man was being serious. He shook his head, and gave his response. I don't particularly care about that. What needs to happen will be up to you. I was merely removing objects that may cause troubles to Spur. If they had gone to either Iwa or Kumo, a bloody war would have occurred soon enough. I wouldn't mind wiping out an entire village if it would prevent war from happening. The lack of emotion made Baki doubt that this would be done because Naruto wanted a safe world. No, believed there was another reason for that. From what Raza had observed, the blonde didn't hold a high opinion of other people, in fact, he didn't care about them. Baki placed his hands on the table and stared at the blonde. Konoha doesn't know you're here and I'm sure it doesn't know you are working with Danzo's people. If this got out, it would cause uproar. If you are saying Danzo is indeed dead and you have his people, then it is safe to say you had a hand in his death. Does Konoha know about it? For a man who was acting as Hokage, it can be considered treason if it is discovered. Naruto didn't look amused. The people that matter are actually happy that he is dead, the blonde stated calmly. But if you're interested in doing blackmail or threats, hold all the cards in your hands and learn more about the game. But continue trying to play it, and I will reconsider allowing your existence to continue. The blonde burst into a murder of crows once again and was gone a second later along with the masked men. Baki noticed the room glowing slightly and realized that there had been a barrier placed around. It was for sure blocking chakra from leaving the chambers and the sound as well. A smart move. Even if he had done his signals using chakra to alert the Anbu close by, they would not have felt it because of the barrier. Never mind that, how was he going to deal with the situation now? The village had no leaders as things stood and without a cage and a council, it was lost. He needed to step up and assume leadership role, but he would need help. Civilians and retired shinobi would do in a new council. Yes, that would do. It wasn't just shinobi matters that were handled by a cage but also, civilian matters. Someone to represent them would be needed. He just needed to be careful with whom he picked, otherwise, he would end up regretting it. Konoha. Naruto's house. Are you really fine, Naruto? Mikito asked, looking at Naruto with concern. He hadn't showed up at the Sandaime's funeral and he didn't seem to be suffering from grief. In fact, he looked way normal and perhaps a little cold given the situation. Mikito believed that Naruto wasn't that of a cold person that he would no care if someone he cared for died. He and the Sandaime had been friends, well until of late. Naruto was no longer going to the Sandaime to have the normal talk, it was always business with the old man trying to manipulate the Naruto. She had never been fond of the old man's tricks. Perhaps that was why she stayed away from the village politics, council and just focused on rebuilding her clan. The children were growing up nicely, they would grow into the politics of the village. I have no problems. For a moment I was a little sad that he is dead, but I have gotten over that, Naruto responded calmly. They were sitting behind his house, in the garden. Yugao and Sasuke were also present. His mother was locked up in the house with Jiraiya. Naruto didn't know what they were talking about, but he hadn't bothered trying to figure it out. Mikito sighed and just nodded. Are you still serious about leaving the village for your training? Sasuke butt in before Naruto could respond. Of course he was serious, mother, the Uchiha stated firmly. Naruto would not joke around something like that, he didn't even do jokes, did he? Sasuke was sure they were going. He was really looking forward to the training. He would come back stronger, Naruto and Itachi would no longer leave him behind when they go out for dangerous missions, a child no more. Most of all, he would finally spend some quality time with his beloved brother. You appeared fine when I talked about it yesterday, Naruto said, having ignored Sasuke. I was. Mikito paused and put on a look on her face. But when I got home, I thought about it and realized that you would be gone for a bit too long for my liking. I will miss you. Really, just thinking about your absence in my life for at least a year makes me feel lonely and sad. Naruto merely raised an eyebrow at this as he thought over a few things. If it weren't for your responsibilities, you'd be free to come with us. Mikito nodded, but at least when you do come, you will be all grown up and looking like a man. You think like a man, but haven't quite grown up, physically at least. I wish I could just sleep and wake up 3 or 4 years later. Yugao stared at the sly smile on Mikito's lips. Was it just her? She shook her head. No, she wasn't seeing things. Mikito had the look of a hungry woman in her eyes. It wasn't for the first time she was seeing it. In fact, the woman treated Naruto like an adult and Sasuke as a child. When she spoke to Naruto, she spoke as if she was speaking to someone her age. Certainly, the woman had some naughty thoughts about Naruto. Could it be that she was booking the blonde? She was a fit single woman who didn't seem to have any interest in any man other than Naruto, who wasn't a man but a boy by the way. However, that didn't seem to matter to Mikito, did it? She was waiting for the day when blonde would come back all grown so that she could nasty things to him. Yugao turned red as her thoughts wandered off. She looked at Naruto. He was a fine-looking boy who was mature, but his mother issues were definitely a problem. How come neither Naruto nor Kushina seemed to realize the intentions of Mikito? Yugao blinked when she realized that Naruto's eyes were staring into hers. She had been caught staring. She smiled and Naruto just shrugged it off with indifference. That was what she liked about him. He did ask questions, but not always. Unfortunately, for Yugao, Mikito didn't let it slip. Is there something on your mind, Yugao? The former Anbu quickly shook her head. No, she said. Have you cleared things with Anbu? When Konoha does get a new cage, you won't be allowed to roam around as you are now. But it will be simple for you to come around here as you like. I have, Yugao said with a nod. Mikito nodded as well. Are you planning on joining Naruto? Though, for you, it would be difficult to convince the leaders to allow you to leave. Yugao merely shrugged. I have been Anbu all my life. Since I have quit Anbu, I would have to be drafted into the Jonin roster or at least registered to take part in any missions. For now, I am free of all chains and until I agree to anything, I am retired as a shinobi. Besides, any cage who comes in will only read a file that says I am incapable of carrying my duties as a shinobi. The Sandaime never got the chance to complete his report. Mikito smiled. I like that people who surround my boys are smart. Well, I doubt Naruto would allow himself to be surrounded by a couple of idiots. She shook her head at the thought and turned to Sasuke. You have to start using your head a lot more than ever. And I hope by the time you return, you will be mature. His mother was making it sound as if he doesn't use his mind. I use my head, mother. I just cannot think like Naruto. He frowned when he thought that his mother was trying to make him be like Naruto or at least comparing him to the blonde. Mikito shook her head. You cannot think like Naruto. It works for him because he is Naruto, but you are Sasuke. Think like Sasuke and your things will work out well for you. Trying to be like someone else won't do you good. The woman smiled brilliantly. Besides, I love you for who you are. I will not ask you to be like Itachi or Naruto. Sasuke smiled and almost thanked his mother, but Naruto was sitting right there. He didn't want to act like a child in front of the blonde. He could see the kind of look he would receive. Then again, what could Naruto say when he was obsessed with his mother? Chapter 19. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a stern look on his face. He didn't want to believe what the blonde had just said. It wasn't anything wrong, it was just that it came as a surprise to him given the situation that the village was in. Naruto wanted to leave Konoha, not permanently, but for some time away to train. He had been doing just fine inside this village, so what was the problem now? He had disappeared once when things got tough, but things were not that tough now. Actually, they were good. The villagers appreciated Naruto's efforts as a shinobi and were actually coming in terms with the fact that he was actually Minato's son. Things have changed for you, Naruto. You no longer have to worry about someone attacking you or the villagers throwing things at your house. Your mother can smile walking around the streets and no one will throw straight glares at you, Jiraiya tried to reason with Naruto. For sure, even if the villagers were changing, Naruto was not. The blonde still looked at them with contempt, or just indifference. Perhaps the right term was the latter. He could not go as far as to say that Naruto hated the villagers of this village. He didn't like them, yes, and saw them as low-life creatures who didn't deserve to be humans, but he didn't despise them. It was almost as if the actions they took were expected of them. You expect evil to try to ruin your life. Naruto expected the villagers to act in the way that they had been because he believed it was their nature. Snakes would bite and spit out venom, dogs would bark and try to take a bite. It appeared to be the theme when Naruto dealt with the villagers. I have never said that things were the same, Jiraiya, Naruto responded in a calm but firm tone. Things have changed, he was willing to admit that. He had confessed it to his mother and everyone who knew him. He was feeling slightly alive and somewhat happy. There was no longer a load on his shoulders, the heavy yoke that he had been carrying was removed from his shoulders. He was free. Things had changed, Konoha was changing, but he was not. Naruto would always be Naruto. Yes, he would eventually have to adapt to his surrounding to accommodate it, but his objectives hadn't changed that much. Things around the village were just changing, but this was still the hidden leaf. Nothing would last forever. A single thing that proves to be suspicious, everything would be forgotten and they would return the wounds of the past. Then why do you want to leave Konoha? I thought I explained it clearly for you to understand. You are not a simple man who fails to grasp complex terms. Why do you look so baffled by a simple statement? Jiraiya shook his head. I just want to know why? I can't understand the reasoning and the timing of your thoughts. You don't have to understand it really, Naruto said with a wave of his hand. But it makes things easy for me if you do understand it. Still, it is making me feel slightly annoyed that you cannot seem to understand why I need my time away from the village to train. Simple things you must understand, Jiraiya. The Sannin didn't like the way Naruto was talking to him. Perhaps he just didn't want to think of the reason, he just wanted Naruto to explain. The blonde's tone had a hint of impatience in it. It was for the first time that he got the feeling from the blonde. Naruto was good at masking his emotions. Was he just that annoyed? I understand you want to get strong, boo. If you're going to ask me why I wish to get strong, you can stop Jiraiya. I honestly do not have the patience to answer rhetoric questions. Naruto cut off the Sannin in a hardened tone. Have you heard about the Akatsuki? Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. The fact that Naruto seemed a little snappy today was out of his mind. Naruto seemed to know something, and unless he was getting old and easily forgetting things, he had not told the blonde about the organization and its intentions. But if the blonde knew about it, then there were no problems for him to seek out training. But who would protect him against S-rank shinobi? Naruto was strong for someone his age, but he wasn't almighty that there was nothing he could not handle. Finally, you seem to be thinking, Naruto said with a sigh. I heavily rely on the Kyuubi's power when in trouble. Perhaps for now it is because I have reached my limits and need something to break those boundaries to meet the challenges I am facing, but I still need to be strong enough to fight on my own. The same thing can be said about Sasuke. He is going to inherit the Uchiha clan from his mother, and he will need to be strong enough to handle everything. As the days go on, the Sharingan becomes a rare commodity that many would kill for. He will need to protect his clan while his mother rests. I have my own problems that I must solve, but there is nothing wrong with trying to become strong enough to defeat your enemies. We are not trying to gain more power simply because we are power hungry. It is only the realization that there are mountains that will crush us in our current form. I do not wish to be powerless in my life. I don't wish to face a situation I will be unable to do anything about. If I can train my body to handle the challenges that this cursed world can throw at me, then I will not hesitate to do so. Maybe some will say I am power hungry, but I do not care. I am not killing anyone to become strong, but merely utilizing what I have to get strong on my own. That is interesting coming from someone so young. Shikaku suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Neither Naruto or Jiraiya appeared surprised by the man's presence. You give off some good reasoning. What I expect from you. My son speaks highly of you. He has often admitted that you will be a frightening person when you grow up. Praise from a Nara, I will take it, Naruto said with an expressionless look on his face. He said nothing further, and did not attempt to study the Nara. He was certain he would only get that bored expression that would not reveal anything. Well, it is the reality, Shikaku said. What do you want to protect, Naruto? What is important to me, Naruto said. He did not specify what. That can be done while in this village. I realize that this village means a lot to my mother, and I have grown quite attached to Mikito. Leaving her behind would be rather sad. As you can see, when I move, Sasuke moves. Sasuke is attached to this village because of his clan. That is something he will not abandon. And as someone who likes moving around with tools to use, it would not be in your advantage if you left him behind, given everything you have done for him, Shikaku said without looking at Naruto. I want you to admit something to me before I say I will support your decision to leave the village, for now. Shikaku was the Jonin commander and a very respectable man. Hiashi held much pull when it came to political power, but within the village's military, the Nara was the boss. He was the kind of person you tried to listen to when he was talking, because simply, he did not waste his breath talking nonsense. I planned it, it was either that or I leave Konoha. Escaping the village carried some risks as I would be hunted down. That would have made things difficult. The only option was to get rid of Danzo. I also did you guys a favor. He should have been killed long ago, but the Sandaime allowed it to play for too long, Naruto responded calmly. Shikaku managed a small smile. He did not say what, but the blonde had responded because he knew what he wanted. Obviously you did not do it alone, you had some help. I can't say from someone who is currently a shinobi of this village. I have my thoughts, but I will not voice them. I will talk to the other head clans, and you can leave, but on one condition. Naruto stood up from where he was sitting. I will let you know, but only you. I'd like to keep my movements a secret to avoid unnecessary disturbances. Naruto walked away after saying those words. Jiraiya stared at the back of the blonde-haired Uzumaki for a while before turning to Shikaku. Was it safe to allow him to leave alone? Yes, Shikaku said with a nod. We don't have to worry about his safety or anything. He will return to this village. I'm sure he was only asking to simplify things. His mind had already been made up on leaving, and even if we had said no, he would have still leave. It is best to allow him to leave on our terms. I wanted him to accompany me to fetch Tsunade, Jiraiya said. But he isn't the greatest person for that kind of a job. True. You should depart soon. Konoha cannot keep going on without a cage. Tsunade has to come back to this village, Jiraiya. She cannot be allowed to roam freely. She has done a great service to the village in the past, but we need her now. The Toad Sage nodded with a firm head. I won't come back unless she is by my side. The Sannin promised. Shikaku nodded. Although it is a bothersome, I will handle most day-to-day duties of managing things along with Hiashi until you return. We will try to keep information contained within the village, but sooner or later, the villagers will start asking who will become the next Kage. I hope by then, you will have returned. Hyuga compound. Hiashi stared at his elder, who had quite honestly surprised him during the Chunin exams. She had requested a meeting with him, he did not know what for, but Hinata had never shown this much boldness before. Perhaps he should be grateful to the Uzumaki, but he was not. A part of him believed that Hinata always had it in her. If she can pull the same courage and strength as she did during her fight against Neji, then she would prove to be a huge surprise, but good for the clan. The Hyuga clan needed strong leaders, and as his daughter, Hinata had to be strong. Tell me, Hinata, did you hold back in your fight against Neji? He was certain that if Hinata had wanted to win the match, she could have won it. It was apparent that her agenda wasn't to win the match but to prove a point, and she had proved it all right. She had done it expectedly. He was not proud, but he was happy that she was showing changes. I can't say I held back, but I think if I was fighting to win, I would have won the match, Hinata responded calmly. Why did you not try to win the match? I just wanted to prove a point, and if I had defeated Neji before I can help him, things would have been difficult. Hiashi was silent for a few moments before nodding. Why did you call this meeting? I wish to be given the right to challenge my young sister so that I can reclaim what I lost to her, Hinata said. The position didn't mean that much to her, but she just wanted to be able to protect her sister. She could not have her younger sister shouldering all the responsibilities. Besides, she needed to change the clan. The ways of the clan are what has brought the resentment within the clan. She wanted to change that resentment into love. Family wasn't supposed to be in the way that the Hyuga was. They were cousins, not enemies. Neji treated her like an enemy, but they were family. It wasn't just Neji, it was with most members of the branch family. Of course none of them boldly displayed it in the same manner as Neji in fear of the cursed caged seal. I see, Hyashi paused. He had expected as such after hearing what she had said during her match with Neji. He had spoken to the prodigy to clear some things about his resentment and why his father died instead of him. He believed things would change now. Neji, Hyashi called. Come in. The Hyuga stiffly walked into the room and greeted Hinata. The girl returned the greeting with a warm smile. You won't face your sister, but your cousin. If you defeat Neji, you will reclaim what you lost. But in return you will no longer be associated with Uzumaki Naruto. He did not want that kind of a crowd anywhere near his daughter. It wasn't anything personal against the Uzumaki, but the rumors that were making rounds within some powerful circles were making him think twice. There was a lot more going on with the blonde and he had to keep his daughter out of it. Despite everything, Hinata was still his daughter, and even though he had been tempted to shift her towards the branch family for her lack of a spine, she was still his daughter, and with the brave new face she was showing now, he could not discard her. Naruto represented a threat to this. The blonde Uzumaki was a dangerous person. Hyashi would admit that to himself, but not to anyone. Besides, there was a possibility of the boy influencing the decisions that Hinata made. If she became clan head like that, Naruto would have influence over the clan. He could not have that. This was why he needed to cut off the relationship now before it blossomed into something dangerous. Why father? Hinata asked in a quiet tone. Hyashi glared harshly at Hinata for questioning him. Are you questioning my decisions, Hinata? Have you forgotten who I am? I meant not to disrespect you father, but you have to understand, I am what I am because Naruto took his time to train and teach me things. He even allowed me close to his mother. I assure you, many people do not get that privilege, Hinata explained in a light tone. It would be somehow if I just ended the relationship after everything. Naruto would feel betrayed. It doesn't matter what he feels. You have to think about the clan now, Hyashi stated firmly. Nevertheless, I will thank Naruto personally for his role. I cannot ignore it, but this has to be done or you will remain as you are. Hanabi will remain clan heiress. I understand, father, Hinata said humbly. Training Ground 7. Naruto looked at Ino with an impassive look on his face. He had said he would train the girl, but that was impossible now because he was leaving the village. She would no doubt throw a tantrum over the idea of abandoning his duties towards her, but there was nothing that could be done. He had to leave and Ino had to stay behind. He was within Training Ground 7, the ground in which so many things happened in his time with Team 7. He was still a member of the team, but he was sure that by the time he returned to this village, he would no longer be a member. He would be focusing on much more greater things in life than playing teammates. I don't quite remember the last time it was just me and you sitting under a tree, Naruto said looking up into the tree. Things have changed drastically between him and Ino. Maybe so because his mother had now shifted from the Yamanaka towards the Uchiha. Since the incident, she has spent much more of her time with Mikito than with Ino's mother. She still did go there to help when she could, but Naruto could not remember the last time he went to the place. He had no desire to even be there. Then again, he only went into the shop because his mother was there. Perhaps the fragrance was flowers was lovely and peaceful, but if it wasn't the fact that his mother visited the place, he would never have set foot at the Yamanaka flower shop. You have been ignoring me lately. I apparently don't matter anymore, Ino responded in a quiet tone, looking down the ground instead of Naruto. I wouldn't say that, Naruto said. He would not say she was useless to him because of her weak-minded attitude. Maybe she was not useful, but to say that she no longer mattered would not be the truth. We did have some memories that annoyed me. I cannot forget those. If anything, you were the friend that I had when no one else wanted to be friend. I at least can appreciate that. From where I am standing, it doesn't look that way, Ino responded. You have been ignoring me. Maybe, Naruto said with a shrug of his shoulders. I've been a lot more focused on my duties. I am a shinobi and you are not. Maybe you wear a headband, but you're still living in the dream world. Our worlds are far apart. There would be nothing to talk about. Our worlds have always been far apart, Naruto, Ino stressed. Even so, I could always count on you. I could always come to you, but you have changed. When you're not doing missions, it is Hinata or Sasuke and the rest of the time it is your mother. Naruto was silent for a long minute. I won't be able to train you, Ino. One thing I have always liked about you is your perceptiveness and keen mind. I will miss that, but I cannot train you because I will be gone from the village by tomorrow. Ino's head snapped towards Naruto as she stared at him. What? Only for a couple of years in order to train, Naruto said. Ino stood up. I see, she said, walking away. She did not say anything further, just walked away. Naruto did not stop her. The blonde merely settled on his back, entered into a staring contest with the leaves. It was so peaceful now in the hidden leaf that he could even doze off without worrying. There would be no villager who would bravely attempt anything. Danzo was gone and the Sandaime Hokage was also gone. He was free to relax. He could still not get used to the feeling. A part of him of just wanted to enjoy it, while a part of him felt bored with just sitting around with nothing to do too. Before this peace there always something that he needed to think about, something he had to do. Naruto closed his eyes and his mind as well. I thought you were going to leave before I could talk to you, Hinata suddenly spoke, causing Naruto's eyes to open slowly. My father informed me that you would be leaving the village for a couple of years. Do you have something you need to tell me? I spoke to my father and he gave me the chance to reclaim my right to be clan heiress. I had to fight Neji though, but it was something that had to be done. Hinata spoke calmly. I see, that was all that Naruto could offer in response. For now, he had no use for Hinata. He had given her enough to stand on her own feet. The fact that she was able to stand before her father without shrinking meant that he had done a great job. It was a beautiful job that he had done, and now it was all over. She could stand to walk on her own without him glaring at her by the sidelines. Of course she would be needed so or later after he does return to the village. The Hyuga was an important clan within the village after all. He would find a good use for it. For now, Hinata could do as she pleased. He would not care, but when the time does come, he would care. The condition that my father set for me to reclaim what I lost was that I cut all my ties with you, Hinata said in a much quieter tone. Whether Naruto was surprised or not, it did not show. The blonde Uzumaki didn't even give it much thought. We are all selfish in some parts. No matter what, humans will always take a decision that suits them best regardless of what. For your case, it is understandable. Protecting your sister and saving your clan has always been your goal. Maybe I would have been disappointed if you didn't make the choice you did. Hinata smiled, relieved. She had thought Naruto would understand, but she was not completely sure. Hearing him say it with his own words made her feel relieved to say that she didn't make the wrong choice and she had not been wrong about Naruto. Her father was the one who was wrong, but for now, she would just have to keep those thoughts to herself. She could do nothing now. She was after all just a mere brat. She would have to grow into the clan and a lot stronger for her word to actually mean something. Hinata would grow. If she did not, nothing would change. She didn't hope of cutting her ties with Naruto. She would go with what her father was saying for now, but as time goes on, he would have to forgive her. Maybe she would work on changing his mind about Naruto. Nevertheless, for now, there were no problems because Naruto was leaving the village. She would not have contact with him and she would not be worried. Naruto wasn't the one who needed her to worry for his safety. About an hour later, Naruto was sitting atop of a tree within the Forest of Death. It was a bit inconvenient to relax within the village when he had eyes watching over him. There was no one that could order Anbu to spy on his movements. Perhaps the village's councils or the commander of the forces, but he should not hold that much importance that those people feel the need to watch him. Perhaps there was a certain bird saying that he was a flight risk. Naruto did not imagine abandoning Konoha at this stage. Everything was well set for his life to be memorable and without many troubles. His mother was happy here. She had Ino's mother and Mikito. She had this village that she seemed to care for despite everything it has done to them. Naruto could not simply wish to take that away from his mother. He understood that it was possible to form new relationships with those around, but his mother was content with being in the hidden leaf. He would die before robbing his mother of her own happiness. Naruto could adapt anywhere he went. He didn't think much of humans anyway. They were more like the same to him. Most of them were just monkeys in a zoo and some of them were just weed that needed to be rooted out. He would not deny that there were good people in this world. An experience with Hinata had taught him that much. Naruto's train of thoughts came to a halt when a white-masked man flashed beside him. He didn't look at the man though, he merely stopped thinking and opened his ears to hear what the man was saying. Orochimaru was seriously wounded during his fight with the Sandaime Hokage. At this stage, it is safe to say that he is incapacitated. The Sandaime took away his ability to use ninjutsu by sealing away his hands. So, he is weakened, Naruto said in thought. This was a good chance to take care of the snake Sannin. The world would be much better if a despicable person such as the snake wasn't alive. Naruto snorted at the reason, like he cared. His main reason for wishing for the snake to be dead would be that Orochimaru caused the invasion of Konoha. He was the one who manipulated the council of Tsunade and the one who killed Raza. He could give the man some credit for not allowing himself to be manipulated. If he was killed, it meant that he had not given Orochimaru any chance at all. While he might not have grown attached to the man, he could give him the credit of dying while refusing to betray the trust his mother had placed on him. To the Uzumaki, that meant that the man was trustworthy and Orochimaru was not. To say the snake was two-faced would be an understatement. He was multi-faced. But still a signing regardless. A dog is much more vulnerable when it is backed against a corner. I'd say Orochimaru will be much more cautious now and deadly. But when he regains his strength, he will turn back to his normal arrogant self, Naruto said. I can wait, but I will have to confirm everything myself. Anything else? Koharu and Homura are plotting something. They are rather displeased with the turn of events. The man was saying that they were unhappy with the fact that he had a hand in killing Danzo and that none of the council members seemed to care about the death of the man. The idea that he may have had a hand in it might have come and the others might have shot it down. Those two would probably attempt to prove that he was indeed involved. If not, they would surely try to campaign against him by seeking out the villagers and drive their propaganda. For a second, Naruto thought it would be too much of a hassle to deal with it and those two would need to be erased, but he shook his head. He didn't have to kill everyone. If he tries to have them killed, it would only cause more problems as if he could be leaving a trail of blood which would eventually connect to him. The village could handle the mess. Shikaku and Jiraiya would certainly do something to repel the elders from playing their trade. Is Shikaku aware of it? It is a possibility, Hiashi may know. Shikaku isn't sitting inside the Hokage office, but the Hyuga head is. Naruto didn't find that to be surprising. If Shikaku was like his son then it was a possibility then, he would rather play the supporting role than take the lead. It was even troubling in this situation because being Hokage required much more work to be done and with what has happened, management of everything would require a lot of effort. A Nara would certainly do everything to avoid something that would require too much energy. I hope Shikaku does something before they get bold enough to do something unwanted. In any case, keep watch, and we will negotiate to keep them silent if it comes to it. Hi, there was a pause as the man seemed hesitant to ask what he wanted to ask. When working with Danzo, you didn't have to voice your thoughts, you merely did what you were instructed without questions and without fail. The man did not tolerate failure, but Naruto wasn't that much of a dictator and a control freak. Speak your thoughts, the blonde Uzumaki said calmly. Why negotiate? It would be quite easy for us to silence them without leaving any evidence behind. I don't doubt that, Naruto started. But you people still have a goal to protect Konoha. Their efforts to ruin me would destabilize the calmness that was brought up by the man who claimed to have done the deed. And besides, there is a certain boundary that I cannot afford to cross. My actions were tolerated, but anything more will not be. The best thing I can hope for if I do something they don't like would probably be a time to run away before they can give chase. Not every action would be tolerated. Naruto did not want to test how far they were willing to tolerate some of his actions. It was better to not to find out the hard way. So far, it was good and he would not be making stupid moves. His mother would not suffer because he could not keep things under control and was acting like a bloodthirsty murderer. The man seemed to think about it before nodding. I understand, he said. Should we continue on the surveillance of Orochimaru? Naruto nodded, but if Sai do it, he will be suitable for this kind of mission. I want confirmation on whether the redhead with the snake is really an Uzumaki or not. If so, then she must be removed from the lair. As you wish. Tsunade. Baki thought it was best decision to allow Gaara or Temari to become the Kage of the village he loved dearly. Kankuro was out of the picture since he wasn't suited for the job. Temari had her own issues, which would make her a difficult Kage. There was nothing wrong with allowing a woman to become a Kage. When looking at it, Baki thought Gaara was most suited. He was much calmer than his siblings were and thought a lot more before he took his decisions. Temari was prone to burst-ups with her hot temper and Kankuro, well, he was just Kankuro. Gaara would do just fine and since he was the son of the previous Kage, it would be no problem. Maybe some people would be against the idea given his past, but Baki would not allow something like that to stand in the way of Suna's survival. They could not allow just anyone to become Kazekage. Someone trusted who would not come with any other intentions was needed in that tower. You seem conflicted, Gaara said to his sensei. The man had always kept his emotions hidden, but today he could see some. Perhaps it was because he had become a good reader of people's emotions with the years of pain and suffering. There has been a lot of think about, Baki responded calmly. Naruto was here yesterday and he slaughtered all members of the village's council for their role in the invasion. He knew that they had supported the idea and got rid of them for it. Gaara showed no outward reaction to it. He wasn't surprised. Naruto would not forgive anyone who placed his mother in harm or threatened her peace. Surely, the invasion had its damages, and the blonde had been disturbed by it. Perhaps the major fact that made things worse was the thought of betrayal. Naruto expected more from Suna, not to be stabbed in the back by the village. If the council had known about the invasion and had actually supported it, then he would no doubt put them in the path of his sword. If he had known about it and had willingly kept it from him, Naruto would not have stopped in his assault. Maybe he would have ended up killing them. Gaara didn't put it past the blonde to do something so brutal. "You're not surprised," Baki said. "There is no reason to be," the Jinchuriki said. "He did chase after us with the intention to kill us. Only stopped when we explained that we didn't know. If we had known, maybe I wouldn't be alive at this point." Of course there was resentment or maybe just lack of love for his brother. Gaara was sure that no matter what, Kankuro would not be liked by Naruto. It was a wonder why the blonde Uzumaki hadn't thought of attacking him. Well, he was not complaining. He still had his brother. He had already lost a mother and a father. He did not wish to lose any more precious members of his family. "He chased after you and still listened to you," Baki said in surprise. "I imagine if he came after you with intentions to kill you, he would have been infuriated. Yet, he was able to let that anger pass." Naruto isn't the one to give in to his emotions. He reasons before he acts. Perhaps he tries to avoid making mistakes by rushing in recklessly without understanding things. He allows logic to rule over him, and I don't think he wanted to do anything that would upset his mother, Gaara explained lightly. If Naruto had killed them knowing that they hadn't known anything about the invasion, his mother would have surely been displeased by it. The redhead Uzumaki had come to love them and she cared for them. If something bad happened, she would obviously be worried. Naruto would not intentionally do something that would worry his mother. She did come out on top of everything. At least that was what Gaara had learned, and he was sure that everyone who knew the blonde Uzumaki knew it as well. Well, at least these days he didn't show it as much as he used to. The blonde could afford to stay away from his mother, but she was always in mind and she could never be forgiven. Perhaps the change came with growing up and learning new emotions that refused to be expressed. "That is at least something good," Baki acknowledged. If he allowed his emotions to rule him, he would certainly not be the kind of person he was. I guess for him staying rational and logical at all times is must. One wrong move and he could find himself in trouble. Gaara thought for a few moments before nodding. He would make enemies. But as he isn't the one to be making enemies. He mostly ignores the things that around him unless they affect him. Well, in this world it doesn't matter if you do things that will attract enemies or not, for no good reason, people will be after your head. Simply because we live in the shinobi world. Anything can happen in this world and you should be careful with how you deal with things, Baki said firmly. Your father knew Suna's position in the Great Five Villages, yet that didn't make him plot sinister moves to try to get Suna on top. He planned properly for something that would last. In any case, I want to inform you that after slaughtering the council members, Naruto said he wanted you to become the next Kazekage. I don't know how we are going to go about that. I guess even if he hadn't said anything, I would have still cast my vote for you to become the next Kazekage. Gaara was silent for a few moments as he thought for a few things. Leading this village meant taking responsibility for everything that happened leading to Suna's invasion in Konoha. But this also gave him the chance to protect the village he loved and ensure that something that happened before would not happen again. Mistakes of the past could not be repeated in the future, or it would mean the end of this beloved shinobi. If he became a Kage, how would things be? Would the villagers even accept him? They no longer hated him as they used to since Kushina fixed his seal, and things have been better, but becoming a Kage would be a different matter. He wouldn't even be surprised if some even whispered that he had become nice just for them to lower their guard so that he could take over the village. The human mind had no limits to what it could think. When? Baki blinked in surprise before shaking his head. I didn't think you'd be so eager for it. When you become a Kage, you don't live for anything but your village. Your father was willing to sacrifice even his own family for the village. Even the great Minato Namikaze sacrificed his life and his son for the future of Konoha. Do you think you can carry out that much weight, Gaara? I have never been afraid of a challenge, but this is much more than just a challenge. This is a chance to live, to do something good. Some of my past actions were not just. This village has also fallen. It would be an honor to pull up my sleeves to attempt to bring out to the light. Besides, if he didn't step up, his sister would be used for political gains. He could not have that. He loved her dearly that he would not stand to watch it happen, even it would mean that he would make some people angry. Then before I leave you to think about things, you must also know that Tamari will have to be used. I don't like using the word, but there is no better word to it. Danzo was still willing for her to be married to Naruto. We may have to propose that with the next Kage. At least with him, it is someone you know, someone who would not hurt your sister. Gaara didn't say anything in response as Baki left, but he did understand what the man was saying. Well, he was never against the proposed marriage in the first place. The question now was whether Naruto would still treat them the same after everything. He had come here to this village to slaughter the council members and left without saying a word to them. The invasion had changed things. It was reasonable to think that the blonde would not treat them in same way he used to. Would he be cold? Would he even be good to Tamari as he had been? The blonde might even refuse the deal this time. Perhaps maybe he would agree if his mother pushed him towards it. Gaara didn't know what would happen. He would have to speak to the blonde to understand where things stood with them. You appear to be in deep thought, something bothering you? Tamari asked her brother as she walked up to him. Naruto was here yesterday, apparently to slaughter the council members for their role in the invasion, Gaara responded calmly, his eyes fixed on his elder sibling. Like him, Tamari did not show any surprise. Did he do it? I haven't heard anything about it. Gaara nodded. He did it. They are probably keeping it a secret just so the villagers don't panic. We don't have a Kage and are in trouble with Konoha over our role in the invasion, and now we lose the council. The village is basically a mess at the moment. Some people would rather abandon the ship rather than sink with it or even try to save it. If people start to leave this village, it will not survive. Night. Yugao was slowly walking along the bright night streets of the Hidden Leaf with Naruto by her side. They were coming from the Senju compound, and perhaps out of sentimentality, Naruto had decided it would be best for them to take a walk. She could sense Anbu watching them and some hopping through the rooftops, going about their business. Naruto seemed ignorant of the world around him, but Yugao knew better. She had worked with him in Anbu after all. Say, Naruto, Yugao started calmly. What is your relationship with Mikito-san? Naruto turned his head to face the woman over the strange question she had just asked him. Her expression said she was being dead serious. If it wasn't for the looks she had been giving him and Mikito, Naruto would not have responded to the question. That explains your looks. Why do you ask, Yugao? Yugao thought about dropping the matter given Naruto's tone, but this was something she could not just drop like that. It wasn't like Naruto was suddenly going to say he was leaving her behind because she was asking too many questions. Well, it is just that the way she treats is a little creepy at times. She makes you as a man, but you're just a kid. Yugao paused for a moment as a thought of a few things. Considering what she has seen from him, she could not really say that with confidence, even though he was really just a kid. Well, in body at least. Most of the times, I can pretty come to a conclusion on what people are trying to say to me by thinking, but the subject doesn't interest me. I don't bother trying to understand it or even think much about it, Naruto said. If you want to keep this going, be more clear, because I will not say the words you're afraid to say. But to answer your question, Mikito is to me. He paused. I don't know, but an important person, both me and my mother. She calls me her hero, and I guess her existence made me feel some emotions I never thought I could experience in this godforsaken village. How important is she to you? Irrelevant, Naruto said with a wave of her hand. If she is important, she is important. I don't measure how. There are barely a handful of things I term as important. Some things are just useful and some I like, those are disposables. Yugao shook her head. He had no shame in saying that. Well, this was Uzumaki Naruto. She had to get used to it. Still, it appeared that Naruto was oblivious of Mikito's feelings to him. You do understand the love between a man and a woman, right? Naruto did not offer a response. What if I told you that Mikito likes you in a way a woman likes a man? It's immoral for a woman old enough to be your mother harboring such feelings for a kid, but it is the truth. I don't even know what to think about it. If you were not Naruto, I would be repulsed by the idea, Yugao said, her eyes watching Naruto's body language like a hawk. The blonde offered nothing in return. Ridiculous, the blonde said. Why don't we go now and ask her? I'm sure she is yet to sleep by now. If we stop by the Uchiha compound, we can ask her, and no doubt she will give an answer if you ask, Yugao spoke in a daring tone. I see no need to prove anything, Naruto said before pausing. I must be bored indulging such conversation, the blonde Uzumaki said in thought. Yugao sighed, knowing that just meant the end of the conversation. Naruto was not going to say anything about the matter, but she was determined that she would bring it up once more again. She was not going to end it here. Naruto would return to the village all grown up and no doubt he wouldn't be just a kid. She wondered how he would react if Mikito made a move though. Obviously, Naruto didn't put much emphasis on the things of the heart, well, things that had to do with romance. He didn't seem interested in it, but at once did say that it would make his mother happy if he developed such feelings. He said it, but it didn't actually mean that he was making attempts to develop those feelings or even try to learn about love. If he was not scheming, he was bored. Naruto would rather sleep than engage in mundane talk with anyone who was not his mother. Well, there were exceptions. Naruto's house. Everything was well set for them to leave, nothing was missing. Itachi was already waiting in the planned location and Naruto was just going to grab a hold of everyone and then they would disappear in a flash. The Flying Thunder God had been learned for the protection of his mother, but now he was using it to make life much simpler. Well, he could say the use of it now would be for the sake of his mother. The world was dangerous now, especially now that other villages had come to know that Konoha had been invaded, and although it won, it was wounded. For safety reasons, Naruto thought it best that he didn't travel through the elemental nations as it would increase the risk of coming across hostile humans. It was just going to be 2 women and 2 kids. Scumbags would be thinking of getting rid of the kids and then use the mothers. Naruto hated the thought. No, he despised the thought and such men who had those kinds of evil intentions. If there was something that he would openly admit to hate, then it was those low-life humans. Kushina stared at Naruto for a long moment before taking her eyes around the house. She was certainly going to miss the atmosphere of the house she once shared with her beloved Minato. But she would still be happy with Naruto. The last time they had gone out training, it had been fun. She met new people and assisted Naruto with his training. She had always been by his side when he trained. To give a few pointers there and to ensure that he doesn't overdo it. It had been a refreshing time and she certainly hoped that this one would be as refreshing as the last trip. Did we say goodbye to everyone? Kushina asked, looking around as if she had lost something. I'm good on my part, Yugao said. For her, it was just her former teammates in Onbu and maybe 1 or 2 friends, nothing more. She didn't have a lot of people she was familiar with. It was the life of an Onbu. She was always busy with missions and the one relationship she had maintained with Hayate had been good and fruitful, but he had been killed. A part of her had felt as if she could no longer continue to live, but here she was. Although she was not part of this family, she felt part of it. Naruto trusted her with his mother after all. How many could claim to have the honor? Sasuke merely shrugged. The only person he could say goodbye to was his mother and that had been already taken care of. There is nothing left. It's not like we are leaving permanently anyway. We will come back to this village, Naruto responded calmly. I'm wounded that you don't think so highly of me, Naruto. Kakashi suddenly said as he appeared in the room. Naruto looked at the Jonin for a long moment. How could he have forgotten about the man who was as close to a family as anyone was? Kakashi had always been there for him, in training and just to stay close to him. The man might be tardy, but he had made time for him. Things changed after Team 7. Yes, he had become much more focused on becoming a sensei and making Hinata stronger as well as trying to exorcise his frustrations over his lack of success and getting one over the Sandaime Hokage. How could he have forgotten about the man though? It was careless of me, Naruto said to the Jonin. But I thought you were out of the village on the assignment Danzo had given you. He is dead, Kakashi said. Can we talk? Naruto looked at his mother for a moment before nodding. Follow me outside, he said. Kakashi nodded and faced everyone else. Well, Yugao, Sasuke, I will see you soon. Have a safe journey, Kushina-san, the man said with an eye smile. You're going visit? Yugao asked. Kakashi merely gave an eye smile before following Naruto. He is going to follow us? Yugao asked. As far as she was concerned, Naruto had not told anyone of his location, and not anyone in the council knew where they were going. She didn't even know herself. He will probably make visits every now and then, Kushina said calmly. Well, Kakashi and Naruto have always been close, even if Naruto won't admit it or he just fails to realize it. He just refuses to admit it, Sasuke was quick to say. At least that was a part of Naruto that Sasuke could say he knew. He didn't know everything but he knew everything that needed to be known. He could blame his mother for making him understand the blonde. It wasn't that of a problem anyway as it made things easier for him because he was interacting with the Uzumaki on a daily basis. Unknown location. Yugao was quick to get on her stance when the black eyes of Itachi welcomed them after disappearing from Konoha. She was thinking perhaps it was an ambush, but the fact that Naruto or anyone else seemed alarmed raised some questions but she still did not let her guard down. Itachi looked at Naruto questionably. The blonde Uzumaki shrugged. She doesn't know anything, he said. A time to tell her it never came up, or maybe he had never thought of informing her. She wasn't going to run now or anything. It wasn't like this was some kind of a conspiracy. A discovery like this was okay, she would see things herself instead of asking him many questions he would not answer. Itachi shook his head. I guess you thought it wasn't that important, the Uchiha said, turning to face Yugao. Hello, Yugao-san. Itachi, Yugao more or less growled out the name. Do you understand the situation, Naruto? The blonde merely shrugged. Don't ask too many questions and keep some thoughts to yourself. You won't get in trouble with Konoha, either way. That isn't very nice thing to say, Kushina said to Naruto in a stern tone. Don't worry, Yugao. Itachi means no harm. He is going to be training Sasuke for the next 2 or 3 years. Don't think of a traitor of Konoha, just think about Naruto's friend, Sasuke's brother, and Mikito's elder son. The redhead Uzumaki said in a warm tone. Yugao just stared. It was a little too much. Sasuke, you can go up and sulk up to your brother. I will talk to him tomorrow. This has been a rather tiring day and I would like to rest because tomorrow, I will begin my training, Naruto said calmly. Sasuke glared. You're going to leave Sasuke to me? I thought you'd be interested in continuing with his training. Naruto shook his head. I have taught Sasuke what I know. Besides, I need to focus on myself. I would rather not get involved. I'm sure you two have your own issues to deal with. Sasuke would resent me for interfering with his time with his brother. Before anything happens, Kushina was quick to say before Itachi could respond. Show me the kitchen. I want to pack everything we brought and ensure that everything is well set. If you're going to start training tomorrow, you will need to have all the healthy meals you can get. Chapter 20. The hidden leaf once more again. Naruto did not feel anything when seeing the village. There wasn't a sense of happiness, a sense of calmness, or just relief that they had made it after a long slow distance of traveling from the other nations that were not in the elemental nations. The same could not be said about the two on his right hand. Both his mother and Yugao appeared overjoyed about finally returning to what they termed as home. Well, it can be called home because this is where they lived. Sasuke had nothing on his expression to say he was happy to be back. Perhaps the events of the past years had been much more important to him than anything. Naruto could say his mother was also important. He could, but he would not. It wasn't his problem, he didn't have button on personal things. Kushina breathed in the air from the Hokage monument and smiled in content with her eyes closed. She was finally back home, after 3 long years in the wilderness. There had been no one she knew, just her little group along with Itachi for the first 2 years. Missing home aside, the time away had been nice. They had created something of a small family. Every night they ate dinner together. It had been a rule she had enforced. She would have been willing to drag everyone else towards the dining room if they chose not to obey, with Itachi included. It really feels nice to be back home, Kushina said with a smile. It doesn't appear to have changed though. She had thought maybe there would have been changes, but there was nothing. It wasn't a bad thing either way. It really feels good, Yugao agreed. I wonder what will be waiting for us now. But right now, I just want to go and see my friends. It has been so long since I last saw them. Since I am not a kunoichi now, I don't have to report to the Hokage. I'll see you guys later. She was still going to follow them around? No, Sasuke shook his head. She was merely going to be with Naruto's mother. He doubted she would even think of going back to where she once lived. She had forged a good relationship with the Uzumaki. It was reasonable to assume that she would wish to live with them. It was just a thought, one that didn't reflect on the expressionless mask on his face. Make sure you do come later, we have to talk about living arrangements, Kushina said to Yugao. The former Anbu nodded before disappearing into thin air. Naruto didn't even want to think about where this was going. Right now, he just wanted to rest. It was still early morning, he could still see the day later on, there was nothing that he was going to miss anyway. Let us go to the Hokage Tower and report of our return before any more plans come, Naruto said. It was best to do so. He didn't want to have to scare Anbu away in their attempts to force him towards the presence of the leader. You're awfully observant of rules when it is convenient, Sasuke commented idly. Naruto didn't care about rules, he worked things his way. However, when it was convenient, he went all his way to follow them. Rules have a time for application. If it doesn't work for me, I won't have to follow it, Naruto said with a shrug. Sasuke merely shook his head. His expressionless face returned to full force as he spoke once more again. Let us walk there, the Uchiha said forcefully. I want to see how they react in our presence, I want to see if this village is really worth everything that my brother gave for it. You can do as you like, Boo. Naruto was cut off by his mother. Do something for Sasuke for once, Naruto. He has always done everything you say, and if it were you asking, you would have forced him to follow. Be fair, Kushina said sternly. Naruto's expression did not even twitch. You can go, I will send a clone to walk with you. I want to get over whatever nonsense is waiting for me there before resting. We have hardly rested in the past week, and in the next, we will be busy once again. Acceptable, Sasuke said. If there are problems, you will take the blame. Naruto just created a clone and watched it disappear with the Uchiha. Maybe I am a little interested in seeing how they will react in my presence. Well, the clone will share the memories once his dispels. I thought you would be, Kushina said with a smile. She really hoped that it would be positive, as it was positive when they left. She wanted Naruto's thoughts about the villagers to change. If that changed, she knew that her Naruto would become a different person. We are going to continue living in this village, no matter what, so we have to learn to understand it. We can't just ignore it. If we do that, we won't be living. You never really tried to understand them, somewhat understandable, and I cannot blame you for it, but things have changed now. You are no longer that child, and they no longer act in the same way as they used to it. We must all grow. It was fundamental in a person's life to grow, Naruto understood that. He had grown, but growth came in different ways. Naruto was unique, he would grow differently and he would see things differently. He was not going to force himself to like anything that didn't do it for him. We just returned, there is time, Naruto was only willing to say that before disappearing along with his mother. Hokage office. Tsunade stared at the two people who had just appeared in her office. A couple of seconds ago, she had been informed by her Anbu that they had returned to the village. Of course it wasn't just the two, there were two more others that were not present. The other was strolling through the village streets with what she now thought was the clone of Naruto. She stared at the blonde for a long minute or so. He really looked different from the picture she had with her. She wasn't staring at a teenage face, but a mature man's face. His body was also grown, he could pass as Kushina's man. There were two things that stood out the most though, the look on his eyes and the feeling that he gave off. The feeling gave her the creeps, Kushina could not possibly be ignorant of it. It wasn't anything malicious or just pure evil, it was just that feeling of danger. There were certain people that gave you the feeling that they were not the kind to be messed with, this teenager was one who gave off that feeling. What can I do for you? Tsunade asked the two, in a flat tone. Before Naruto could say something that would piss off the Hokage, Kushina was quick to speak. It's nice to see you again, Tsunade, the Uzumaki said with a small smile. There is no need for such a tone, we are family after all. Tsunade snorted. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this, not Tsunade's snort, but his mother's statement. I hadn't given it much of a thought, but Mito is your grandmother. You do have some Uzumaki blood in you. I doubt it counts as something, but it doesn't take away that you do have it. Someone with the Uzumaki blood was to be considered important. The dream to restore the clan was still alive and he would not perish in this world without forming something to bring about a start to the restoration of the clan. The only part that would make you say that is Mito, Tsunade said in a blank tone, staring at Kushina. She had obviously ignored Naruto's remark. If she had done it to get a reaction from the blonde, she did not get it. Little as it is, it doesn't change the fact. Nothing is much more important than blood, Kushina responded calmly, not the least fazed by the Hokage's stare. Tsunade wasn't the only one in the room with a strong personality. Tsunade stared at Kushina for a few more moments before smiling slightly. That aside, it is good to see you again. It has been quite long since I last saw you, the woman said in a different tone. Too long, Kushina said with a nod. She could not forget. She had encounters with the woman. Mito was her grandmother after all. She had spent a lot time with the wife of Hashirama, a lot of time in her deathbed as she was being prepared to take over the duties of holding the Kyuubi. She had done so, and now the responsibility had been passed down to her son. Thanks to that masked man and Minato. She did not hate Minato for it. He took the best decision for both Naruto and the village. Well, she could say it hadn't worked well for Naruto, but for the village, it had worked. The village was saved but Naruto had become miserable. He could have been a much more bubbly person who took after her had it not been for the Kyuubi being sealed inside of her. That was just hopeful thinking though. The past was the past. This was the present and they were building towards a better future. People could say what they wanted to say, but the past had made them stronger as a family. This must be Naruto, Tsunade said, turning her attention towards the blonde once again. I read your letters, very vague. I had to depend on Shikaku to interpret. I want a more detailed report on your abilities and Sasuke's. I want to know everything. That cannot be done, Naruto said in a flat tone. Shinobi have their secrets and it doesn't matter if you're a Kage or not, but I will not divulge my abilities to you, especially when I am not obligated to do so. Sasuke walked into the room at that moment but Naruto just continued. What you need to know is that we both are capable shinobis. Jiraiya was the next to appear. Obligated? Tsunade mused. As far as I am concerned, I am your Kage and you are just a mere Genin. Do you really think that you can refuse my orders? I was merely playing Genin to indulge the Sandaime Hokage, Naruto said calmly. I am a former Anbu. Rankings don't really matter to me either way. Let me put this in a way you will understand. If I am not convinced of your skills, I won't allow you to do higher ranked missions. You will do C and D ranked missions. I was informed that you were given the Senju compound. Taking care of it will require funds, and if you aren't getting enough pay, you won't be able to take care of anything. My survival doesn't depend on shinobi pay. There are many ways to make money, but I do see your point. Naruto paused when he got a look from his mother. Nevertheless, I do not wish to form a troubling relationship with the Kage of this village. Arrange a match with anyone you like and I will fight them. That should satisfy you, right? Acceptable, Tsunade said. Between the two of you, who is stronger? Last time I checked, Naruto was way stronger than Sasuke. But a lot can change, Jiraiya asked with narrowed eyes. He could not tell just by looking at them, but what was certain was that both had become powerful, and in Naruto's case, much more dangerous. Who knows? Naruto responded with a shrug of his shoulders. I'd like to know, Sasuke said. Honestly, I cannot stand being called a Genin, and I'm sure the others have grown in ranks by now. Over the past year, we have trained together and sparred, but never fought seriously. That can be arranged, Tsunade said with a smile. Any objections? Naruto said nothing. Excellent, Tsunade. Tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. sharp, be at Training Ground 7. Naruto, you're a former Anbu and your performance at the Chunin exams impressed many. Both Jiraiya and Kakashi have sung praised about your strength. If you impress me enough, I will give you the Jonin vest because you have done a number of A-ranked and an S-ranked mission that qualifies you to become Jonin. As for you Sasuke, if you impress me, you can gain special Jonin until you complete the number of missions required to become a full Jonin, the Godheim stated. Sasuke seemed to smile at this, but Naruto's expression remained the same, slightly bored and a lack of other emotions. Both of you are dismissed. We will talk after your match, especially you Naruto, there is a lot that must be discussed. I assume it has something to do with Suna, the blonde said, to which the Godheim nodded. I'm going home, Sasuke said to both Kushina and Naruto before disappearing into nothingness. Kushina turned to her son. I know you want to rest, so go rest at the compound. I want to clean our home first and I have to make a few stops. Naruto stared at his mother for a few moments before nodding. He disappeared in a flash of black. Well, Jiraiya, Hokage-sama, I will see you tomorrow, Kushina said with a smile on her face before turning around to leave. Jiraiya watched the Uzumaki disappear before speaking to Tsunade. I wanted to fight Naruto, but I think this will be a good plan to see how both will perform. If we are to do by Naruto's reports, it is bound to be something special. If they don't hold back, Tsunade said strongly. I know they won't show everything, but Sasuke has always been in Naruto's shadow. He is an Uchiha and that comes with pride, he won't be satisfied to just fall back in defeat. He will give it the best he can. I'm hoping for that, Tsunade said with a sigh. If they both stay grounded, they can become our greatest assets. If there are truths to the reports to the information Naruto was sending us. Uchiha compound. Mikito smiled brightly when her son walked in front of her. Finally, she was seeing him after 3 long years. She had been in contact with him, once every 6 months, but she had never seen him. The communication was all written, nothing verbal. So to be able to see, hear and touch him made her feel very happy. She would be able to experience all the joy of communicating with her son. Sasuke, Mikito said holding out her hands for a hug. The teenager walked up to his mother. He was glad no one was watching when his mother wrapped him up in a tight hug that left him slightly embarrassed. Mother, Sasuke still managed to respond with a small smile. Mikito let go of Sasuke and stared at his figure. He had truly grown. She could no longer call him Sasu-chan. It was something else and he felt strong. This was her youngest son, and the hope of her clan. For now, her joy. You have truly grown, dear, she said. Much more than I had anticipated, but this is all good. Keep growing like this and in a couple of years you'll the man of this house, she said smiling. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Wasn't he man enough? He had grown and was all powerful. He wasn't the same kid he was when he left the village. Well, she was his mother. But Sasuke was certain that she would not say the same about Naruto. Seeing him, she would say that he had become a real man. The Uchiha shook his head to clear those thoughts. I have been training hard and eating healthy over the past years. Healthy diet and healthy training makes you grow quick and stronger, Sasuke said. Well, that is what Kushina and his brother had said anyway. He could not prove them wrong. I knew you'd be in safe hands with Kushina, the woman said smiling. If Sasuke had grown like this, then what had become of Naruto? She licked her lips and thought. She really could not wait to see him. She would go to see him now. She could not wait, she had been waiting for far too long. Mother, Sasuke started a sad tone. About Itachi. Mikito shook her head. It is okay, Sasuke. I understand, there was nothing that could be done anyway. It was going to happen, at least he allowed something good to come out of it. Don't feel any guilt, I don't blame you. Besides, it was your brother's wish, we have to accept it. 2 hours later. Senju compound. Naruto's eyes slowly opened, black eyes were staring back at him. He blinked, had he been that out of it that he could allow someone to get this close to him? No, the security around the house gave him the assurance to leave his guard down as he rested. No one with the intentions to do harm should be able to enter the house. It was not guarded by the root Anbu, he could not risk having those people seen by Tsunade's Anbu. It would raise a lot of difficult questions that he could not answer without getting in trouble with the law. It was safe to keep them away. That didn't mean that there was not one or two within the village playing civilian. Naruto focused on the eyes staring at him, he could not forget them, it was Mikito. She was lying on his bed, facing him. It was a rather unique situation. The only other woman he has found himself sharing a bed with was his mother, but that was long ago when he was still younger. He was curious though, what was she doing? Mikito, the blonde acknowledged the woman's presence. Mikito smiled brightly. The Naruto I know is very dignified that he treats himself as royalty. He wouldn't have gotten in bed with his day clothes, were you that tired? Yes, Naruto said with a small nod. I have not been able to sleep in the past days as I have been preparing for my return. You were truly tired then, but if I had been an enemy, I would have killed you in your sleep, she said. If you were an enemy, you would have died the moment you stepped into the compound, Naruto responded flatly. Mikito merely smiled at the response. Perhaps that was true. There could be a clone or a Kra with a Sharingan watching the compound. She stared into the eyes of the blonde. It was a dull blue world that tried to suck her in. She blinked to break off the contact. Is life really that boring, dear? You could say that, Naruto said after a long minute of silence, but he didn't explain any further. What are you doing here? I would have come to your place to see you after I had rested enough. What do you think? Are you perhaps sad about Itachi? Naruto asked. For his mother, it has always been about comfort and nothing more. He had slept in the same bed as his mother to comfort her when she was sad, he could not think of any other reason than that. Mikito laughed, it was a small innocent giggle. Despite everything, you really are innocent, she said. I know you are tired, but I can't help myself. Before Naruto could ask what was happening, Mikito moved just inches closer before she suddenly got up and sat atop of him. Naruto faced her, his expression drawing a curious look. Mikito just smiled as she placed both her hands on his covered chest. She leaned closer and whispered into his left ear. We are going to do something pleasant, don't try to fight, just allow me to please both of us, okay? And your mother must not know about this. The following day. Training Ground 7. Tsunade was tapping her fingers by now, it was not yet time but everyone had gathered already for the match between Naruto and Sasuke. The latter was already present, but she could not see Naruto. From what she has known so far about the blonde, he wasn't a tardy person and had a way about doing things. What is keeping him? Tsunade demanded impatiently. She turned to Kakashi, he didn't pick up any of your behavior did he? The Jonin smiled a bit sheepishly. Of course not, Hokage same, he said. Influencing him like that is impossible. Your years away from the battlefield must have dulled your senses, Haim, Jiraiya said with some mild disappointment. Naruto has been here. He was here before Sasuke came. He acts in a dignified manner befitting nobles because he sees himself as a higher than other humans. In any case, he is sitting in the trees. Judging from everything, I assume he is meditating. Tsunade frowned at her inability to sense the blonde. She was only able to do so because Jiraiya had said so. I didn't notice him until a few moments ago. He hasn't been really trying to hide himself. I guess the fact that he is meditating is making it difficult to sense him, Kakashi weighed in a calm tone. The Jonin watched as Naruto jumped from the tree he had been sitting on. His landing on the ground was as calm as a gentle breeze. There was no sound whatsoever, not even dust picking up. He moved with grace as he moved to the center of the field where Sasuke was standing like a robot, head facing the ground. The blonde was wearing a long dark crimson coat that was closed off around his upper body, and parted below his waist. Its collars were short, it had a black Uzumaki symbol on the back. He was wearing dark blue shinobi pants and shinobi boots. Konoha's forehead protector was tied around his forehead, slightly hidden by his hair. It was different from Sasuke, who was carrying a long sword around his waist. Naruto had no visible weapon on him. There was a crowd, much more than what Naruto had anticipated. It was not a problem. There were Anbu watching, that was expected. He didn't expect members of the graduation group to be present. Word does spread fast. And there was the old-grown Hinata. His eyes met with Ino's, but the blonde-haired Yamanaka responded with a blank stare. She looked away when Naruto's bored eyes lingered on her for a few moments. Tsunade took the chance to speak. Let me iron out a few things before you start. None of them are still Jonin. Shikamaru, Neji, Lee and Hinata have all made Jonin, the rest of them are Chunin. Shino should get his promotion soon. If you fool around, you won't get your promotion. I wasn't planning on fooling around, Sasuke responded calmly, his eyes staring at Naruto. I know he won't fool around. He doesn't have time for jokes anyway. Naruto did not respond, he merely examined the Uchiha. Good, Tsunade said firmly. Begin, she said, folding her hands across her chest. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke blurred away from existence. The Uchiha flashed behind Naruto slightly above the ground, his body twisting with his right foot aiming at the back of the blonde's head. Naruto raised his right hand without even looking back at Sasuke. The hand reinforced by chakra blocked the kick. Within a second of Sasuke's kick slamming into Naruto's hand, there was a sound of chirping birds as Sasuke charged a Chidori. Naruto appeared to take a step forward before disappearing out of view. He appeared a couple of feet away with his hand still in the air, he was now facing Sasuke. The Uchiha dispersed his jutsu as he landed on the ground. Interesting, Sasuke said. Normally, you make it a point of not moving in the few seconds of our sparring sessions. Well, I thought if I attacked like that you'd make movements. Your first mistake, Sasuke, Naruto said. That jutsu takes away your chakra, and against me, you know that in a battle of endurance, you will not win. If you recklessly use chakra, you will lose it, your ability to use your greatest card in the Sharingan, and I will break you. You think I don't know that? Sasuke asked rhetorically. I have been fighting with you for a long year. I should know that I cannot win in a battle of endurance. Besides, this isn't a fight of endurance. Although I'd hate to lose in front of these eyes, I have to showcase my skills to get that promotion. When Naruto said nothing in response, Sasuke took out his blade and began to charge towards Naruto head-on with his blade cutting through the air. In a second, he was twisting in front of Naruto, his blade cleaving through the air in blinding speed. Naruto took a step back to avoid the blade that would have cut through his chest, but as he touched the ground, another Sasuke flashed behind him, stabbing his blade through his back. Naruto suddenly burst into crows. The black feathered birds flew a small distance away from Sasuke. They gathered around in a heap as Naruto formed once more again. He just stood there, watching Sasuke. It was not going anywhere because Naruto didn't seem to have the appetite for engaging. The blonde was not the one to play around like this, especially since he knew him better. When it came to taijutsu, Naruto could predict him because he had formed a large part of his style. But of course with the evolution of his Sharingan he was able to mix it up. Yet, that didn't change the fact that the blonde had trained him and had trained with Itachi. He was very familiar with the Sharingan's ability and Sasuke had thought of a way to better the blonde, speed. With enough speed, and his Sharingan's ability to see into the future, he could get the better of the blonde, but in this battle, Naruto didn't want to engage. Sasuke's blade burst with lightning before he charged towards Naruto once again. This time around, Naruto also moved towards him, matching his speed. The Uchiha held out his right hand, and a kunai popped up. In a quick motion, he flung the kunai in incredible speed, straight towards Naruto's forehead. The blonde ducked under the kunai as he continued to charge towards Sasuke. Within a second, He was inches away from the Uchiha.
Within a second, a Rasengan was formed on his right hand and charging towards Sasuke.
The Uchiha blocked the strike with his sword. Naruto suddenly disappeared and Sasuke suddenly twisted around, his body falling backwards, his sword flicked into his left whilst his right held a hand seal. Kaden, Fireball no Jutsu. As that was happening, Naruto had appeared in front of the jutsu, facing the other way. In response to the fireball charging towards his back, Naruto held out his right hand, Odama Rasengan. It also appeared in an instant and the blonde slammed it towards the oncoming jutsu without turning around to face it. The main purpose was to defend him from the fire-based jutsu. Sasuke flashed above the blonde. Birds chirping on the blade of his sword, Sasuke stabbed it towards Naruto's chest. If it hit, it would be a fatal blow, but Sasuke was expecting Naruto to dodge. He was surprised when Naruto was only able to shift slightly and the blade pierced through his left shoulder. Sasuke didn't allow his surprise to get the best of him. He spun around in midair and slammed a brutal kick onto Naruto's chest, sending the blonde crashing into the ground. Naruto didn't allow his body to hit the ground, he held out both his hands and folded his feet, crashing loudly with the mobile parts of his body. Sasuke flicked his blade into his left hand and formed a Chidori while still in midair. He blurred towards the downed blonde, with intent to cut him with his jutsu. Naruto reacted quickly by lifting up both his legs, he pushed his body into an upside position only balancing himself with his hands. He was able to dodge Sasuke's jutsu nevertheless and the Uchiha hit the ground in a loud boom. Before he could move, Naruto's legs slammed onto both his shoulders, and the blonde held the Uchiha in a hold, his legs locking around his neck. Without a second of thought, he let go of his hands, using Sasuke as balance and his hands flashed towards Sasuke's head. Once he had grabbed it, he slammed the Uchiha into the ground. Naruto quickly let go of the Uchiha before making some distance. He frowned as he looked at his bleeding shoulder. Sasuke suddenly flashed behind him. Naruto reacted quickly by shifting his upper body to the left when Sasuke's blade was thrust towards his back. It barely missed his body, but managed to cut through his coat. When Naruto narrowed his eyes backwards, another Sasuke flashed above him, right moving blurring through the air as it moved towards his head. Wind burst, Naruto uttered. It was a simple jutsu that merely blasted everything within a certain distance away from him. There was no large scale of the jutsu, just this one used as a last defense in case he could not shield himself against physical attacks. This is boring, Sasuke said, standing a couple of feet away from Naruto with his hands folded across his chest. You're distracted. I certainly want to know by what because there's never been anything that has seemed capable of distracting you. With the others. How can he say this is boring when we have hardly been able to see anything because they are moving too fast? Kiba more or less demanded. Perhaps he was feeling that the Uchiha was being smug. How was everything so far not impressive? It may not have had all the fireworks, but he would not go as far as to say it was boring. Because Naruto's mind is elsewhere, Hinata said in a calm, yet firm tone. In all my days training with him, I have never seen him like this. Sasuke should not have cut him and he shouldn't have gotten behind him at this stage. I have to say I am rather shocked, perhaps even puzzled. I never thought this would be possible. Shikamaru said nothing. He did have his own thoughts but he would not voice them. It was for certain that Naruto had his mind elsewhere. He still looked calm as he normally was. However, it was his fighting that gave it away. He wasn't being careless, it was just that people expected a lot better from him and besides, Naruto had always shown to be superior to Sasuke. It must be something nice, Kakashi said with somewhat of a perverted eye smile. Jiraiya snorted, thinking of what the Jonin was suggesting. Naruto had never shown the slightest of interest in the opposite sex. But if something did happen, then that could only be the thing that could confuse him. If he doesn't get serious, he can kiss the promotion goodbye, Tsunade said in a firm tone. Back with Naruto. Naruto shook his head, his expression never changing. I guess you're right. I have come to experience something unique, and it has confused me slightly. I just can't seem to get the experience out of my head, the blonde stated. Mikito would certainly be pleased that she had left this kind of a mark on him, but it was not one that Naruto wanted. Well, it was only a matter of time before he could wrap his head around the experience. For now, he could just forget it and focus on Sasuke. Sasuke raised an eyebrow in curiosity. That is a surprise, he said. His mother had returned home excessively excited, tired even. And she had been coming back from seeing the blonde. Sasuke refused to think that his mother has something to do with Naruto's current state of mind. I wonder. He shook his head and stopped talking. Naruto held out his right hand, It's about time we get this over with. I have matters to discuss with the god I'm Hokage. About an hour later. Hokage office. Naruto was sitting in the office with both Jiraiya and Tsunade watching him carefully, well, more like analyzing him. He had yet to do something special to warrant this, but he guessed if the woman read his files, she would be careful in dealing with him. The Toad Sage had dealt with him in numerous occasions, so it was another debate. The god I'm Hokage could not really understand what made the blonde so special. Sure, he was a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and the son of the late Minato Namikaze, but he hardly represented any of that. The fact that he was a Jinchuriki had gone unnoticed during his fight with Sasuke, which was unusual for a Jinchuriki. Perhaps it was because not everyone knew about it. However, as far as she was concerned, everyone who dealt with Naruto personally knew about it, and he wasn't the sort of person who would hide what he was carrying in fear of being hated by his peers. Of course, the shinobi populace knew about it. How could they not? The blonde Hokage sighed as she leaned against her chair. First, I would like to thank you for getting rid of Danzo, the woman said in a tone of authority. The old man should have done it long ago, but he lacked the backbone to do so and instead allowed that treacherous man to continue living. Naruto could debate that, with good factual and tangible evidence to back his argument. The Sandaime he had known was a cunning and manipulative old geezer who had no problems in trying to attach strings on anyone as long as it would benefit Konoha. He could put the argument, but Naruto did not. However, should you do something like that without being given the order, you will face severe punishment and either death by execution or exile from this village, Tsunade added in the same tone as before. The latter would do since you're a Jinchuriki. Trying to execute you would result in us freeing the Kyuubi. That was something she did not wish to do. Konoha had seen the Baijuu once and witnessed its power firsthand. Another appearance would surely cripple the village. The village has been receiving heavy blows in the past, and another one in the form of the Kyuubi would leave it heavily damaged to the point where even Suna could take it down. I have no such plans, Naruto said calmly. He could have told the god I'm Hokage that working up such meaningless threats to him would not work. Yes, if she wanted him to behave, she had to come up with something better, not such a blunt threat that failed to shake his fears. Nevertheless, Naruto chose against voicing his thoughts once more again. It would be troublesome to start a fight with a woman. A relationship with the Sandaime was forged based on mutual benefits. As long as he got what he wanted and Tsunade got what she wanted, they should all be happy, and he should have no problems in keeping the facade of an obedient shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. He wasn't expecting things to go smoothly. There would be disagreements, and he was sure by the time he leaves this place, there would be one already. This was all just a greeting. I hope so, Tsunade said with narrowed eyes. We have made an agreement with Sunagakure on a new way forward to ensure that what happened in the past doesn't happen again. Your marriage with Temari will still go ahead, but this time, there will be no loopholes to get out of it. Whether you will it or not, you will get married to her. When you turn 18, she will move into this village. Naruto's expression remained the same, slightly bored, lacking any real emotion on it. It made Tsunade twitch slightly, but she did not comment on it. Jiraiya spoke for the first time. I guess this is something you expected. The Toad Sage said because of Naruto's lack of surprise in the news and the fact that Tsunade was forcing him to do it. He was sure if the blonde had other thoughts, he would have put on an argument. After all, the Naruto he knew didn't dance to anyone's tune, unless it was his mother's or the Sandaime's. It was a reasonable path I saw as occurring, Naruto said. Besides, keeping Temari in this village means that Gaara will not do anything stupid or allow his council to plot something behind his desk when he knows his sister, he cares deeply for, is in my hands. Tsunade narrowed her eyes sharply. I hadn't mentioned that Gaara was the new Kazekage. Your statement suggests that you know, and that isn't something that has been made public, the blonde Hokage said. I thought you would have more of a less brutal thought about the issue given your past relationship with those siblings. A matter of the past, Naruto said with an indifferent shrug. How do you know? Any rational mind would assume the same, Naruto said flatly. And you just confirmed that I am right. Besides, my statement didn't really say Gaara is the new Kage. I merely said he won't do anything stupid and won't allow his council to do anything stupid. Gaara is Temari's brother and his council because he is a Suna shinobi. It all depends on a matter of interpretation. Not the most important detail, however, the blonde paused for a moment as he changed the subject. Is there anything else? The Akatsuki, Jiraiya said. If he was expecting Naruto to add something, he was disappointed. The blonde did not. I'm listening, that was Naruto's response. This is a matter that affects Konoha's security, and we want your cooperation. You must know that they are after Jinchurikis and we can't let them get them when we don't know what they are planning. Resistance could leave this village open to attack from the organization, Tsunade said. She didn't have to add anything further about the matter for Naruto to understand what she had left unsaid. I will give you what I know, Naruto responded calmly. But I have most things covered. The blonde paused. I want to be given the same pass as Jiraiya. Tsunade stared for a moment before bursting into laughter. Once she was done with her laughing, she said, no, it was a firm no. You're not really someone we trust. If we trust you enough, then maybe we can think of something. I was merely making the suggestion to make things easy for you, Naruto said as he stood up. Soon enough, you will reconsider. For now, I can let it slide. He disappeared from the office. That was a rather measured display, Jiraiya muttered as Shikaku appeared from the shadows. But a smart move, the Jonin commander stated calmly. He speaks less, much more measured. This is going to be troublesome. Well, at least there is no thought of him leaving this village. If he knows the threat of the Akatsuki, he won't risk leaving this village because it offers him protection and above all else, makes his mother happy. What is your judgment then? Tsunade asked. Nothing to worry about, for now at least, the Nara said. He will probably mind his own business and try to stay away from anything troubling. But since he asked for the same pass of that of a Sannin, I imagine he is going to be coming and going out of the leaf regularly. That means he has connections outside, or at least places he wants to see to something. Without doubt it is nothing that will threaten Konoha, what it is remains the curious puzzle. Ramen stand. Kakashi was sitting with Naruto at the ramen stand, both having meals. It was just after a few minutes after the blonde left the Hokage's office. It has been long since we last ate here, Kakashi said quietly. I am much more interested in what has been a distraction to you, the Jonin said with a knowing smile. Yugao had whispered something into his ear after he had pressed for details. She had been with the blonde for the past years, she had to know something. Sasuke didn't know and wouldn't have told him even if he knew. Asking Kushina was out of the question, so Yugao had been the only option. I was distracted but not anymore, the blonde said calmly. Are you going to tell me? Naruto didn't say anything. Well, Kakashi was best suited for this. He definitely could not go to his mother, but Mikito had told him not to say anything to anyone. He had said he would not, perhaps in the middle of his confusions over the emotions he felt. It had certainly been a puzzling experience that left him with emotions he had never thought he would feel, and an experience he didn't think was quite possible. It had happened, nevertheless. Whether it was good or bad was an argument that he was afraid to have. He didn't want to admit that he had enjoyed it, that the feeling had been pure ecstasy. Naruto cleared his thoughts without letting it show that he had allowed himself to drift away into his thoughts. There is nothing to tell, Kakashi. Oh, come on, Kakashi pouted. Does it have anything to do with Mikito-san? Well, Yugao had suggested it may have to do with something with her and she had said the woman had been with Naruto alone yesterday at the Senju compound for some time and had left looking quite bubbly. How did Yugao know? She had been watching because she had been curious. Nothing was certain, but the hint was there. According to the former Anbu, Naruto had been perfectly fine after she left his presence. Something had happened during the day and all clues pointed at the Senju compound. Naruto didn't show any outward reaction to the mention of Mikito's name, which left Kakashi quite disappointed because he had been expecting something. Even if there had been a slight twitch, he would have gotten an answer. Well, so much for trying to read the blonde Uzumaki. How well is your control over the Mangekyo Sharingan now? Naruto asked after a few moments of silence. What? We are not going to talk about how things have been in the past years and how much you have missed me? Kakashi asked. I didn't say I miss you, Kakashi. What is really there to miss? Who knows? Kakashi responded with a shrug of his shoulders. If you did not, we wouldn't be sitting here. Nothing further was said as Mikito's voice rung behind the two men. She was holding an umbrella, a warm smile on her lips, eyes slightly closed as not to show too much. Kakashi-san, she greeted the copy nin, still smiling. The Sharingan user smiled as he acknowledged the woman. Can I steal Naruto? Mikito asked a bit too sweetly. Our conversation wasn't going anywhere, Kakashi said. Though, he was certain he wasn't being given an option. Naruto, we are meeting later on at around 7 p.m. for barbecue. Be there, your peers will also be there, and Sasuke as well. Naruto merely nodded and got up from his stool. He turned to face Mikito who hadn't moved. Where is your smile? The woman asked quietly before shaking her head. Hold this, will you? She said handing Naruto the umbrella. She moved closer to him, and took a direction away from the ramen stand. Kakashi watched the two walking away side by side, under the shade of a single umbrella, almost like a couple. He smiled. What would Jiraiya say about that? He would certainly make something out of it. Yes, a great masterpiece of literature. Senju Compound. Naruto's expressionless mask stared at the half-naked woman who was sitting atop of him. He was allowing himself to be led, allowing the woman to do as she pleased with him, simply because he was curious. His mother had said he needed to live, not just to survive. This was what adults did. If he ended up getting married, this would be what he would be doing. It would be a lie if he said he was not pleased. Curiosity was becoming an intoxicating pleasure. He had never looked at a human like this before. He had never caressed a human so gently, allowing the emotions inside of him to burst up. I had a feeling that when you come back you'd be like this, Mikito said, as she rested her head on Naruto's chest. Like this? Your face, Mikito said. You spent most of your childhood working out things, difficult things, especially with the Sandaime. There was always a puzzle that had to be solved and that made your otherwise boring life a little entertaining. Whether you want to admit it or not, you take your thrills in being mentally challenged. As things stand now, there is no one to challenge you. The Sandaime is dead, Tsunade doesn't play that kind of a game, and Orochimaru is somewhat of an oddball, but he can be predictable because of his nature. Nevertheless, you are not being challenged, there is no puzzle, and that makes your life boring. Everything else cannot entertain you. Well, yesterday you smiled in content after I was done with you, yet the background in your eyes never really changed. Naruto was silent, his thoughts were silent as well. His hands moved automatically and wrapped around Mikito's shoulders in a gentle manner. It gave him some sort of a satisfaction that he could not quite explain. Yet, this was all just a play, a secret play that could not come out to the light. It was real, yet not real. You are much like Itachi in your attempt to understand me, Naruto responded. He did warn me that it would prove to be detrimental should I allow it to get best of me. It depends, but I don't want you to be bored with your life. You have grown now, you simply cannot be satisfied with just being with her. Nothing can replace the moments with your mother, but someone or your mental needs a few things to keep the light going, or you will go out of your way to make things interesting. I doubt you'd do anything risky. Mikito paused, her left hand soothing over Naruto's chest. Your heartbeat is calm, and your body is warm, she mumbled. Do you think I am forcing you to do something bad? I didn't give you a chance and I knew you'd never refuse me. Do you think I am a selfish woman who is taking advantage of your soft spot for me and has already taken away your innocence? What do you call this? There was a reason he was not answering her question, and that was because she was wrong. She was not forcing him to do anything. He was indulging this because he wanted to do it, he was enjoying what she was doing to him. An illicit affair. Mikito smiled. I am older than your mother, yet I'm sleeping with you. It will be like a betrayal to Kushina, which is why she must never know, Sasuke especially. A little voice says I am a predator, but, I don't know. It has been long since I have been in this embrace, since I allowed my urges to get the best of me. But this does not feel wrong. Do you think it's wrong, Naruto? About 2 hours later. Has your life become that peaceful that you'd allow yourself to be distracted like that? Sasuke asked as he walked towards the Naruto, who was sitting in a meditative position just behind his house. There were Anbu watching. You know they might not have better opinion of you, and you certainly didn't impress the Hokage. Naruto opened just one eye for a moment before closing it. Why couldn't people just allow him to rest in peace? He wanted to get his thoughts right. It was something though, wasn't it? Sasuke was looking at him so stern-faced, reprimanding him for making careless mistakes. A reversal of roles? It was his role to get the Uchiha in line and now he was the one at the receiving end of it. Well, Sasuke heavily depended on him to think, if he screwed up things for both of them. But screwing up things was not a subject Naruto had studied. He didn't go around making mistakes, foolish mistakes to be precise. He wasn't perfect, so every now and then he would make a mistake, but not foolish ones. Where is this peace you speak of, Sasuke? Naruto said. Then, why were you distracted? Sasuke demanded strongly, instinctively, the Sharingan activated to spot any twitch in Naruto's body language. He wanted to see if the blonde would tell the truth or not. Normal eyes would not be able to spot it if the blonde does react, he normally does, but there were those rare moments. Personal matters, Naruto responded calmly. I have managed to resolve it though. You don't need to know and I hope you never know. He wouldn't go as far to ridiculously say he felt guilty about everything. He could have corrected Mikito and told her that he could have refused her if he wanted to. She was not the one who could make him do anything despite her importance, she did not have that kind of a hold on him, but he had allowed her to think that way. Yes, she did understand him much better, but she did not know what was happening inside his head. He had allowed her to do what she wanted because he was honestly curious. He wanted to see if Yu Gao had been right. She had been right. Perhaps he should reward her for it. Still, the experience appeared to be much more than he had expected. Well, he could not have known because he only had an idea, but the actual experience wasn't something that words could have explained it to him perfectly. Some things were not for words, but for the eyes and the emotions to be able to get it. I hope you have, Sasuke said with a warning look. Perhaps having many tools at your disposal is having a bad influence on you. Back then, you had to do everything on your own, while fighting your battles. However, these days, you don't have to do anything, they do it for you. Is this why you always cut a board figure? Everything has become easy, there is no challenge, nothing to excite me. It isn't a bad thing having tools, but there is this. Naruto shook his head. What do you want, Sasuke? We didn't discuss what you'd be doing once you return to the village. I'm going to be doing missions and looking after my clan from now on, but there are enemies that we must erase, Sasuke stated. Enemies, yes, we do have. Patience is virtue. If you become impatient, you will move at the wrong moment and everything you have planned will be destroyed within a second. One careless move and the enemy will stab you in the back, not just the enemy, but even people you trust. This is the shinobi world, anything is possible, Naruto said. Yu Gao for example. The Sandaime pushed her to me so that she could spy on me, but now things have changed. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. He didn't know about that little information. But if Naruto knew about it, why did he keep her close? Why is she still around? My mother seems to like her and her mission died with the Sandaime Hokage. I have studied her over the past years and she seems to genuinely see us as family. I have my reservations about that thought, but that is beside the point, Naruto explained lightly. Focus on your clan, Sasuke. I will tell you when we are ready to tear apart our enemies. If you had disappointed me I would say don't disappoint, but you have not. How do we stand with the Hokage? To be able to move freely within the village we need her too. Sasuke trailed off when he sensed someone. You have a guest. We will continue this discussion later, but I am curious to hear what the Hyuga wants to say to you. Sasuke didn't leave, he just stood there as Hinata made her way towards them. The Hyuga had grown, the Uchiha was able to acknowledge that and her eyes spoke of someone who had experienced quite a lot, but more importantly they were not the eyes of the innocent little girl he had known back then as a member of Team 7. The Uchiha smiled. Well, someone has grown, he said. Hinata smiled at Sasuke. You have matured as well, Sasuke. What are you doing here, Hinata? Naruto asked without looking at the girl. Perhaps it would have been said the question was rude when being addressed as they hadn't spoken in quite some time, but Hinata knew why Naruto was asking the question. She had not expected it, but she understood why he was asking. She did remember her last conversation with him after all. I know what I said the other day, and I am sure that my father will not be happy if he learns that I was here, Hinata said. This is the only chance I will get to speak to you today. I'm sure from tomorrow you'll be a busy person. Later on, Ino will probably seek after you. I would rather not have any petty talks with your father. Not that I can't handle it, but for now, I do not need it, Naruto responded calmly. I said my father will not be happy, but that doesn't mean he can actually do something about it. As I am now, he doesn't get to tell me who my friends are, Hinata said a bit firmly. I have a request. Naruto finally looked at the Hyuga. He stared into her eyes. You have lost some of your innocence that made me value you above wretched humans. Well, I did expect this world to taint you, but you have not become one of this world, the blonde said. What is the request? I want you to talk to Neji, Hinata said. He is perhaps the strongest, and still remains a clan prodigy, but if he is to remain by my side, he must understand certain things and be a lot stronger. I just need you to take him under your wing for a little while. What do I gain by doing that? An ally, Hinata said. Neji is smart and he is certainly much more level-headed than Sasuke, no offense meant, the girl said with a look at the Uchiha. When you become clan head, you will support Sasuke when I say support him, regardless. I might need a few favors every now and then, Naruto said to Hinata. Tomorrow, 5 p.m., you know the spot. Later. Naruto, Ino called the blonde Uzumaki as he was walking away from the restaurant they'd been in with what she called friends. The night was no longer young, the streets were slightly brightened with the nightlights. It was just around this section though. This place was mostly crowded with people because a few shops were located around here. It had its name. A walk away from here, and the dark alleys would come to life. Naruto stopped moving, but did not turn around as he spoke. You did not speak to me throughout the whole night. Even though everyone engaged both in Sasuke. The blonde paused as the blonde Yamanaka stopped just an inch away from his back. I thought perhaps I was no longer your Black Knight. At the term, Ino nearly smiled. Nearly. She had used it to call him in their younger days. Black had fitted him because he had been a gloomy person. Well, now it didn't fit, perhaps her Crimson Knight would do. Ino shook her head, she was thinking too far off. Ino held out her hands, she wanted to wrap them around the blonde, she hesitated because she didn't know how he would react. They had not parted in good terms, and even though he had written to her, she had not responded to his letter. It was just one, with a few training tips. She had not responded because she had been angry with him for leaving her behind. Even so, she had missed him. She had dearly missed him. But she was still mad at him. The mixture of the strong emotions that made her emotional. After a long moment, Ino wrapped her hands around Naruto, burying her face on his back. Her hold on him wasn't gentle, it was tight. She didn't want him to go. She didn't want him to leave her alone. He had left her, and she had been miserable. How many nights had she spent thinking about the moments they had spent together? There had been times she wanted to shout at him for being stupid. Yes, she had thought when he does return, she would slap some senses and teach him how to treat a woman, but she didn't have that energy now, she just wanted to hold on to him so that he doesn't leave her again. He was her Crimson Knight after all. She wanted to tell him that she was both angry and happy that he was back, but the words failed to leave her lips. Ino wanted to tell him that she had received his letter and had trained as hard as she could with the help of Hinata. She wanted to proudly tell him that she had become a kunoichi, someone who could be useful to him. But the words could not come out. She just held on to him. Chapter 21. Naruto standing still in the forest of death, eyes closed, surrounded by trees and creepy shades that made the forest infamous. He was trying to visualize the surrounding area with his eyes closed, trying to train his senses once more. Being in this village, with no training, no physical battles to fight, it was a waste. He should have been away already doing something useful. He could not even train in peace, not that he needed any more hardcore training these days, unless there was a new jutsu he needed to learn. It wasn't that he had learned everything that needed to be learned. One never stopped learning after all, he was merely taking a break from the heavy training to rest his body. When you smell like that, you're easy to spot, Naruto suddenly said. Continuing this will only become an annoyance to me in the next seconds, and I would rather not have that. Anko jumped from the tree she had been hiding. I'm a little insulted about what you just said, the woman said, though her expression and tone said otherwise. Naruto did not turn to face the woman as he took his time to respond to her. I was talking about snakes and your undeniable thirst for blood. I could feel your intent from that where you were standing. The urge is to strike, as you lick your lips. Anko blinked. Actually, the thought had come to mind about attacking the blonde when he was not looking, but she had refrained from doing so when she saw that he wasn't moving. He hadn't even looked at her, how had he known? Perhaps he was merely making an assumption based on his past interaction with her. I was forgetting you're the brat who embarrassed Orochimaru in this very forest some years ago, Anko said with a smile. She was fond of that memory in the Sandaime's office. How she wished she could have seen it. She would have rolled all over laughing at Orochimaru. I don't know if I must be a brat, but I did engage Orochimaru in this forest, Naruto said as he turned to face Anko. Anko didn't move as she stared at the blonde. Well, he wasn't a brat, she could take that back, but she wasn't going to do it loudly. He was a man, and that bored mask deep in his eyes made her feel slightly excited. What are you doing here all by yourself? Have you grown old enough that now you can leave your mother's side? Naruto chose not to respond to the latter question, instead he responded to the first. I was fishing, Naruto said, and this is what I got, he said pointing at the former apprentice of Orochimaru. Anko tilted her head to the side as she thought over things. What do you plan on doing now that you have caught me? The woman played along, grinning madly in anticipation of what the blonde might say in response. Disappointedly, Naruto did not say what the woman wanted to hear. I'm going to toss you back where I found you and get out of here. Anko frowned slightly. You're bored, she said. Why don't we do something to make things fun? I'm also bored. The moment she said those words, Anko lunged towards Naruto, a kunai slipped into the right hand. Appearing slight above the blonde, she drove the kunai towards Naruto's face with every intention to pierce him if he fails to avoid the blow. Naruto reacted by grabbing Anko's wrist, stopping the kunai just in front of his face. His hold on her wrist was firm, almost like an iron grip, and Anko could not move her hand. The snake mistress suppressed a wince before raising her left hand. 2 snakes burst forth, heading straight to Naruto's face. The blonde grabbed both snakes a bit viciously before snapping them in half. His bored eyes stared at Anko. Snakes are such dangerous creatures, aren't they? One vicious strike by one that is venomous and you are dead. Anko frowned at being disabled so easily. The blonde was not letting go of her hand, and she knew that she could not escape his iron grip. She had tried it, but he had not allowed her to slip through, not even a little. Even though he did not look like it, he obviously possessed some incredible physical prowess. Naruto let go of Anko steadily, but the moment he did so, the woman spun around, lifting up her left foot. She aimed a high kick straight at his temple. Naruto reacted by moving back slightly, just watching the kick pass through his face, just inches away from hitting him. Even though he didn't wish to fight her, he didn't hold out both his hands in defense, getting the feeling that the woman would not back off even if he did that. You're familiar with Yugao and Kurenai, correct? That seemed to catch Anko's attention enough for her to stop attempting to hit the blonde. Yes, she said. You stole Kurenai's favorite student. But I have to say, you turned her into a fine kunoichi. I would have been proud myself. Of course, she would have made a few tweaks, personality-wise, but there was a massive improvement. Naruto ignored Anko's words. Perhaps he could say that he was a little proud with what he had managed to do with the Hyuga, but that wasn't the main point. His eyes were looking at something else in particular, the Hyuga's usefulness. If you are familiar with those two, then talking to you should not be dangerous. The blonde paused, eyeing the woman for a second. Perhaps I should consider this a little danger. Well, she did attack him for no apparent reason. When Danzo became Hokage, I felt that my time had come to an end because he was going to force me to become a weapon. I would be his little tool, just as you were Orochimaru's precious apprentice. I could not have that, and so, I gathered a powerful ally and eliminated Danzo. Anko blinked. She wasn't surprised that he had managed to do something like that. It had become a gossip that the village leaders were hiding something about what had happened concerning Danzo. A single man had claimed to do it, but very little was known about him and his power, so it made it slightly hard to believe. There was also the fact that Danzo had just become Hokage. It was apparent that most clan heads didn't like the man, and he had taken the power by force. Still, to think that this person had done it, more so when he was just a brat. Anko burst out laughing at the thought of it. She laughed so hard that she had to sit down for a moment to compose herself. Ridiculous things have occurred in this world, but this has just made my day, Anko said with a wide grin. She didn't have troubles believing that he had done it, even though Konoha gave a different account to the rumors. This very same brat had humiliated Orochimaru after all. He had been unrivaled as a Genin and had once operated as an Anbu, not to mention he had trained with Uchiha Itachi. Anko drew eyebrows at the thought, but she just shook it off. Most clan heads suspected me, and they came to a decision to let it slide because really it was for the best for Konoha. Yet, there has been an impression that I am a dangerous person who must be watched always. Koharu and Homura have persuaded Hiashi to mistrust me massively. For now, there isn't much, but sooner or later, they will get my way. He could play a game of politics that would suit him well, since he hardly cared about most things and he wasn't afraid to play the manipulation game. Anko narrowed her eyes. It seems to me like you're requesting a favor, the woman said. But I don't do freebies, even if Yugao has grown quite attached to you and your family that she is living with you. My mother has even thought of adopting her to the Uzumaki clan, Naruto said with a shake of his head. But in essence, yes, I do need a favor from you. I have enemies in this village, and few friends. I could use a bit of friends. Anko snorted at the thought of friendship. He just wanted something from her. Nevertheless, he was still an interesting person to say the least. I do plan on killing Orochimaru one day. Perhaps I might take you with me, Naruto said, his eyes facing up. Well, then, Anko, we will talk soon. Perhaps we might even do a mission together. Wait, Anko said. She didn't agree to anything, and yet he was speaking as if she had said it was a done deal. Why are you coming to me? Naruto thought about things for a moment before shrugging. It would be foolish to try to play the manipulation game with a sadist. The woman had experienced too much to be fooled. While neither of us cares for how the village has treated us, I think we are in a similar boat to be able to understand each other. You're also Yugao's friend. My mother wishes that those who are friends with Yugao be close to us as well. Though honestly speaking, your bad tendencies wouldn't do well close to my mother. In any case, Yugao has been nothing but a trustworthy person, and I think it won't be bad to extend the hand to her friends. Of course, Going by the logic that because Yugao was a good person then her friends had to be good as well, he was as good as screwed. It was just irrational and ridiculously foolish, and an easy way to get yourself stabbed in the back. Life was becoming a little boring anyway, Anko said with a shrug. How about a bottle of sake to celebrate? I don't drink, Naruto said with a shake of his head. Anko stared, waiting for the blonde to say he was joking, but he did not. You've been killing people since you were in the academy, and you're telling me that you can't drink? Naruto nodded. It isn't that I can't, I just don't. In time, the blonde said. You're strange, or perhaps are you one of those stuck-up brats? Naruto raised an eyebrow, his lips parted to say something, but he ended up just shaking his head. You're a lot different from Yugao or Kurenai. I wonder how you're able to get along, he said. I wouldn't mind doing something else with you, like eating. I'm also curious to see how the villagers will react upon seeing me walking with you. You like testing things, don't you? Naruto shrugged. It is important that I do, he said. He was just bored and he thought this would make things a little interesting. Ramen will do, yes. He added. The ramen was a place that was at least comfortable for him. Anko shook her head. No, she said. Dengo. Naruto's house. Mikito stood at the doorframe of the small study in Naruto's house, hands folded across her burst. The person she had come to see was looking through files, yet, there was a hint of boredom inside his eyes. The Uchiha wondered what she would do to kill off that boredom. Wasn't she doing enough? Well, Naruto was a special case, she needed to do more. What are you looking at? The Uchiha asked as she closed the door behind her. She stopped short of locking it before going on to settle on the chair in front of the desk. She would have preferred to sit on the desk, and face the blonde, but it would just be dangerous as Kushina or Yugao could walk in at any moment. Nothing in particular, Naruto said without looking at Mikito. I thought perhaps I would be able to find something interesting if I just browse these files. Mikito shook her head. I have something interesting for you, she said. Naruto looked up to the woman, a gesture showing she had his full attention. This was Mikito he was talking to, surely when she said she had something interesting, it had to be interesting. I'm coming from a meeting with other clan heads, she said. Previously, I'd abstained from attending the meetings, but since Sasuke is back, I thought it would best to do so that when he does take over from me, he finds his seat all warmed up. Understandable, Naruto said with a small nod. When do you think you're going to relinquish your duties to him? He wasn't planning for that to be soon. Sasuke wasn't ready to lead anything, not less a clan. He had worked over his issues along with his brother, but he was still Sasuke. A bit childish at times, but he had grown. There was still a lot that he had to learn nevertheless. Not any time soon, Mikito said a bit firmly. Sasuke isn't like you. He is still a child despite everything. You stopped being a child many years ago. He must still accumulate so much in terms of experience and I must teach him a lot. I wouldn't ask you to teach him about leadership because I doubt your ways would be anyway clean. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the statement. He wasn't going to ask what she meant by that, he knew what she meant. I know certain things. I have taken it in myself to learn many aspects about life because the knowledge might become useful in the future. If the Uzumaki clan does get off, who is going to lead it? My mother would not, so I must. There is a game of politics, I can play it. Because you think it is basically just a game of manipulation, Mikito said. Naruto didn't deny that those were his thoughts. He had played that game with the Sandaime Hokage a lot and he was beaten thoroughly. Maybe he was missing the old man now. The third always knew how to keep things interesting and how to make his mind work overload and trying to come up with plans for counterattack. I won't deny that, he said. Sasuke can't play that kind of a game, Mikito said. He is a bit too honest, emotional. He doesn't need to play it, Naruto stressed those words. I am here, and I will not be going anywhere. I will play it. That way my son becomes more like your puppet. It wasn't an accusation, but a statement. Naruto shook his head. You give me too much credit, and underestimate your son. Sasuke is difficult. Maybe, Mikito said. Your name came up in the meeting. Caution was the subject at hand, but the Hokage didn't seem worried about much. I suspect that isn't the case though, but you seem to have a supporter in Shikaku. He appears to have an understanding of how a part of you thinks. Not surprising, Naruto said. Perhaps I must pay Shikamaru a visit. He did go all the way out to befriend me during academy days and I have missed some brain teasers in a game of shogi. Mikito shook her head. Hyashi doesn't like you, she said. But that is something for another day. She paused for a moment. What are you doing later on? I have a date with Ino, Naruto said. She insisted on it, or else she would try to ruin things when Temari comes along with her brother tomorrow, or just haunt me for the rest of my life. It had slipped Mikito's mind that the Subaku siblings were coming over to the village tomorrow. How come she had forgotten about that? She shook her head. That wasn't important. What was important was Naruto was going out on a date. That is new, she said. I wasn't aware that you'd become so famous with the ladies. You have Yugao running rampant around here, there will be Temari, and now Ino? Ino has been a childhood friend. While I may not admit it to her, I was quite fond of her personality at least. That interest did wane when she turned out to be a mediocre of a kunoichi, but she has grown, Naruto responded calmly. That may be true. It has also reached my attention that you were seen around the village with a certain lady, Mitarashi Anko, to be precise, Mikito said. I assume there is an ulterior motive behind that, but it still doesn't please me, the woman said in a somewhat strong tone. Why? Naruto asked, all in the name of curiosity. Why would it be a bother? At least if it was his mother, he could understand and he wouldn't even question it. He still doubted she would have a problem with it nevertheless. He assumed she would probably be happy, but with a wind of caution, of course. She would not want her dear son to become a serial womanizer. Mikito stared at the blonde for a moment. Sometimes she forgot that Naruto was still somewhat dense, or maybe he just chose not to think about other people's emotions. You're with me, Naruto, and I will not allow for just any woman to take you away from me. Admittedly, I may be jealous because I'm not getting any younger and you have girls your age, who can keep up with your energy levels. She still did manage to smile at that despite the firmness of her tone. Naruto didn't give an immediate response, he first went through some thoughts before offering response. You speak as if I have any interest in women looking for that sort of thing, he said. While I will admit that the carnal pleasure is quite something, I still do not have any interest in seeking out women. My mother would like me to settle down one day and have a family, but I really do not see that happening. Mikito smiled. A lot can change in years, Naruto, the woman said. Plus I plan to change you. I'm sad that we can't settle together. I would not mind calling you husband, the woman said with a laugh. Despite the words nearly making him frown, Naruto didn't look away from Mikito. He wasn't frowning because he was repulsed by the thought. Mikito was coming in with emotions and he did not have that. Well, actually, he didn't want to have that. It would change the way he does view things. He was comfortable in his little bottle. Opening up that door meant there would be the unexpected that he would experience. Naruto didn't want that. Yet, this was facing him and he knew that if his mother was going to stop worrying about him, or that she might die without having any grandchildren, he would have to change. Nevertheless, it was difficult to suddenly form that part in his heart, becoming normal, enjoying things like the monkeys do, he would be changed. Truthfully, Naruto wasn't just scared of that change, he didn't know if he was capable of having those emotions for other people. For so long now, he had accepted and tolerated, but the only person he had loved was his mother. Perhaps there had been something with Itachi. He did care for Mikito, he truly did. She was becoming much of an important person as the days go by. Husband? Naruto mused. The thought could only bring Temari in mind. The blonde had been in the thought for quite some time, even before the invasion that was orchestrated by Orochimaru and his goons. He wasn't having those thoughts in these days anyway. My wants aside, Mikito drew the words. It wouldn't hurt if you get another girl, even though I wouldn't like it. I do need someone to cover for me. I'm afraid it would create quite the scandal if this broke out and it would really jeopardize my friendship with your mother. Sasuke won't be happy either. So, we have to keep this between us, no matter what. I don't have those kind of thoughts at the moment, Naruto with mild indifference. Really, he wasn't planning on getting a woman in his life. There were other things to do, but then again, his mother would be asking questions if he doesn't do something. You should start having them, Mikito said in firm tone. You're not planning on taking Ino to the Senju compound, are you? I mean later on after the date. Naruto just gave the woman a blank stare. She laughed with a shake of her head. What was she even asking? Naruto didn't have those kinds of thoughts. He was planning something much more complex and dangerous, even though he doesn't see the danger. Midnight, I will be waiting for you in my room. Training ground. Neji stared at Naruto with an expressionless look on his face. He could not quite match the indifferent look on Naruto's face though. The blonde Uzumaki was just staring back at him. He didn't look as if he was thinking about anything, but just looking. It was even possible that he was looking past him. He was being made to feel so insignificant. A little bit of a bothersome, but Neji didn't comment on it. Naruto-kun. It has been long. Our last battle still floods my mind. I wish we can fight again so that I can test myself once again. Someone who is a master in taijutsu, Lee said happily. Guy-sensei had said the blonde was a master in taijutsu because of his movements, body language. That fight with him, who had sweat blood training, had been proof of it. Neji frowned when Lee spoke. He didn't understand why the green-clad was even here in the first place. He shouldn't have made the mistake of saying he was going to meet with Naruto after the training session when Guy had suggested they go out to eat together. He should have just said he had something to do. It had worked before and they had not asked any questions. Don't you get tired? Neji asked quietly, yet in a firm tone. You were just doing some ridiculous exercises with Guy-sensei. A normal person wouldn't be on his feet by now, but Lee was standing, and happily ready to go for another road. Lee wasn't a normal person, was he? This is a chance I cannot miss, Lee said with a shake of his head. Naruto beat me the last time, I want to see if he can still do it again. If I can't, then I have not progressed in my training at all. I must double. No, triple my efforts. Neji shook his head. Don't interfere, he said sternly. I was hoping I'd be able to talk to you, but the weather isn't right, Naruto finally spoke since the two walked into the training ground. In any case, I am much more interested in seeing what you can do. I heard that you became Jonin before everyone else. Weather? Neji thought. He realized the blonde was talking about Lee. He probably wanted to talk about some sensitive matters. There could be time for that. Neither him nor the blonde were going to die or grow old tomorrow. Being impatient would not help anything, it would only complicate things. I can't spend much time here either, Neji said. Shall we get this over with, then? The Hyuga said, taking a stance. I was the first to become Jonin because of strength and intelligence that allowed me to better those I have faced. If you're going to pose a challenge, you will have to do better than you did against Sasuke. Naruto didn't offer a response, he merely motioned for the Hyuga to charge. Neji didn't need to get a second invitation to attack, he lunged towards the blonde, right hand glowing with chakra. The second he reached Naruto, both his feet landed gracefully without so much as picking dust as his right hand traveled towards the blonde's chest. Naruto's response was to grab Neji's hand with his left hand, with so much force that it came to a complete halt as Neji stared in surprise. No one should be able to grab his hand like that. The chakra on his right should have hit the chakra points on the hand if someone was doing as risky as that. Then why didn't it occur to Naruto? Normally, people try to avoid his strikes, they don't stand still and grab them. It was just suicidal as one strike could render them immobile. I have seen enough, Naruto said, not the least impressed. When you have a better attitude into battle, try to fight me again. At this state, I will break you. I'm not saying you're not skilled, but your attitude is wrong. Just because I didn't perform when facing Sasuke doesn't mean that it was the best I could do. Arrogance is poison to a shinobi, don't allow it to fool you, Hyuga. Naruto was cut off when Lee flashed behind him, left foot rooted to the ground in heavy force whilst the right sped through the air, heading towards the right side of his head. The blonde reacted instantly by ducking under the kick. He straightened himself when Lee took a single step backwards. Naruto pulled Neji closer before flicking him over his shoulder with so much force that the Hyuga couldn't stop despite being able to see it all happening. When Lee saw his teammate falling towards him, he held out both his hands and caught him. When he looked up, Naruto had already made the distance, his back still facing them. We will have a good sparring session some other day, Lee, but not today, Naruto said with a wave of his right hand as he walked away. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Neji forced Lee to let him go. I could have balanced myself and landed on my feet, the Hyuga said as he straightened up himself. Hokage office. Naruto was standing beside the window in the office, looking outside the village streets. He had his hands inside his pockets. It was for the first time in his many visits that he was standing in this location. It had been the coach, the chair, or just standing in front of the desk. This was Jiraiya's location, and the man was still sitting there next to him, but Naruto was ignoring the presence of the man. For the moment he was watching the streets at least. What do Koharu and Homura have against you? Tsunade asked the blonde Uzumaki. For as long as she has been Hokage, the two have been trying to do some damages into his reputation. It was apparent that they did not like him at all. They are just bitter that I got away with killing Danzo, Naruto said calmly. I must be this dangerous person who cannot be allowed to move freely within the village. I committed treason by killing a sitting kage, there has to be punishment for that. But the majority of the clan heads decided against it because they knew a future under Danzo would be disastrous. It was a win-win situation for them. They didn't have to worry about anything as they had been allowed to have control over the village. With Danzo in charge, they would have been just bystanders and the man would have led the village into war within just weeks of taking the job. Your motives are questionable, Tsunade said. I want to hear from you, why did you do it? Naruto was silent for a few moments before responding. There has always been the assumption that the Sandaime Hokage was weak and unable to make the hard right decisions when it mattered, but that was false. Yes, he allowed Danzo to live even after the man tried to kill him, and many other things he did behind the Sandaime's back, but the old man was not weak. I know it firsthand, he was manipulative, cunning and hardened old man. The image of a soft old man who had turned senile because of peace suited him better because it allowed him to operate without anyone suspecting him of ill intentions. Danzo was just allowed to live because the Sandaime felt he was useful, as long as he was Hokage at least. Truly, with the events that unfolded after the old man died, Jiraiya could say that his sensei had remained the professor even after the wars. He had just gotten better with old age. His physical prowess may have faded with age, but his mental capabilities had just become wiser with the accumulated experiences. That still doesn't answer the question, Tsunade said. True, if you stop there, it can be said that without the Sandaime Hokage, Danzo was no longer needed. You could even go as far as to say the Sandaime had given you the order, and with what Jiraiya told me, it wouldn't be hard to believe, but I want the truth. I already know it, but I want you to admit it to me. Naruto's eyes turned towards Tsunade for a moment before he looked back outside the office. It was for my safety and my mother's. I don't need to explain anything to you in detail. I'm sure Jiraiya has already told that from the beginning Danzo had always wanted me to be turned into the weapon. With him becoming Hokage, he would have tried. Your mother would not have wanted it, and knowing her, she would have fought. Danzo would not have hesitated to kill her if she was getting in the way. Considering how he worked, I'm sure he would have thought killing her was the best option to get you to turn your attention towards Konoha, Tsunade said. Escaping was out of the options, Jiraiya added. Someone as smart as you would have considered all the possibilities. Tsunade sighed as she thought over things. Why do you want a free pass? I'm rather surprised that you have been willing to indulge me, the blonde said to Tsunade. Well, kids always think about what is best for the village they lead and the people they lead. I'm nevertheless happy that you're willing to try things in this manner. I prefer it to be this way, which is why I will refrain from doing anything disastrous that would bring harm to Konoha. Surprising, Tsunade said, not fully convinced that the blonde would follow through his word. I try not to tell lies, Naruto said a bit firmly. I will omit some things there and then, but I tell the truth. Besides, I'm big on trust and I despise traitors. Of course he would become a traitor if it was convenient. He was that kind of a hypocrite. Still, he really hoped that things never reached that point. Then answer the question, Jiraiya said firmly. Before the blonde Uzumaki does answer the question, he first took them to other directions. Simple people would forget and think about what he was saying, but they were experienced shinobi, they would not be fooled easily. Still, Jiraiya doubted that Naruto was actually trying to fool them, it could simply be just out of habit. The shinobi world has always been mired with all that is bad. Actions of the past have resulted in so much pain and hatred. The hatred in this world just cannot seem to disappear, there is no end to it. In turn, it makes this world unsafe. A little action can set off a war, and people will die. Just resulting in more pain and hatred. The cycle continues without an end. The elemental nations are at peace at the moment, because you have brought the balance of power with Baijuas, but what if you remove that balance, what will happen? The Akatsuki is after the Baijuas. Say, if either Kumo or Iwa lose both their Jinchurikis, do you think that they will hesitate to try to get other villages Baijuas? To them it would be out of self-preservation. Without their weapons they will feel exposed and will hunt wherever they can to clothe themselves. Of course, the other villages will not sit back and allow them to do as they please, even Kusagakur, which has a Jinchuriki, will not sit back. A war for Baijuas will occur. I don't want such an unsafe world. True, everything in this village can turn peaceful, but if the world outside is unsafe, there will always be the fear. The hidden leaf isn't exactly innocent, so if anything happens, it will be dragged along. I want to keep the balance. After a long minute of silence after Naruto had spoken, Jiraiya responded. But not for the good of the world, for your own selfish reason of keeping your mother safe. Kushina has traveled, I'm sure she enjoys the experience. With the outside world unsafe, there is no guarantee that she will be safe, especially since she is your mother. For both of you to be safe, the world outside is to be safe. Naruto nodded. I had considered the thought of a world without other nations and villages, just Konoha. In that way, you guarantee safety. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. Why go that far? You don't care about this world, yet you'd do something that would benefit it. Naruto wondered if the man thought of what he had just said, The message left unsaid was that he had thought of destroying other villages just for Konoha to remain the only village. If the man gave that a thought, he would not have asked such a question. When the population is low, it was easy to control things and manage them. But something like that would need a massive plan that was just full of blood. If he put his mind to it, Naruto could plant the seeds for a bloody war, but that was the thing he wanted to avoid. Naruto had only dropped the die because it would only make his mother sad. Yes, he would need to get his hands dirty. The world would notice and Kushina would become the mother of that thing. Naruto could not have that, hence his current thoughts. Jiraiya, the bitter truth in this world is that you cannot protect everything that is precious to you. In this world, you will always be forced to make a sacrifice, a choice between two things. There are situations that will force you to choose between left and right. The invasion taught me that I am a mere mortal, I am not omnipresent. This is why I want to avoid those situations. We may not want to think about it, but we have limits, we can protect something, but not everything. But we have friends, the village has an army to make up for that. We cannot be everywhere, but we cannot put different people into different locations to protect what is precious to us, Tsunade said in a firm tone. I do see your point nevertheless. It is much better to stop a situation than allowing it to develop when you know you may not be able to stop it once it does occur, and even if you do manage to stop it, you won't escape it in one piece. Naruto looked at Tsunade as he spoke. When you make that decision to position your pieces, how do you decide? It is based on importance? Not all pieces will be equally powerful and not all places will be equally important. Tsunade frowned but she refused to comment. Naruto smiled. You don't have to answer it, the blonde said with a shrug. This is just one of the flaws of the world we live in. When there is imperfection, there will be inequality and things will occur in that manner. For someone who is indifferent to life, you really know a lot about this world, Tsunade said. I'm not indifferent, if I was, I would not have bothered to understand it. Naruto paused. Then, do I pass your test, Hokage-sama? I have to say, this leaves an unfamiliar click in my tongue. I only called the Sandaime Hokage when I wasn't pleased. The blonde said with a shake of his head. Nara compound. Naruto was still playing the game in the same way that he played the last time they played, but of course this time there was something slightly different but the principle was still the same. Shikamaru wasn't the one playing against the blonde Uzumaki, his father was. The Nara was just watching the two play the game. You're not playing to win, Shikaku said to Naruto. It can be dangerous if your opponent discovers it. It can be used against you. When you're not playing to win, you're mostly defending and your actions are just responsive, which means you don't dictate the flow of the battle. Naruto knew that, he was a bit controlling in a battle after all. He would never fight a fight he had no control over, even if the control was just a little, it was enough. With enough space, he could get an opening to make a move. It was a matter of knowing how to utilize your weapons. Sometimes attack is the best form of defense, Naruto said calmly. When in a battlefield, you must be flexible. This will allow you to adapt to the changes and surprises. If you enter with just one strategy, you will fall. Strategies can be foiled, no matter how impenetrable they appear. I prefer to move on my own terms, but I make allowances in case there is no other way. Shikaku stared at the board for a long minute. Truly, the blonde was still moving his pieces in the way he liked, not because he was being forced to make movements. In the way he had positioned, he could switch into attack with just 3 moves. It would be risky for him because he gives you a false hope that he is only going to defend and when you least expect it, he hits you with a sucker punch. When you do not make allowances, you won't be able to counter for the surprises, Shikaku finally responded. Flexibility? Yes. It is fundamental for every shinobi. Our world is unpredictable and if you think you know everything, you only put on the mask of arrogance. The Nara paused for a moment as he looked up at Naruto. He turned back to the board before speaking again. How was your meeting with the Hokage? She gave me what I wanted. I think we may be able to forge an understanding, Naruto said calmly. That is at least good to hear, Shikaku said. They would be able to avoid unwanted conflicts that way and things could turn out for the better. They just had to make sure the mutual understanding lasted for as long as both were active. He understood that there would be tense moments every now and then, but the understanding would help them overcome that. This world wasn't perfect and the people living in it were not perfect, so every now and then there would be differences and conflicts. What differentiated a person from the other was how they dealt with those conflicts. How was your stay in the Hokage seat? Just troublesome, Shikaku said with a tired sigh. At least Hiashi was able to do most work. The man's tone changed slightly. You should be careful with him. Despite everything, he still does have a pull and influence in the village. He is normally fair and rational, but I don't know what has tainted him. In any case, just keep a watchful eye. Naruto nodded, but said nothing about it. The rest of the game was played in silence until Shikaku claimed the victory, a hard-fought victory. The man let loose of a long breath. He suddenly looked worn out. Your father was a good person and he loved this village dearly. Perhaps we are at fault for failing to ensure that you enjoyed a rich childhood. We did take measures, allowing you to leave the village to escape the resentment and not allowing Danzo to get close, but I still feel as if we have failed. The Sandaime was right there and assured us he would do everything to keep you here and happy. But I guess not everything went according to plan. In any case, we do think that Minato made you a Jinchuriki for a reason. We do not know, but I'm sure your mother knows, and we'd like to see you walk in the same light as your father. It might not be impractical, but we do have that hope. The third is no longer here. If you need anything, let us know. Shikaku said that before walking away. Naruto understood whom this we included. He wasn't going to comment on it, there was no need. This very same man told Shikamaru to befriend him when they were still at the academy. The young Nara had been honest enough to tell him that. Naruto turned to Shikamaru before speaking. I have spent much more time than I had planned, he said. I will walk you out, Shikamaru said as he stood up. I heard Ino say you agreed to go out with her later on. The Nara said as the two walked side by side, leaving the compound. Yes, Naruto said. It wasn't by choice. Shikamaru managed to smile. Well, Ino is a troublesome woman. She has become worse these days since she takes her life as a kunoichi seriously. She can even be quite devious at times. Naruto appeared to think about it for a few moments before responding. I'm used to it. When we were younger she used to resort to blackmail for me to do what she wanted. I will agree with you when you say she is a troublesome woman. But admittedly she was the only one who kept me company. Shikamaru looked up into the sky for a few moments before looking back at the road ahead of him. He wanted to say that Ino had been mad and sad at the same time that Naruto had left the village. No, according to her, he had abandoned her. Still, he was happy to know that Naruto did value her, despite being rough on her. Perhaps it was because he knew she could handle it. Naruto certainly knew Ino better than he did. The two had been friends long before the academy. They were introduced to each other when they were still younger, and with Ino's personality, they had made a great match. Ino was the only one who could force the blonde to do certain things. He could not. He would have been too lazy to try anything. The Nara decided against revealing secrets. If Ino wanted Naruto to know, she would tell him. He wasn't going to get involved in matters of the two. It would only be troublesome if he got involved anyway. She does rant about it every now and then, Shikamaru said with an image of a ranting Yamanaka. I was curious when my father said I should befriend you, but I decided against trying to find out why because I figured it would be something bothersome, taking into account how the villagers used to treat you. The Nara smiled, a shake of his head before speaking. Honestly, I never expected you to be the son of the Yondaime Hokage, Konoha's greatest hero. It was almost bitterly ironic that the son of the village's most loved Kage became the village's most hated. Ironic? Perhaps, Naruto said. Humans are interesting creatures, they resent what they do not understand and chose to believe whatever it is that makes them feel better even if it means ignoring the truth. Perhaps it was this attitude that made me believe low lives who could follow such an irrational thought were nothing more than low-life creatures. Shikamaru didn't offer an immediate response. Naruto's attitude as seeing himself some sort of nobility wasn't because he had known he was the son of the Yondaime Hokage. This didn't seem to have a meaning in Naruto's life. The Nara was discovering that it was because Naruto saw himself as a better person than them. He was different in every way. How long has Ino known? Along the line, but it had no bearing on how she viewed me, Naruto said, knowing that Shikamaru was talking about the Kyuubi. Well, it wasn't that he would have cared if things had turned the other way around. He would not have, because if she had changed opinions, she would have been thrown in the same boat as the villagers, meaning, she would have become nothing more than a monkey. Well, Ino is smart when she wants to be, Shikamaru said. Speaking of being smart, Naruto said. I have a proposal for you. Shikamaru seemed to groan at that before he responded calmly. I hope it isn't anything troublesome, he said. Before refusing, he would have to know what the blonde wanted him to do. Well, it would depend on whether he could do it or not. Tsunade values you as a jonin of the hidden leaf, not to mention you are the heir of the Nara clan, Naruto started calmly. Konoha will be interacting with Tsunagakure a lot in the coming months and years. The two villages will be trying to form a strong relationship. I am at the center of it all. It isn't just my proposed marriage to Temari. Naturally, there will be someone needed to hold diplomatic talks with Suna. Normally, Hokage-sama would have to make that decision, but considering that the Kazekage is still young, and that you're at the center of it, you want someone who can speak on the same level with them while also keeping your interests intact, Shikamaru deduced. Well, it will keep me away from troubling battles. When do I begin? Tomorrow. The Sand siblings will be here by noon, you will welcome them. Hey, Shikamaru said, coming to a halt, his tone was a little high. That is so sudden. Naruto's house. I wasn't expecting you to be home at this time of the day, Naruto said to Yugao. It felt strange just saying that. Home? To Yugao? Yes, this was her home now, but it had not always been like this. It had been just him and his mother, but now there were a couple of people warming up to their family. It was difficult, but Naruto was doing all right to accommodate the change. His mother was most happy when things were like this, so he could not complain much. Besides, he did trust Yugao with his mother's safety. Even when he wasn't present, she could hold on to protect his mother before he does make his round to rescue them. If possible. I have nothing better to do, Yugao said, taking her feet off the coffee table. Well, the man of the house was back, she needed to behave. She closed the book she was reading as her eyes followed the blonde. Naruto sat down across her. For a moment, the expression on his face reflected tiredness. A busy day? Not at all, Naruto said. But I have been going around doing a lot of talking. There was a lot to think about, but not too much. Yugao nodded and checked around the house. She was sure that Kushina was not home yet, but should be returning soon. The woman had said she was only going to do something and she would be back soon because she had something to discuss with Naruto. I thought Mikito-san would be keeping you busy, Yugao said in a strange tone. Naruto stared at the woman for a long minute before asking. What are you talking about? If she had something to say to him, she should go ahead and do so. Besides, when has she gone around the bushes to tell him something? What you are doing with her when nobody is looking, Yugao said. When you were doing it, were people looking? Naruto responded calmly. Yugao paused to think about that picture Naruto was trying to paint in her head. She would never do something like that and Naruto knew that, but he was just saying to because that seemed to the point in her statement. She sighed, try reasoning with a genius. The blonde Uzumaki could come up with ways to counter any logical thought she brought to his attention. Of course, not, I wasn't doing it for show or one of those smut movies, Yugao said firmly. But you're not denying anything. Nor am I admitting anything, Naruto said with a shrug of his shoulders. You appear to be invested in this idea you have in your mind, Yugao. If I'm not mistaken, you brought Mikito's intentions to me before we even left Konoha, and now you still have those words. Does it bother you? By that question, do you admit it? Just answer my question, Naruto said. Maybe a little, but it isn't my business. You're not a child. I can't think for you and I know you have been making decisions of your own even when you were just a little kid. Still, Yugao paused, giving Naruto a stern look. What are you planning with her? She is as old as your mother is, you can't be surely thinking of marrying her. I know for sure she is serious. Naruto gave the woman look before responding. What do you suggest, Yugao? Would you rather take her place? My mother wouldn't complain if I was sleeping with you instead. Yugao tried to say something, but no words came out. She was honestly shocked that he would say something like that with straight face even though he was Uzumaki Naruto. How could he suggest something like that? Well, his mother would not complain, the age gap between her and Naruto could not count for much, and she was already family. Nothing would change. Well, she would be calling Kushina mother. Yugao smiled warmly at the thought. Naruto tilted his head to the side. Does it please you? Yugao's eyes snapped towards Naruto. She realized he was talking about her thoughts and flushed slightly. I was thinking about a fond memory that doesn't include you, the woman said, quick to say. I was thinking of rewarding you for seeing something that I was not able to see, Naruto said, his eyes facing the ceiling. But I can't decide on the gift. In any case, keep things to yourself. Mikito will probably go all the way Sharingan on you if you talk too much. She might look gentle, but she is a retired jonin. Yugao got the feeling that Naruto wasn't just saying that just to scare her, but he was serious. I will keep that in mind, she said. But do use protection, Naruto. It would be a disaster if you ended up knocking her up. Huh? Yugao smiled, before the smile turned into laughter. Nothing. Never mind, she said with a shrug of her shoulders. I thought you said you were going to be busy once you returned to the village. But so far, you have remained grounded, no missions, no talk about going out of the village. It would be pointless to try to root out the problems outside when there are many glaring in the inside, Naruto said calmly. Konoha must be secure enough for me to say I can leave for a number of days without having to worry about anything with regards to my mother's safety. You know you have me for that, Yugao said with a smile. If the problem is too much, this house is secure, and if anything, I can summon you quickly. You don't even have to worry about the villagers. They have settled, perhaps by your actions during that invasion. But things are all good. Is that what you think? Naruto asked. What do you think would happen if suddenly, someone decides to say that I was involved in the Uchiha incident, and was responsible for Danzo's death? The villagers already have history of resentment towards the Uzumaki. With a snap, they can return to their old ways. Yugao frowned at the thought. It was easy to hate something that you have hated before. They did not have to learn to resent Naruto, they already knew how. Well, that would be a disaster, she said. That is why you are going all around trying to make friends. Naruto nodded. Just in case, I am unable to avoid a complete disaster, it would be a great help if there are people in my corner. Being completely alone would surely result in me abandoning the leaf because we would not be able to continue living here. It would not be so bad because I have made provisions in case something like that occurs. Yugao smiled. Well, you always have things planned up, she said. I admire that sort of thing about you, yet it scares me at the same time. Neither Jiraiya nor Hokage-sama really understand how far your thinking goes. The Sandaime Hokage was the only other person who understood fully. It should not scare you, Naruto said. My mother likes you and it would be crippling to my heart if I had evil intentions for you, the blonde said calmly. Speaking of which. Kushina walked through, holding plastic bags. She greeted before hurriedly going to the kitchen to place the bags on the table there. Once done, she returned to the living room. She sat beside Yugao and faced Naruto. It is good that you are here, she said. Naruto is going out on a date tonight with Ino. He needs advice. Yugao raised an eyebrow at this. When Naruto's expression didn't change, she smiled. Oh? She mouthed, slightly surprised, it may have been an act. Isn't this wonderful? Naruto stared deep into the eyes of the woman who was fooling around. You sound overly excited, he said. I'm just happy that you're starting to show interest in women, Yugao said with a knowing smile. There had been a hint of sarcasm in her tone, and she had specifically chosen the word woman on purpose. Naruto saw through it all but he refused to indulge her. I don't really need advice, mother, the blonde said turning towards his mother. I can do this just on my own. I have known Ino all my life, I should be able to handle this. I did handle Tamari just fine. Yugao could not help herself by say, and you have been handling Mikito just fine as well. Kushina nodded as if she knew what Yugao was talking about. But this is different, Naruto. You don't see Mikito and I in the same you see Ino. Well, if you were normal you'd see her as beautiful girl who makes you feel differently. The woman refused to use the right word. If only you knew what he does with Mikito, Yugao thought. There is nothing to worry about, mother, Naruto stressed the words. I can handle it. True, emotions do confuse me at times, but that is because I had in the past restricted myself from feeling other things to just care for you as my mother. Kushina nodded. I know, she said. Are you really sure you don't need help? I have been in love, Yugao as well. If you're embarrassed to talk to it with me, you can talk to Yugao or Mikito. She is already giving him plenty of lessons, Yugao almost said loudly, but she held herself. I have never been embarrassed to talk to you about anything, mother, Naruto said. In case there are things that I cannot understand, I will come to you. Experience is also the best teacher, learning through experiences will teach me many things. Besides, if I am guided, I'm never going to have those stupid memories you have with father. At the thought, Kushina smiled. Well, you make a reasonable argument, she said. But don't do anything, okay? After the date, take her home and return. Naruto nodded. He didn't say anything because he was going through some thoughts, the things he felt when he was with Mikito. But if he brought those emotions out to play, his mother would be suspicious and she would ask a lot of questions. He didn't want to sin by lying to his mother. It was best to keep it to himself. Well, there was Yugao. Naruto stood up. Yugao, follow me, the blonde said without looking at the purple-haired woman. Yugao followed Naruto silently towards the study. She didn't say a word, thinking he was perhaps ticked off by her antics, but it couldn't have been helped. As she stepped into the study, Yugao closed the door behind her. She did it as gently as she could. The moment she turned around, she found Naruto standing right in front of her. The intensity in his eyes caused her heart to pace as she took a step back. She stopped when she hit the door behind her. Naruto drew closer to her, and without warning, his hands were around her waist, pulling her closer. For someone who wasn't gentle, his grab on her was gentle, and it made her feel slightly excited. The inches separating them were closed. Naruto's lips warmly graced hers. He was kissing her. Perhaps it had been merely on instinct, but Yugao did not resist. She kissed back, for a kiss that lasted for about a minute until Naruto removed himself from her and walked towards his desk without saying a word. Yugao remained plastered on the door, shocked. Not that Naruto had kissed her, but that she had kissed back and had actually enjoyed it. She wanted to be angry with Naruto for catching her off guard like that, but she could not muster the expression. "Why did you do that?" she asked in a whisper. "I wanted to know if kissing you would be different from kissing Mikito. There are a lot of things about emotions that I do not understand. I wanted to say a kiss is just a kiss, but it's different depending on whom you are kissing. Emotions apparently play a role, but what are these emotions?" Naruto responded calmly. "Second reason, before you think of saying anything rhetoric or sarcastic about me and Mikito, you will remember what we just did." "I hate you," Yugao said. Naruto shrugged. "I must say, though, I'm surprised that you returned the kiss. I was expecting you to push me away." Yugao did not respond to the statement. "So, are you satisfied?" "In some ways, yes," Naruto said. "But this has brought another question. When kissing you, I felt the desire to move my hands and undress you. What do you call these urges?"